with some poor engagements, and then a couple of like, hey, we're ahead, we're gonna just stall the game out, I guess. Cool.
Yeah, it was a nightmare for LNG. We'll just say that. They certainly looked a lot more aggressive, and we saw that immediately with LNG in terms of even the way they played a lot of these objective fights in the later part of the game. I think the meta in general has transitioned more into being 5v5 oriented, and we actually got to see some of the players on LNG that have found success in the past, like Zika on the top side, even like Haichao in the mid lane, be able to push forward a little bit more with more resources, more options available to them. And I think that that is the key here when it comes to LNG is, can they establish pressure in the early game? Can they push that pressure in the mid game? Because I think they do have the talent to be able to make it worth it in the late game.
Yeah, and a lot of teams do, right? Something I heard very recently is, players really understand their champion in the late game, right? It's just a matter of getting there. That's typically the problem, right? The laning phase, skirmishing and stuff like that. And that's where LNG has looked lost at times. But again, they had that decisive hand with OVO coming in. We're going to see if LNG are able to kind of progress themselves a little bit further, see if this team does have more room to grow. And a team that we're not sure, they have some room to grow in the future, but maybe not for the rest of the split. We'll have to see. It is Ultra Prime coming through. Take a look at the roster that we have over on their side. It's Jung in the top lane, Junhao in the jungle, Saber in the mid lane, Baya and Xiaoxia in the bot lane.
Yeah, this is certainly an interesting roster in terms of makeup, because stylistically, I think that they have kind of proven at this point that they are all over the place in terms of what they want to be and how they want to play the game. It doesn't really feel like they've nailed down a particular style, but they should be a team that ends up, coming out on top in a matchup like this. They do only have one win across this split so far, but it is against LNG, the team that they are facing here today. So if they can just start to learn and grow and even start to bring back some of the pressure they had at the beginning of split number 2, where they almost made Group Ascend, this team should be good enough to compete for one of those top 4 spots in Group Nirvana.
Yeah, you would think so. And, one thing that I even forgot about Ultra Prime is that they're a team comprised of really, really young players, right? Like, it is Junhao's first year. Like, now we have to start asking questions. Has it been a successful first year for him? Saber as well. Baya and Xiaoxia even. Like, you could ask these questions about these players. And, it really is going to differ a little bit if they can really take some more strides in their gameplay to try and, keep LNG away and go and take over that spot from Thunder Talk. And we talk a lot about the top side for this team, but as you did some research and pointed out, it turns out the real driver of this team is the support Xiaoxia.
It is staggering to see the difference that this team has when their support is able to get out on the map and move versus when things go awry for this bot lane early on in the game. In losses, Xiaoxia has a 0.84 KDA for this team in their 9 games that they have lost so far this split. When they win, he's got a 10.0 KDA. And I know generally speaking, you can talk about KDAs being better in wins. Like that, that's something that just naturally happens. Not to this extent. This is a drastic change in how the team ends up operating. He has 8 deaths in their wins across the entire split up until this point. If you can get this bot lane going, and specifically if you can get Xiaoxia on the map, moving around and creating action for the team, letting him feel comfortable, it completely changes the outlook for Ultra Prime, and that's going to be really the key to success for me moving forward.
I like your funny words, Magic Man, but the one word that I came up with looking at those numbers, if Xiaoxia die more than 3 times, team lose. If he die less than 3 times, team win.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it really is that simple. If you can get Xiaoxia in a position where he's engaging and not dying, you've won the game. Congratulations. You did it. Generally, that is how it works with your supports. Why do you think we see so many Nautilus go like 0-8-4 when a game goes terribly, right? It's pretty tough. So, yeah, if you can keep your support alive, generally the member that is at risk for most of the game will be in pretty good shape. Yeah, and I think specifically for Xiaoxia, we've seen him make some questionable decisions from behind, but You know, Ultra Prime in general, just one of those teams that needs to find some level of consistency. Their biggest problem, I think, coming into this has been they are 5 individually talented players that have yet to really figure out what they want to be, and that's despite the fact that it feels like they've been playing together the entire year. I know Baya is a bit of a new 80 carry for them, at least for this split, but 4 of these members have been pretty consistent, and it just doesn't feel like they have that identity just yet. If they can start locking that down, we've been talking over and over again and hyping up the individual performances and the individual talent level of some of these players. It all really comes down to whether or not they can do it more consistently.
Yeah, well, the other problem is they do stuff like this. Did you see what just happened to that last dragon? Yeah. Junhao just going in, and look at him flashing forward when his team's in a pretty good spot for this dragon. Instantly dies. Yeah, you know, I hate to tell you this, and I'm going to spoil it. We're going to get there very quickly, but Ultra Prime do not get this dragon, as they didn't get the last dragon either. Yeah, pretty tough stuff. Dude, I don't know what they were doing with the Rift Herald this first time around either. I mean, you know, these are fights that Ultra Prime, if they just calm down a little bit, just slow down, let the play come to them a little bit, they'll be fine. Junhao did not need to go in here at all, under any circumstances whatsoever. I wanted to look at it again. That's how badly I'm like, dude, what are we doing?
I mean, it's the nail on the head, Yanni. Like, yeah. You absolutely hit the main point there, where it's just, if this team can figure out how to not make gigantic errors, there are good pieces to this team. Like, the core of this roster is good, but you talked about it earlier. They're an inexperienced, young, you know, fresh team here to the LPL, and you know, they're going to take their lumps in terms of their macro decisions. They've just got to learn and grow from it and get better game over game. Yeah.
Now, the one thing that I find very interesting is, the last time these two teams played against each other was actually pretty recently. I believe that was Ultra Prime's last game as well. Ultra Prime defeated LNG 2-1, right? LNG's engagements were very, very poor, which is not something that has been their forte with Shuo at support. But now Junhao playing pretty badly in this first game of the series. But in the last 2 games, he was much better. LNG were just like a broken team with no direction, right? That was the big problem. That caused their inability to win fights, and you know, now they aren't really as broken of a team, at least what we saw in their last series, right? This is a team that actually, again, we talked with OVO, gives them a little bit of direction. Is this consistent? Can he do it multiple times, or was it just a flash in the pan?
I mean, that's really the big question, right? Is, did LNG get the new player buff that every team in Group Nirvana seems to get when they sub somebody out and just, you know, come in and, you know, not necessarily play the exact same way as before, and so the team is thrown off, and now teams will have time to adapt? Or is this genuinely an upgrade? Because when you look at what LNG has been throughout this year, they have needed anyone to really be a primary aggressor on the team. They've needed somebody to start pushing the tempo. If OVO, you know, whether or not he's going to be some sort of mechanical superstar, if he's just going to be a go button for them to be able to push and just be able to pull the trigger when they need it, that might just be enough on its own to unlock everything else.
Yeah, especially because when you take a look at the roster, right, for LNG, and you take a look at a guy like Zika, who had a great series last time out, was absolutely cooking people on the Rumble. He's been one of the best top laners in the league. I mean, yeah, sure, he's farming top laners in Group Nirvana, right? Like, there's something to be said for that, but when you have the second highest CS per minute, right, and you're second in damage percentage, and you've got the highest goal differential at plus 611 at 15 minutes, like, that is crazy numbers, Game-Man.
It's insane, and honestly, you can't even say that it's unexpected. This guy should not be in Group Nirvana, just in terms of his talent level. He was at Worlds last year for a reason. I know.
He was at Worlds the last 2 years. It's going to be hard to do it a third time. You think you can do it a third time?
Worlds? Oh boy. Oh wow. Now are we on the LNG goes undefeated from here on out arc? Is that what we're talking about?
I don't know if I would. Now listen, I don't partake, but there's a lot of people in the chat that would be like, I would not put money on that one. I'll tell you that much.
Hey, think of the risk versus reward on it, but at the end of the day,
I don't even want to know what the odds are on that kind of thing. That's a trap. That's a plus 10,000.
Yeah, no, it's not good. And honestly, you know, no shade to anybody out there making decisions. I would stay away. But for LNG, like, The thing about Zika, and the thing that made him so good when he was going to Worlds and like actively a huge prospect for Invictus Gaming in the past, you are looking at a player that is super lane dominant and is very consistent in team fights. This is a well-rounded, can do it all type of player, can be relied on to be a primary carry, but is really good at fading into the background if necessary, diving into the back of team fights. It's everything. And so if he can start to unlock that again, and you just have good play from everybody else, he can carry this team to a top 3, top 4 finish in Group Nirvana.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that in their last series, and then we see prior series where he seemed really disinterested and honestly just kind of inting his face off. Like, let's call it what it was. He was not playing well recently. He still managed to have these crazy numbers, by the way. Like, one series is not going to skew all those numbers that hard, but that series was pretty crazy. So, you know, maybe with this support change, it not only gives them a go button, but also reinvigorates the team a little bit, right? Sometimes all you need is a little swap to get things going. We've seen that happen with multiple teams. We've seen that happen with a player that we are no longer allowed to name that plays for BLG in the jungle position. We have been told multiple times that if we ever mention his name again, we will be yelled at. And he's not even in this day at all. No series for that guy. But yeah, that's all it takes. Sometimes it's a small change.
You know, all it takes is an adjustment sometimes. Is a mentality shift, I think, is maybe how I would say it. But you're absolutely right. Sometimes you just need to feel a little bit more, you know, inspired or like motivated to go out there and actually play. I'm not worried about the talent level when it comes to Zika on the top side. That is not the concern for me. That will never be the concern. So if he's locked in, if he's playing his best, this team likely is going to have the best player on the Rift in almost every series that they play throughout the rest of this the entire split. And that will always give them a chance to be able to win.
Yeah, now a player that does need to lock in on LNG side, it's Haichao, right? Actually, it might be Fishone too, right? Because, you know, his Jinx in the last series, you know what, not too bad. Got out of some really sticky situations. Insta cleanse on Leona ultimate. Like, yeah, it's not the most mechanical, but like he managed to protect himself well in that fight. But, you know, Haichao's a guy who not generating too much in the CS per minute department, not generating a whole lot of gold off of that either. He's got this Talia, and sometimes he's making really good plays and putting up really good walls, and sometimes he's just not doing much. And I want to see some more proactivity out of this guy.
That's the scary thing, is it just hasn't really felt there at all this year in terms of the tape. We saw Haichao have a ton of success last year on LGD, be able to be the #1 option on a team that surprised and was, you know, playoff caliber for all of 2024. He gets picked up by an LNG team that does want to try to compete this year, and it just kind of falls flat. The talent, again, is there. We know he has the skill level to be able to make things happen. It's just everything around that situation has been quite poor from Haichao. He needs to start playing the map better. He needs to start being able to dominate lane just a tad bit more. Especially in something like Group Nirvana, you can't just be a player that's okay at going neutral or being slightly behind. You need to be better than the players that you're playing against in order to really push advantages. And, you know, for the middle of the map in particular, for LNG, that's just not been something that's been particularly consistent.
Yeah, and it might not get any better, especially playing against Saber. Saber is a guy who is the complete opposite, right? He has a very high CS per minute. He's always participating in his team skills. The only issue is his damage is a little low, bottom 3 in damage percentage. He's got the lowest DPM. This is a guy that does play some aggressive champions, right? He's been oddly quiet for the type of champions that he does play. You know, he can go and, you know, play your standard meta champions, right? He's played Talia and Ryze the most this year. He's got 6 games of Akali, right? I would expect to see a little bit more of that. Give me some of this Assassin Saber that, you know, we've seen at times and been like, wow, this guy has a lot of talent actually on these kinds of champions.
I think the main problem for Saber is that he kind of gets caught between two minds and he can't really find a middle ground on it, where you're in this spot where you're either playing Talia and Ryze and he's like, I'm no damage, I'm not even trying, I'm going to move around the map and I'm just going to play for my team, or he's playing Akali and he's trying to carry. They can never really seem to find a middle ground where they can get him on these picks that can be useful to the team while also being strong in team fights. If he can start to grow and develop in that phase, because really coming out of the LDL as a player, he was almost exclusively an assassin player. He was somebody that had not really had a ton of success on anything else. He's had to learn and grow into being, you know, Talia, Ryze, macro-oriented shove and roam. Like, he's had to grow into that role. If he can start feeling a bit more comfortable actually incorporating some of those team fight mechanics that he has on other champions into the gameplay he's already able to get leads on, he can actually be a really solid player.
Yeah, you get to turn these leads into really insurmountable ones, right? And really take over the mid game. And with the way League of Legends is now, with such skirmishing going on and a lot of fighting around objectives, being able to really get these leads, translate them, make these 500 gold leads become 1,500 gold leads, become 3,000 gold leads, because if your impact in a fight will separate you and will take you from being a Nirvana player to a player that could see group ascend, or maybe not in 2025, or probably in 2026 if he manages to do that. I don't even know if we'll name the groups that. One other thing that needs to grow and develop is this game, because we have been delayed for quite some time. There's a language on the bottom of the screen that I do not understand. There's a settings error with the players that's currently being worked on. Don't ask me how I just translated that. Thank you, Kai. Appreciate you.
Yes, hopefully we get into game soon. You don't want to wait too long for LNG and Ultra Prime. You want to get on the Rift and start seeing the action kick off, but...
Yeah, please, because this could go 3, right? This,
yeah.
This absolutely could go 3, so, kind of want to just get into it, especially because, as much as we've given some glowing positivity to some of these players, and we've kind of roasted them a little bit in some of the clips, I mean, it's a Group Nirvana game. You know what we're going to get gameplay-wise if you've been here all year. It's going to be dirty. It's going to be grimy. If you are here, if you enjoy sitting back and watching a game of League of Legends for its entertainment value, you're going to love this series. If you want to watch good League of Legends, you might not like this series, but you should still watch it anyway, because, there might be something.
Yeah, no, honestly, if you like good gameplay, stick around. We've got FPX AL coming up later.
True.
If you want chaos,
hold on. I don't know if we can even call that good gameplay right now. At least AL are just making critical mistakes that are sinking them, right? There are some games where they kind of have a failure to launch. That series against Top Esports was definitely a bit of a failure to launch, but I mean, there were games against IG where I think I was watching Jamada's stream, and he put it the best in that series. He said, IG didn't really play better than AL. AL played better than them. They just kind of lost and made some really, really poor mistakes. So, again, as you said earlier, really a get-right game for AL. I don't know what we'll see out of FPX. I dub them Team WE Light. So if you like Team WE-esque teams, maybe you can stick around for FPX and enjoy some gameplay out of that.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of chaos. It's the LPL. If you're not here for the chaos, if you're not here for the crazy plays, then what are you here for? We'll figure it out by the end of the split. We'll go to Worlds and it'll be just fine. But overall,
I mean, I hope so. You have a bit higher expectations and hopes than I think I do, because, all right. So I want to pose this question now while we're waiting a little bit. Have you seen enough out of Top Esports specifically to be like, hey, you know what? Maybe I'm feeling this feeling that I felt in Split 1 about these guys, right? I think they look a little bit better.
Look, I don't want to alienate myself from the entire chat for this entire series, and so you're
not going to talk about how Jackie Love has been really good?
He's been fantastic. He's looked incredibly good. You don't want to ever hype up Top Esports. That's the moment they start to fall off a cliff. But this team has looked great across this split. And honestly, I never really bought out on Top Esports. I think there were a ton of mistakes in the playoffs, and I think that this team needed to clean up quite a bit. But again, I always say this, the bones of a good team are, absolutely there. The bones of a great team are absolutely there for TES. I think, Hong coming into the support position has clearly, helped in terms of Jackie Love's performance with that.
That's the knee replacement, right?
Successful. Yeah. Yeah.
You got the good bones. Well, you need a knee replacement. You got to get something else going in that support role, and it's actually, worked out pretty well, as you were saying. Really enabled Jackie Love to be the Jackie Love that we all know and love. And if you don't love him, at least you know him.
Yeah, and I think he would prefer it that way, is being the player that you would recognize no matter what, for good and for bad.
True.
So, excited for him that he's getting back into MVP conversation. I think the league is more fun when Jackie Love is near the top, so excited to see that play style kind of get rewarded. But overall, we've just seen aggressive play styles in general get rewarded in the LPL. The teams that are making decisions and being aggressive, right or wrong, are oftentimes the ones that just end up benefiting the most.
Welcome into the LPL podcast, where we wait for games to start. We start yapping about some of the other teams. All right, K-Man. So I don't know if anything has changed since you did your recent video. Oh man, I love our lower thirds sometimes. Sometimes they're Mimi and sometimes they're accidents. So you were hesitant to put EDG into 7th place in the power rankings. Would you put them there? You think they're better than WE and FPX? I think they are.
Yeah, I think I'm buying in at this point. I think this is a top 7 minimum team in the LPL. They have a sneaky argument for 6th right now, with JD Gaming playing very, very poor, if you really want to say that. But this EDG team is genuinely very scary. I've been very vocal about some players on that roster that I might be a bit higher on than others. Cough, cough, Xiao Hao, who I will continue to go to bat for despite some public opinion. But EDG is just clicking on all cylinders. It kind of makes Group Nirvana a little bit more interesting at the bottom, because so many of these teams are just accumulating losses to teams like EDG that it actually clusters up the bottom of the standings quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the game score, I'm just looking at it right now. EDG 10-0, NIP 10-6, LGD 7-8, Thundertalk 6-9, Ultra Prime 5-9, LNG 4-10. Like the separation from 3rd and last is only 3 individual wins. That's weird, man. And that just goes to show, with EDG just not giving up any games, right? Even NIP has given up a few games. They're 5-1 overall. You eat 6 losses. Well, that means you have 4 losses elsewhere, right? And 4 losses in your 5 wins when you're supposed to be this really, a team that we expected to kind of get out of there. I don't know, man. Like, I'm not sold on them at all. Like, I think that they would lose to an FPX or a Team WE, right?
Yeah, I think it's possible. I think, honestly, in Group Nirvana, anything can happen. Any of these teams could be in any form, and it's really hard to know because they're always in these Fiesta games where they don't really have to worry about their macro all that much. It's really just about their execution. But I think for Ninjas in Pajamas in particular, this is a team that is really just trying to find how to incorporate a more aggressive jungler like Nio. And, obviously you've got Doingby, you've got Leave, you've got, high-end performers if everything clicks, but Edward Gaming has been untouchable. They 2-0'd them for a reason. That series was not particularly close. It just feels like there is a top 1 in Group Nirvana that could likely compete with almost anybody, in the bottom of Group Ascend, and it's everybody else fighting for the rest of the spots.
Right, you are. You know who else is fighting? I'm fighting. I'm fighting for my life out here. The LPL does not know, apparently, that I need to take my dad to the airport after this series is done.
Well,
I was going to sleep for a couple hours, but at this rate, that's not happening, K-Man, because we're going to somehow end up with 6 games, right? Like, this is going to go 3, and with the way AL's been playing, they're going to drop a game. It's going to be noon Eastern time. I know you're an East Coast guy. And I'm going to go sleep. I'm going to close my eyes. My dad's going to be like, all right, time to go to the airport. I'm like, all right, sure, thanks. Man, yeah, get on the phone with them, please. I would appreciate it. 3 out of 3 of us. Well, this is like how like 9 out of 10 dentists like recommend a certain toothpaste. Like, not 3 out of 3 people on the broadcast right now recommend starting the game. And I'm sure everybody else who is sitting in our production Discord also would like these games to start, because surely there's nothing better that they all could be doing, right? Like playing TFT or playing actual games of League or stuff like that. Or listening to us just yap about various different teams. Okay, actually, I do have a lore question. What has to do with your love of Xiao Hao so much?
Okay, so if we're going all the way back, I really started making content, every day, regularly back in 2022 when an Anyone's Legend team was, maybe not quite as consistent as you would want them to be, but was certainly a lot of fun to watch. And in that split, summer of 2022, I found a player in Xiao Hao that the gameplay was so fun to watch. The team was so terrible around him, and he was doing absolutely everything, was getting like 35% damage percentage on the team because there's just not anything else to do for AL. And, I saw someone that I really wanted to invest the future of the LPL into. You go into spring the next year, it's not there. But summer, oh, it unlocks again. He's playing like a beast, all pro. Then you go, he gets signed by Weibo, falls off a little bit. The Weibo train doesn't really work. Goes to Rare Atom, gets that team into playoffs, and ends up working out. It's the summer split. It's the summer split everything for Xiao Hao. Like you don't worry about spring. Don't worry about winter. Don't worry about the beginning part of the year. Every summer split, something clicks in this guy's head, and he starts winning again. And I have to believe it's gonna happen.
When I met you in the summer. Listen, I'm getting told that we're gonna get copyrighted. Absolutely not. Did you hear my singing voice? Hell no. Like that is not. Don't worry about it. The Twitch algorithm or whatever does that. The copyright checker is gonna be like, I don't know what the hell that was, but it doesn't need to be copyrighted. Nobody would willingly listen to that except for everybody who's managed to stick with us through the technical difficulties that we have dealt with. So I'm taking a look through and trying to get some ideas. Let's see. Isaac Rubio says they're doing a warm-up lap. I think that is actually pretty good. I agree. You do have to get the blood flowing a little bit before you start. So, okay, like I'm with that. I think that's very plausible. Our GOAT, Devin Booker Truther, the Double Group Nirvana series again. Actually, a very good joke. This guy, man, you know, very, very funny. GOAT Twitch chatter. Appreciate that guy. For better or for worse, he's always here. This isn't a warm-up lap, it's a warm-up marathon. Absolutely. It is definitely a warm-up marathon. Because, listen, I'm warmed up and ready to go, right? Been yapping enough to be ready. You know, didn't even have to do any tongue twisters today.
Yeah, I'm raring to go. I'm ready to talk about this series. I'm ready to talk about the gameplay. Yeah, you know, we'll see. We'll see how things end up breaking down. Yanni, I want to get your thoughts on a team. You've asked me about multiple teams. You've expected me to, you know, be the one for all the information. I want to get your thoughts on a team that is struggling in Group Ascend. If we're really going down, JD Gaming right now, really, you know, we've heard some things, you know, maybe in the pre-show before we went on the air. So, you know, what would your thoughts be on a team like JDG?
Man, when Xiaoshu is one of your best players, no offense to Xiaoshu, right? But on a team like this, when he's one of your best players, this is a very, very bad sign. I don't know what the hell is going on with Scout. Like, obviously, you could talk about all of the stuff that's surrounded him for the last year or so. If you really want to dig into that, maybe is that affecting him in some way? Maybe. I think it would affect a lot of people, but I really don't want to dig into that too much. The guy is just making silly mistakes. The thing that makes me really sad, and you know, even talking about it the last time I was asked about it, and I can't remember the last time I had this conversation. It was like in some meeting that we had or whatever. It gets me very sad when players of his caliber are just not playing up to their potential and what their level is, at least was in the past. And as an older player, you always start to wonder, is like, have the wheels finally fallen off the wagon? Do we need to put Scout out to pasture? And the more and more gameplay I see and the more and more mistakes I see, the answer starts to trend to yes, K-Man. However, the good news is for Scout is that regardless of how 2025 ends, he's probably bought himself enough goodwill in his career to at least get a shot in 2026. I don't know if it's going to be here. I don't know if it's going to be in Korea. It could be in the NA retirement home. Don't know. That would be pretty cool. It'd be pretty nice to see Scout in the NA retirement home. I'm not going to lie. You know, we'll take him. You know, it doesn't matter if he's washed, you know, gently used, heavily used. I don't care. You know, get him in. But I mean, you put it the best in one of your reviews. He just like died within like 2 minutes of like his first death and his second death, like side laning, just doing the silliest stuff, walking into unwarded brushes when he shouldn't. I just don't know what's up with this guy. The other guy, you know, Pays, has been carrying the team so hard, and Split 3 has not been kind to him. Heard there might be some communication problems that are plaguing the team a little bit. Again, can't really speak on the validity of that sort of thing, but I'd imagine that would heavily affect any player at all. Not everybody is like Ruler and is built for that. But I'm willing to give Pays a mulligan just because of how much work he was putting in earlier in the year.
Lot going on for JD Gaming. I want to give Scout fans some reprieve because I feel like it's not been a good year so far for them. So I want to give them something to alleviate some of the pain, at least a little bit. Scout was not good at all before the last, month and a half of the split last year as well in 2024. He was really struggling to find that form. He eventually got there, but it looks like we are leveling up as
we eventually got there. Let's go. We're in, and they are zooming through in this draft. A lot of the usual suspects getting taken off the board game, man.
Yeah, no surprises here. The Azir is a pretty permaban against Haichao. That was the case last year. It's the case this year. Things like Yone being taken away from Saber as well. Notably, of course, the Varus and the Vi, kind of necessary bans on red side. Mel's still disabled, so unavailable for today's games. But, things like Viego off the board as a carry for Xiaofeng. And so, it's really just going to be up to who can play the map better. And I think that is exemplified by what we expected here, which is a first pick Taliyah.
Yep, good takeaway for Haichao as well. So not going to be able to get that champion throughout this entire series. And now, see what the answer is for LNG. We saw Zika cook on the Rumble. I do wonder if they will pick it at some point in this early going. Obviously, if you go and you pick it with the Taliyah, having double AP can be problematic at times. It does look like they will lock in that Rumble appropriately. Again, we're not shocked about that.
Yeah, no surprises there. You want to get Zika on something he can dominate on. We just saw last series how much this guy can do in team fights on both Rumble and even on something like Renekton if he's given the opportunity to do so. So it makes a lot of sense. Also adding on the Wukong, you've already got this really dangerous team fight setup coming in from LNG. You've got a lot of options with the Wukong Engage, who, many would argue is one of the more consistent team fight engagers in the game right now. And then the Rumble Equalizer obviously coming in, but it's Ultra Prime doing the opposite, doubling down on a lot of the aggressive playmaking plays early. They're going to add their second global with Pantheon and a weak side tank on the top side that can still be useful with Sion.
Yeah, that kind of has somewhat of a global too with this ultimate, able to easily join any fight. I really like what both teams have put together so far. And, I like the hovers that we see out of Haichao right now. Either one, I think I'm in for. It just looks like that these teams are going to be ready and raring to go at level 6. It's just a matter of how are Ultra Prime going to attack LNG, and if Ultra Prime is going to say, hey, you know what, we'll back off on something. We don't like this play. We won't full commit to a full 5v5. We'll instead go for dink and dunk plays, get some picks, get big that way, and that's how we're going to win our fights later.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. You've got LNG indexing very heavily into all of this engage, into Annie, into Wukong, into the ability to set things up for more damage to come in later on in a fight. If Ultra Prime can avoid a lot of that engage or avoid a lot of the free initiation that is likely to come through from the side of LNG, it could be better, but a lot of bot laners taken off the board, of course, with topside selected. Yunara, Senna, Lucian off the board. Some of the more consistent either scalers or just early game team fighters, especially the Lucian getting taken away from Baya. I think it makes a lot of sense, but we talked about OVO bringing a lot of that aggression coming in, bringing kind of the playmaking aspect. We'll see if he wants to go for a playmaker or more of just your standard engage support. It looks like it's going to be that playmaker with the Rakan coming in, and it just doubles down on this engage narrative. You have so many ways to go on LNG.
Yeah, and it leaves the door open for Fish 1 to be able to take a Xayah in the back half for that good lane combo, but also the protection. We've talked about he's a guy that has had some positioning issues. I think that Ultra Prime banning out the Senna was a good shout, because that's a champion that he's able to kind of sit in the back on. And meanwhile, for Ultra Prime, they're going to go lock in that Kai'Sa, very dive-esque with the Pantheon. You're going to pair it up with your good buddy Rel to make sure that you're able to get to the back line and kill anyone who stands in your way.
Yeah, I mean, and it kind of hedges your bets in the late game as well. You've got the Taliyah and the Pantheon to be able to push forward, but sometimes we can see these comps just run out of steam, even with a gold lead, and especially here in Group Nirvana when fights are happening all the time anyways, it makes sense to really put your team in a position to win no matter what. But with the Xayah lock-in, it's all about team fights coming in for LNG. They are playing entirely for those 5v5s. Look at the amount of ways they have to start a fight and to push things forward. That's really what I want to highlight. It can come from anywhere on the map at any time, and that's something Ultra Prime with their, at times lackadaisical positioning. You talked about, members maybe being a bit uncoordinated in terms of when their engage patterns come in. If they're a little bit, worse at that in this game, I think LNG could do a really good job of punishing that.
Yeah, and for Ultra Prime, all they need to do is be able to punish these LNG solo laners, right? Because Zika and Haichao, not champions that are traditionally able to, escape sticky situations, right? You don't have an escape tool out of the Rumble or the Annie. These are champions that will also push up a little bit on side lanes when given the opportunity. So if you're able to go punish them, use these double globals to your advantage with the Pantheon, with the Taliyah. Get your leads that way because, again, you really don't want to face LNG in a straight-up 5v5 unless you have a gold lead. This Ultra Prime team can scrap a little bit, right? Especially if this Kai'Sa gets going. Like, they can 5v5, but if you try to take it straight up early at, like, a Grubs or a Dragon post-6, you are going to lose unless you get a really good angle.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't stress that enough. But the lucky thing for them is that they do have the priority in these lanes to get that gold lead going, to get a lot of that tempo on the map going. That's where they're going to need to pressure things. You know, we already highlighted that we needed to see a lot out of Junhao. This is the game for it.
All right, we are heading on to Summoner's Rift finally for our first game of the first series of the day. LNG Ultra Prime, let's do it. Please tell me we're getting some gyos. I don't hear them, bro.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be happening, unfortunately.
That's tough. So sad, so sad. But hey, what can you do? It's a little hard with the teams that are near the bottom of the barrel.
That's true. And our lower third is true as well, and I think it does highlight the point really well.
Started from the bottom, now we Hey, listen, he's undefeated. He is undefeated, right? This is
OVO is undefeated, I guess.
This is this is a true stat. Well, we'll see if
he's
gonna
get a chance to test it here.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna see a couple summoners get burnt up here. As Fish One taking the rough end of the trade, and listen, Rakan's laning prowess is not great, guys. Everybody says Kai'Sa's weak early, but this 2v2 is like very Kai'Sa and Rel favored very early.
Yeah, and we are seeing that already as Xiaoxia taking a lot of damage by it as well.
Why did he go in? I'm so confused.
Yeah, no, honestly, it is a little bit surprising. I think Xiaoxia missing his engage on the Rel definitely was a bit of a problem there for Ultra Prime. Execution still does matter quite a bit in terms of these skirmishes. We will have to see how it ends up breaking down. A lot of the big tools to go in were used unless they want to commit everything. Worth noting that Xayah does have Conqueror here, so, we'll see how these fights end up playing out from that regard. But after that early aggression, I don't imagine that it's going to be more coming in from both sides. It looks like it's just going to be the push coming in from Kai'Sa. Jungler's not in the area to be able to capitalize. Pantheon doing the pretty standard clear at this point down to the bot side.
Yep, and he's going to be a bit of a step ahead. He is on a ward, so LNG well aware of where he's going to be. He does have a little bit better ganking pressure power with that point and click stun, but given the state that the lanes are in, Junhao probably not going to do all too much early. And again, you're pretty fine with it if you're just doing ships passing in the night here, just as long as LNG is aware that, hey, if Pantheon hits level 6, we're not dying on side lanes. We're not doing silly stuff. That's how you're going to get behind. That's how you're going to lose.
I think that's a perfect point to put out because I really do think even these team comps, as much as we're talking about, okay, Pantheon Taliyah and things like that, as I'm interrupted.
Oh, Xiaoxia's just, is he going to die? Here we go. He's going to flash away. He will survive, so not going to ledger that first death. When he racks him up, it's not a good thing.
Yeah, I didn't really expect the Rel to step up there. I apologize for, talking over that play.
No, but, you're right, bro. It should not have happened.
Yeah, it was certainly an interesting decision there by Xiaoxia. Xiaofeng making his way down here. Baya is alone. This is diveable.
All right, Baya is going to stutter step a little bit. It's going to allow Xiaofeng to get close and deal some damage to him as he wants to get at least a little bit back, but nothing really doing there. Junhao has been spotted out on the Scryers, so he's looking for a pretty good flank here, stacking up that Pantheon active on that Q. OVO misses the knock-up, but is able to slide out there, so all that's done is you deny Kai'Sa a little bit of CS.
It's still worth it, I would say, as an investment coming in from Xiaofeng. He doesn't really lose anything by making that play happen. Baya might be in a little bit of a scarier position, but Who did we highlight in the pre-show, Yanni? Who did we talk about needing to make sure that he was in a good spot? Xiaoxia, in terms of how he played the early game, not exactly doing his AD carry any favors in that trade, as Xiaofeng making his way to the top side, just looking for that crab. Junhao will be here as well, and luckily with the push, it'll go in favor of Ultra Prime. So it will just be a trade, and coming out of that, all things end up equal somehow.
Yeah, which is absolutely crazy. Sure, you've got a small gold lead for LNG, but it's not really going to last too long. It's the advantage you get by having Rumble into the Scion here, and that's really all you're going to get. Sure, you've got a small lead in the jungle, but, you know, not super stressed out about that either, as the Dragon has spawned. So we've crossed it to the 5-minute mark here. I still, again, don't imagine we're going to see too much early action, at least until these junglers hit level 6.
Yeah, I think that's really the break point, is you're looking at level 6 for both of these teams being really important, with the double global coming in for Ultra Prime, the engage tools for Wukong, and Annie coming in for LNG as well. So I'm really going to be looking at this Grubs fight as to who is going to establish a lot of pressure early. I think a lot of that is going to be on Ultra Prime and whether or not they want to utilize their global advantage or even just their fighting power with things like Pantheon early, or if Ultra Prime are actually going to be able to, or I guess LNG, if they're going to be able to, you know, survive that early onslaught and be able to start building, you know, some resources themselves. The more this game stays stagnant, I think the more that favors LNG. So with the swaps coming up to the top side, LNG's bot lane matching Ultra Primes, we are definitely setting up for, you know, a potential Grubs fight in 2 minutes when those end up spawning.
And it looks like they're going to swap back here as well, as Zika, trying to put lane in a favorable spot for him, is going to get a rude awakening when the bot lane of Ultra Prime shows up. But again, you do end up losing a little bit every time you make these swaps. You really have to make them count, because say you bleed out a CS or two and it becomes problematic.
Yeah, you can't really afford to go super behind if you're either of the top laners or AD carries in this game. I mean, Sion obviously can afford it a bit more than the Rumble, but Zika really needs to, you know, keep the pressure up and make sure that he's not punished too much in this 2v1 scenario. Xiaofeng, though, starting up the Dragon. A bit risky with his bot lane on the top side, but the teleport is going to be coming in. Fish 1, though,
no.
in danger?
This is bad. This happens all the time. You leave your AD carry alone with a Scion, and bad things happen, as Fish 1 is forced to flash, but he flashed into the knockup. Zhang is not going to be able to finish him off, but the LNG AD carry will not be able to continue. Meanwhile, Ultra Prime has spotted out this Dragon. It's down to about 2,000 HP. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Saber wants to get into the fight. Haichao is stunned. OVO has to get out, but they're going to turn on Abaya as Zika is overheated. It is melting the team, and First Blood goes over to Haichao. Now they're going to look for Junhao next, as Tippers is in there, and he hops in and says, "Go, my friends, run away." A second kill going over to LNG. They take the Dragon too.
It's a huge fight win for LNG. Their level 6s are just a little bit better utilized in this fight, coming in especially from the two solo laners. Really well played, I would say, from both Zika and Haichao in terms of how this ended up breaking down. We're going to get a replay here, but, you know, as this whole fight happens, it's Ultra Prime who's initiating. Junhao flash engaging on the Haichao, but when the stuns come down right on top of the equalizer, this Pantheon can't really fight nearly as much. It looks like it's going to be okay, but with Baya completely chunked out of this fight, all of a sudden the damage is gone. Rel burns fast. Junhao has no more damage left, especially after some of the Pantheon nerfs, and that's a disaster for Ultra Prime. We talked about them needing to make plays early. Well, they made a play, and it did not go their way.
Yeah, and the plays that we were expecting are a Pantheon Ultimate and a Weaver's Wall to go do something on a side lane. Instead, they go and they play right into LNG's hands, right? And they play into these team fights, and now they're going to start up these Grubs. They're going to look to at least snipe away the first one, but Xiaofeng is here. Looks like Ultra Prime will be content with the one that they took. LNG will scoop up the last two.
Yeah, I think it's a worthwhile trade for Ultra Prime. You can't allow the Dragon 2 kills and 3 Grubs to go over to, you know, Rumble, Wukong, Xayah. That would be a bit of a nightmare early game. So at least getting one there is definitely a positive, but definitely still a little bit of a rough spot. It's already a 1.5k gold lead for LNG, and that's spread relatively evenly. We talked about Zika on the Rumble needing to generate that lead. I think he is definitely in a position to do that, but we'll have to see how they end up playing out the rest of this mid game. OBO continuing to pressure, but it should just be this bot lane now with Xayah hitting level 6 that ends up, you know, really grabbing that push that they maybe didn't have at level 1.
Yeah, and there's just leads everywhere for LNG, even in this bot lane where, you know, neither carry has really gotten in on the action. Obviously, Bio was in that fight, and Fish 1 got run down by Jiang, but you know, it's just a standard CS lead coming out for Fish One, right? And this was the consequence of a couple of these swaps. Zhao is going to make a flash play here. OVO is going to taunt up 2, but Junhao shows up to the party as well. Fish One, you're on the wrong side of the tracks, buddy. I don't really know what to tell you. You were cooked from the moment the fight started.
Yeah, that's how you're supposed to use the Pantheon in the early game with these aggressive plays. It's a nice engage from Ultra Prime. LNG understand that they win the 2v2 and just forget that there are a bunch of globals on the map to fight over, and unfortunately Fish One pays the price for it. We'll see how much that ends up mattering. Obviously, the kill going over to Baya is best case scenario, but we'll see what he can do. Is a little bit of a trade here.
Oh, yeah, Baya's going to die because of that. Yeah, this teleport's coming in. And you realized it a little bit too late. You're going to see Annie fly right by, and Haichao is looking to run this man down. OVO will land the knock-up and set him up and knock him down for Haichao.
Yeah, very, very big pickup there. Big mistake by Baya. You can't really overextend in that instance after being the one to get funneled some gold in the early game. You are the win condition. More fighting bot lane here. Yeah,
Zika overheated, so these auto attacks are doing so much damage. Xiaosha showing up to the bottom side, as is Xiaofeng. So we won't see any further fighting there, but in a minute 45, I'm sure we will see some more, K-Man.
Yeah, that was your, that was almost a group Nirvana moment. I expected Zika just naturally to drop the equalizer with how things have been going here.
I did too.
You know, he ends up backing off, you know, showing a little bit of restraint in the instance. You're right, though. Minute and 30 on the next Dragon here. It will be Cloud Dragon, so no Mountain or Cloud Soul this game for either team. LNG obviously want to keep stacking those. It's really, really good for their comp to be able to get to a late Dragon fight as early as possible, force some of these 5v5s in small chokeholds, and so if they're able to, you know, continue to control that space, that is a big deal, but by that point, we're going to see a lot of those ultimates back up for everybody on the map, so we'll see if Ultra Prime maybe want to make a counterplay. Saber just getting some plates on the top side.
And now you could think of like, oh, where do you attack next if you're Ultra Prime, right, with these double globals? Well, the problem is Zika's flash is going to be up very soon, you know, sooner than Junhao's ultimate. So, you know, I really don't know where you're going to attack next. You're going to have to force a flash out somewhere, and that usually means using one of these globals or having a sneaky play work out for you. And if you're using a global just to burn summoners, that's just not good enough, K-Man.
It's certainly not. It is not exactly, you know, what you want to do. OVO has a career 72.7% win rate. It does go to show that this is, you know, something that LNG hopefully can invest in. They have clearly put a priority on their development track with, you know, the promotion of Fish One and OVO coming in. But Zika, as you said, could potentially be a target.
This is how you burn summoners, but look who it is. It's OVO, baby. The MVP showing up and saying, hey, don't you dare dive my top laner. I don't know if Ultra Prime's going to listen or not. It looks like they will listen, and they will back off. I'm to scoop up that wave pretty easily as the 80 carries will do the duel. As Junhao looking to come in over the wall. He's just ulting in and backing.
That is a nightmare for Ultra Prime. That could not have gone worse. I think they just assumed that Fish One would kite back up into his own jungle, but of course he just kites back into his turret, as anybody would in that scenario. And that's a free dragon for LNG. That's the second Drake of the game, and Yanni, I already told you how important these dragons are for LNG to force these free chokehold fights later on in the game. This is a pretty big mistake, and now that summoner is gone as well, and you know, with Herald spawning in 2 minutes, that could be a lot of map pressure given over for free to LNG.
And you've got Pantheon Talia, and you're just not doing anything with it. Saber has ulted one time this game. Junhao, I don't even know if we count that one, bro. That was tough. I understand wanting to make this play right as the dragon's spawning, right? But even if you get the kill, right, you still lose the objective. It only makes you feel a little bit better. And again, as you pointed out, these chokehold fights later, it's going to be exactly what LNG wants. They're allowed to just kind of scale into this game for free, right? Xiaofeng's got his Trinity Force, hasn't really had any sort of resistance toward it. As you can see, Haichao is definitely unsure of whether or not it was safe to walk up there. Good sidestep, though, means he's A-okay. Oh, hold on. We might have members called out here. Xiaosha is going to get engaged on. The Cyclone doesn't quite knock him up. Xiaofeng, with the second one, will finally knock him up with that one, forcing the flash out of Xiaosha, taking him down below half HP.
Yeah, it's good to get the flash out of Rel. You know, Summoner's Spellbook will make that a little bit less punishing, but still really nice to be able to grab that Summoner. So we'll see how that ends up playing out here. Haichao just gets a lot of free gold on the top side. Teleport will need to be burned, and we have to trade bot lane. Jung's in trouble.
Yeah, the equalizer wasn't that great, but Zika is in the danger zone. He's going to try to melt him He wanted to backing off because he
the
realizes
flash.
this is not the fight for him. As Zhang is looking to be the 1v1 king. Can he get the job done? He's trying to get away. Zika will be able to walk out and survive. Oh, man, this is one weird 1v1s here, K-Man.
That's what we want to see out of Group Nirvana. We don't want to see controlled. We don't want to see, like, macro-oriented gameplay. We want to see these 1v1s. We want to see fights, and Junhao might be giving us that on the top side here as he once again looks to dive. Haichao is the target this time, though, but Xiaofang in the area. That makes this impossible.
Yeah, it's just more time that Ultra Prime is spending that they are unable to make any headway or progress in their game, right? And the longer that goes, the less effective this Pantheon is going to be, right? OVO wants a piece of it. He's going all the way in. He charms up 2 members over the top as Haichao doing good damage. So they managed to find Saber, and now they're going to look over to Junhao as well. Double teleports coming in as they chase down the Pantheon. Fishone looking to join the fight, but Junhao is already dead. It is a 2-0 in favor of LNG as they are running this game.
That is just a bit of an aggressiveness diff. You know, that's all I can really say. Ultra Prime trying to find some sort of advantage on Haichao on the top side of the map with him being potentially diveable. LNG, you know, scouting the play really well and just re-engaging. It's a free win for LNG with their setup, and this game is getting harder and harder for Ultra Prime to play. Not only have they lost almost every objective on the map as a team with Talia and Pantheon and that wants to play early, but they're in a position now where they have to walk into a 3-kill Annie, where they have to start checking brushes with a potential Rakan or a Wukong jumping on top of them. This is a very scary game moving forward for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, now it's just a matter of Haichao, right? Can he actually convert this? Take a look at this replay again. This is the only Rakan that I know that would willingly walk through Talia's Legos on the ground, right?
Yeah, you know, you don't often see a Rakan get more aggressive once Talia puts down the ground there, but OVO understanding that this is just a free fight win. Ultra Prime don't have the raw combat strength right now without those ultimates. Haichao in danger?
Haichao.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's just
dead.
deleted!
Well, the question was, can he convert? The answer is, well, not at least right now. Is Baya getting credit for that kill does make things a little scary here. We all know what LPL Kai'Sa can do. So Rift Herald is going to... Oh, run right into the wall! Nice job there by Saber. Hoping for a little bit more effectiveness out of these Weaver's walls, but listen, you'll take what you can get as Shelly appearing to have some problems here with this turret, unable to get the job done. Turret going down over on the top side there. Good job by Baez. We have first turret for that one.
Yeah, it's actually a really big swing in favor of Ultra Prime. Not that it completely eliminates any of the problems that they're under, but that was a really, really nice situation across the map. We'll see how Haichao ends up getting caught here. Just walks in to the Scion Q. Unfortunately, gets knocked up right into the ultimate, and, you know, with a lot of the other macro threats coming in, that he is going to get taken down. But that's a shutdown going over in favor of Ultra Prime. That's also blocking the advantage that you got from giving up Rift Herald. And so, overall, a pretty decent play. They do have to trade the bot tier 1 for it, and we're still pretty far behind in this instance, but gonna make another play.
Oh, what did I just witness, bro?
Absolute disaster is what you just witnessed, Yanni. This is maybe not going as Haichao intended. You know, unfortunately for Ultra Prime, even with that, that will be Soul Point going over to LNG. Making that play on the top side does give full credence for LNG to be able to take it here on the bottom side, but looks like they might have to trade top lane tier 2 to do it.
You know what? Honestly, that's fine. I think LNG is still fine with it, despite the fact that it's like, oh man, that's really horrible that this play happened. Like, again, you just give up the dragon. I don't. They have the right idea. Hey, we want to make these side lane plays, but they're just doing it at the worst times possible, K-Man.
We highlighted this. This team's macro is, you know, it leaves a lot to be desired, and I think we're seeing that here with the poor evaluation, I would say, of everything going on. Haichao once again walking up. Jung is in the area, so we'll see if he ends up falling for the trap once again. He senses the fear. He's got the heartbeat, you know, beating in the back of his head. He understands the danger that he might be in, so ends up not making the same mistake twice. But yeah, that's Soul Point for LNG. I mean, in 4 minutes, we're going to have a fight over Soul, and that is excellent for an LNG team that's not only still up in gold, even if the gold lead has shrunk, but is really good in those kinds of fights.
Yep. All needs is just a nice Rumble equalizer plus Wukong Cyclone, a little anti-ultimate for good measure. Honestly, you drop all the ultimates down, you kill people, and you win the game. And that's exactly what LNG is prepared to do. The question is, can Ultra Prime do anything to close this gold gap, to get some more gold on their carries? We do see Baya is on 2 items. He's probably not going to get to a third during that time unless something goes crazy well for Ultra Prime and really bad for LNG. He might just finish boots, and that's about it. But, you know, this Kai'Sa going to be quite formidable in this particular fight that'll be happening in just over 3 minutes. You know, and now this is the time where I really wonder, was barrier the right move? Because waiting through some of the CC, you know, the Rakan charm and the anti-potential stun, I know they're not all guaranteed like a regular, you know, charm on a basic ability or anything, but this is worrisome.
Yeah, especially for a champion like, you know, Kai'Sa, who has to be in the action in order to really make a big difference. Otacon has spawned as well, worth noting at the 20-minute mark here. Saber respecting the fact that LNG are putting resources down here, but definitely one of those things that you have to watch out for. And if we're going to hype up Baya, we have to talk about Fish 1. Not been
Fish
involved
0
yet, but right now LNG doesn't care. They're starting up the Otacon, and they're bursting this down. We'll see if Ultra Prime want to make a counterplay.
Here we go. All right. They have vision, so they know what's going on here. Weaver's Wall coming through to cut off Ultra Prime. Oh, Saber will at least put the wall down. All right, let's see what Ultra Prime's got. 3,000 HP, getting lower and lower. Sion coming through, doing a lot of damage to Fish 1. Fish 1's got to try to get out of there. Shootout gets away from the Otacon. A mess of a fight on both sides, and Otacon secured for LNG as Xiaofeng's trying to get out of there. Baya gets the kill, but will he be able to survive? Trying to get back to the rest of his team.
Baya
dodges the knockup as Baya is playing so well in this fight, and LNG has been completely wiped. Zeka trying to get out as Saber will chase him down, get him with the seismic shove, and the rest of the squad hops on top. And there we go, Ultra Prime.
They don't get the Otacon, but they get everything else in the fight. It's massive for Ultra Prime. It's really poorly executed by LNG, who allow their carries to get demolished at the start of the fight by the Sion and all the damage coming in right onto the backline. But Ultra Prime capitalizing really well, and we highlighted Baya. No third item, no problem, as he is able to really step up here. The equalizer is very early, but at this point, Fish 1 is out of this fight. Haichao gets ulted on by Junhao. Your two main damage dealers are not involved in this at all. Luckily for Xiaofeng, despite how low he still is able to grab the Otacon. It would have been a nightmare if that wasn't the case, but despite all of the pressure coming in onto Baya, OVO ends up missing the knockup when it matters the most, and he ends up falling. It's the Kai'Sa that prevails. It's Ultra Prime who ends up putting themselves in a great spot, and with Dragon spawning up soon, they could have just given themselves a second life.
Yep, now up a couple hundred gold. Again, they don't have that Otacon, and there's quite a few Spirit Petals on the side of LNG. Not really making too much of a difference in the experience department. In fact, Zhang is up a level on Zeka. It's about half a level, we'll call it, as he'll be digging to 14 very soon. But you already see a lot of map movement going on as everybody's congregating around this mid lane with 35 seconds until this dragon came in.
This is a huge, huge turning point in the game. Ultra Prime doing a good job of establishing, you know, their pressure here, trying to get as much vision as possible, but they've not been able to clear out all of LNG's vision, which is very crucial depending on how they want to play this final fight. If they can get their ultimates off, if they can start controlling that area, that zone, it's going to be a big problem for Ultra Prime. So keeping your pressure up, making sure you have shove in the mid lane is essential here, which Saber is absolutely doing.
And none of these players have flash right now, K-Man. And with the amount of CC that you see on either of these sides, a small misstep is certain death. Soldier Prime has started the dragon up as Xiaofeng looking for a crazy flank, maybe going to try to get in the back of the pit here, start to surprise some people as LNG look to move their way down. He is in that sneaky part of the pit, waiting for him to just go right over and hit a Cyclone on a multiple members. There's that Weaver's Wall just cutting off LNG, but again, they're not bursting the dragon right now. It's just getting slightly low. Xiaofeng, perfectly timed, waiting right on top of Baya. See you later, AD carry. Xiaoshu going to be the next target. He will burn away. They'll turn onto Junhao next, and he will go down. Zhang can only try and cry as he falls too. Soul secured for LNG, and that could be the knockout blow.
It's a gorgeous flank from Xiaofeng. He understands he's exactly not on vision because, as we mentioned before that fight, it wasn't really great vision control coming in from Ultra Prime. They did not do a good enough job of securing the area. The Wukong is allowed free passage into the pit, and from that point, the engage is dynamic. The Wukong ends up completely blowing up the fight. Baya, who has all the gold on Ultra Prime, has no chance to even play the game. So, big credit to Ultra Prime, or to LNG rather, obviously not Ultra Prime in this instance, but you know, big credit to them for executing. You can see it's just immediately right on top of the two primary targets. OVO with a really nice follow-up, and you know, Baya being the main target. Even the Xiaoxia ult cannot save him at that point with the Kaisa gone. It is over, and Soul has now been acquired. And it's not just a Soul, it's Ocean Soul for a team with Wukong, for a team with Rakan. This is a big problem, I would say, overall for Ultra Prime, and just as they fought their way back into the game, it looks like they might have given it away again.
The creativity on this Wukong, A1. You knew it, you saw it coming from a mile away, but if you're locked in the game, you're like, damn, how did we miss that one? Baron now spawning here, LNG, have complete purchase of the map. They're congregating around this Baron. Two members of Ultra Prime are in the mid lane. It looks like they're just waiting for somebody to walk up when they really shouldn't. So Rumble gonna go get this giant wave shoved in. Now he's gonna deal with Xiaoxia, who's in the middle of no man's land right now. Weaver's Wall gonna come through to at least cut off the rest of LNG, and we have a teleport coming in from behind. We have a play that's being made by Ultra Prime because the members are split. Rumble gonna drop that equalizer, trying to make big plays, but OVO gets in there for a big taunt, and now the question is, can Fish One get the damage out and stay safe? He manages to take out one, and he's looking for other targets. Junhao trying to deal with the Rumble, but he just can't, and down goes Talia. Down goes Ultra Prime. It is an ace for LNG.
It looks like it might actually be a potential play made for Ultra Prime, but again, the Rakan can enter that action so quickly, and unfortunately, no AD carry, no win, as Baron is started up here by LNG. This should absolutely be free. That's Ocean Soul, that's Baron, that's everything on the map going in favor of LNG. Hope we get a replay of that, because one thing I really want to highlight is Haichao in that fight, who essentially just 1v1s Baya off the map on the Annie. No AD carry, no ability to fight. Even the Pantheon at that point is not going to be nearly enough to peel off. So, you know, really well played by LNG, and it's them understanding their win conditions really well and utilizing the power of Rakan, who can dive in. Again, we're going to get the replay here. An aggressive play that feels like it needs to be made for Ultra Prime. They don't want to sit back and just lose, but they go immediately on top of the Rumble. They hope to burst him down. Rakan just gets to this fight so early, but Haichao with the flash immediately on top of Baya, and from this point, it's not winnable for Ultra Prime. With the 80 carry down, you can't play. So, you know, really well executed by LNG, and just goes to cement the lead that they've been able to generate and really push this game towards its conclusion.
And if you're taking a look at the Rumble, you can just see plus 86, plus 53, plus 32. He just keeps healing off this Ocean Soul. Like, a squishy member, right? He's got a little bit of health, but again, not really, you know, Rumble ain't a tank. And when you get on top of him and you can't burst him out because there's an Ocean Soul, that's when you have to realize, as a jungler specifically, you know what? Perhaps I may have bungled this game a little bit. Bungled it the way they have, as LNG is in complete control. We've seen crazy throws in our time in the LPL here, K-Man. I don't know if this is going to be one of them.
This would certainly be, but I just saw the minimap. Baya's ulting.
Oh, hang on. Haichao is still alive, but he will finally fall as OVO can't save him. But guess what? Rumble shows up to the party. Everybody else shows up to the party as Baya will fall as well. Down on the bout side, Fish One trying to deal in a 2v1, but look, he's healing. He's still alive, and he manages to find Zhang. He's going to pull the feathers back to slow up Xiaoxia as well. He's kiting in the opposite direction. But yes, the boys have shown up to party. Give Fish One the triple, please. No, he won't. Xiaofeng will clean up the last kill. Saber is down. Ultra Prime are down. They've got the wave. LNG should march it down for the win.
Ultra Prime didn't want this game going on too much longer. A very strange 3v2 fight in the mid lane ends up closing it out in favor of LNG from start to finish. They controlled the pacing of this game. One small hiccup in the middle, but outside of that, great look in game one from LNG.
Absolutely. They were the team that had direction. Ultra Prime directionless, and guess what, K-Man? We should have known. Xiaoxia, 5 deaths. We should have known that they were not going to win this game when he dies so much. 5 isn't even that bad, man, but Yeah, this is really, really a tough look out of Ultra Prime because this is a team that even in Split 2, we had some excitement around, right? They were a team that was in Nirvana that was like, hey, you know, this team looks like there's some really good qualities about them. And between Split 2 and Split 3, it just feels like it's not there anymore.
Yeah, it is. It's rough. I think that's a fair way to put it. I don't think we're looking at a good situation, all things considered, for Ultra Prime coming out of that game. I think really it just kind of fell apart in those first exchanges. Really, even just the first Dragon fight is when things kind of just got off the rails. Pretty unsalvageable from that point for the team, but you know, hopefully they end up learning from that, maybe opting into something that's a bit more forgiving from a comp perspective and less reliant on those early game skirmishes. It could be something nice going into game 2.
Yeah, and I mean, this was really well orchestrated. How about OVO? OVO was great this game, right? We didn't really sing his praises too much. We were just like, but anytime a fight started, we're like, there's OVO again, doing things, causing a ruckus, and, you know, 90% kill participation in that game came in. I mean, this seems like an easy MVP to me. I know it's a little early in the MVP, you know, post game, but I'm willing to stake my claim on it right here.
I think if Haichao hadn't been caught in side lanes multiple times,
Agreed.
maybe we have a different conversation here.
Agreed.
But, you know, with those plays happening, I agree with you. This Rakan was absolutely massive. I think part of that is just his ability to be able to join whatever fight was necessary. But what did we talk about for OVO in the early game, or in the pre-show? What did we highlight as his main strength for this team? His willingness to fight. And it's the willingness to walk over Talia, you know, ground without worrying that the engage is going to go awry. It's the willingness to jump in right on top of the main tank to peel for his top laner in the final fight. It's the lack of being scared. It's the absence of fear that ends up making him a true difference maker for this team, and we really saw that here.
Without a doubt, K-Man. I mean, again, I just think of that Talia play. I know we just talked about it, but like, that is just something you do not see Rakan do, right? They're just like, oh, you know, I'm gonna go get stunned up. He's just like, what stun? I didn't hear no stun. It's because he flashed through it. He's like, you can't stun when I flash, and he got to the other end, and no, it is what it is. You're just gonna lose there. I mean, we're gonna take a look at the damage charts here. I feel like Fish One got in a lot of damage late in that game. This is the fakest 25.8k damage I've seen in my life, bro. Like, listen, I'm not trying to roast this guy or anything. It wasn't a fantastic game. He really felt like he was along for the ride in this one.
My guy did not get a 1v2, 1v3 kill on the bottom side of the map at the end of the game to just be disrespected in the post game. We're ignoring the fact. We're ignoring all of the nets.
Well, then I'm going to choose to ignore he got a 1v3.
It's home field advantage. It's Fish 1 with Ocean Soul. Really, at that point, how can you really expect anything else coming in from him? So you gotta start to open your mind to all the possibilities, Yanni.
Bro, I hadn't even thought of that, bro. That bro was in his element the entire time, and we did not know until it was over. This is why he did the most damage. It's like in season 1 of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? You play on the ocean field. Your ocean monsters get extra attack. That's where all the extra damage came from, K-Man.
Yeah, honestly, a bit unfair of the LPL.
Yeah, this was I'm always gonna think of this right here. This play, by the way, with this game, and when I think, how did Fish One do this game? I'm gonna think of that. Unfortunately.
Yeah. I don't blame you. Not exactly the finest moment from the Xayah in the entire world. Fish One does flash in there to pick up a kill. Unfortunately, this play is doomed at this point, and so more just trying to salvage as much as possible. I think the main takeaway here was that while this play was disastrous for LNG and could have absolutely been game-ruining, thankfully, Xiaofeng actually got the Otacon. I think things could have been very different if that did not end up happening. That could have been the equalizer Ultra Prime needed. But really, I talked about this when we were setting it up. Vision control is so important in this particular section of the game. No ward in the pit on the bush when there's a Wukong on the enemy team is completely unacceptable from Ultra Prime as a setup. You can't allow that to happen, and it really cost them the game.
Yeah, and they had a ward up in the top side of the jungle too, so you know he's not there. Like, you don't see him with the rest of the squad. You know he's not to your right. Where is he, K-Man? It's Schrodinger's Wukong. He is in the bush and not in the bush at the same time, and that was really game-breaking. That was where you knew, yeah, it felt like LNG was putting this one away and wrapping a bow on it. Everything else was just a formality. I mean, this fight, listen, if they don't have Ocean Soul, this is such a good look. The problem is, K-Man, they had Ocean Soul.
I think even without Ocean Soul, and you maybe trade, Zika on the top side here, it maybe looks a little bit better, but with Baya being taken out by Haichao, who did a great job to just flash and focus him, like, I can't really see that fight being a full win for Ultra Prime. So much of their gold was on Kai'Sa, and that's really what it comes down to in the draft for me as we move into game number 2. They index themselves into, yes, a dive comp where you can dive with Pantheon and, Rel and Kai'Sa and create opportunities there. I do believe that's worth noting, but a comp that if you lose in the early game, it's Kai'Sa or bust. And when you have such a short-range champion into all of this engage coming in from the side of LNG, it's just really difficult to execute on that kind of playstyle. I think they gave themselves too hard of a win condition, and I'd like to see something simpler.
Yeah, I think the really sad thing is they should not have lost in the early game, right? You've got this Pantheon that's such a strong pick. You have this Talia that can go and create man advantages, and they just don't do that. They don't create any man advantages. You don't do anything to play around your either the Rel side that has CC or the Scion side that can go and knock somebody up with an ultimate, right? And, credit to LNG, they didn't really present too many situations where they allowed Ultra Prime's comp to really go and make that play. But there were a couple of opportunities that we saw throughout the game that they were just unable to capitalize on. I think back to the Pantheon ultimate that landed, over in the chickens, right? His GPS was not calibrated for that one. And that was really the story of the game for Ultra Prime, I think.
Well, let's not forget the Pantheon ult onto the top side to kill Haichao when third dragon was spawning as well, when Soul Point was spawning to just give that
was
over
really bad too.
For free. Like, it's a lot of decisions in this game ended up going against Ultra Prime, I would argue, but there were plenty of, okay, we have to make a decision in this moment, and it's clear we're just not very good at doing that. Don't ask yourself to do it going into game number 2, but looks like we're getting our MVP here.
Okay. You know what? Listen, I think throughout the game, OVO definitely better, but when you talk about key impact moment, it was Xiaofang. So I'm totally fine with this player of the game. This is an ethical player of the game. Your thoughts?
I agree. I think there were multiple parts in this game that Xiaofang did the absolute necessary thing to win. Of course, getting behind the rest of the team on the Wukong, like, this is the game-winning play for LNG, and Xiaofang is obviously the one who ends up making it. Worth noting, he also gets the smite down on Otacon, which, like I said, I really do think makes this play a lot easier for them as well. A lot of big moments coming in from him, a lot of clutch moments during these setups, and the Wukong ended up making the pick worthwhile and really showcasing what Xiaofang can do. We saw him last time against Ultra Prime have a really good series. It looks like he's off to that one again.
Yep, and we love an ethical MVP, a strong MVP. You know what else we love, K-Man? We love our coffee subscribers. And if you'd like to support LPL English, you should consider becoming a coffee member, right? Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading our broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays the on-air talent and our content creators. If you subscribe to our coffee, which should be linked in the chat right now, you can unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Shout out everybody on the screen right now, but you get special shout outs in the end if you are the absolute GOATs. We want to thank everybody who has been here and supporting us there and supporting us in the chat, especially through what was a bit of a marathon of a pre-show that took a while to get into Game 1. But we're not going to waste any more time. We're going to go ahead and take a break. And when we return, we'll hopefully get into draft faster for Game 2 than we did in Game 1. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. Yanni and K-Man still giving you all the action with LNG up 1-0 on Ultra Prime. And K-Man, what day is it? I think it's Friday. Might be Freaky Friday, man, because it feels like LNG and Ultra Prime have completely swapped up positions, man. It's something, man. But, you know, it's bad.
It's a lot. It's a lot. I think that's a fair way to put it, Yanni. I think that there's a lot going on with these two teams, and we'll see how things break down into Game 2. We're already into draft, but, you know, we wanted to touch upon the fact that Ultra Prime, you know, not exactly a team that does their best under the harshest of conditions. This is a team that has gained a bit of a reputation in the past for potentially having an avenue to get into the play-in stage or to potentially be Group Ascend team both this year and last year, and never really making the most of it. We'll see if they can break that pattern and stay alive here in Game 2.
Yep, and once again, a lot of the usual suspects coming up for picks and bans. And all right, so what do we need to see out of Ultra Prime here, bud? Because, like, dude, this team was tough to watch. Like, this looked like me playing Flex Q with some of the other casters.
I need to see something a lot more easy to, like, Kai'Sa's a great champ, and I think Kai'Sa has a lot going for her, and Baya, I think, is a good Kai'Sa player. I want to see the Lucian. I want to see Lucian Braum. I want to see something that just wins 2v2, that can just push forward in the game. We saw them with early tempo, but we didn't really actually get to see them win. And, you know, now we see Ultra Prime back on the blue side and still investing into champions that can skirmish and fight early. They want to get that gold lead, and Xin Zhao very much going to be the option here. I believe Trundle is the only different ban here out of the first phase. Varus being banned on blue side is never, you know, ideal for Ultra Prime, but might be because they want to invest in a lot of these big fights.
Yeah, well, you know what? You don't need to have great macro play this season, right? Compared to Pantheon, where, you know, we saw a lot of the pitfalls here. We're going to see an instant lock of Skarner here on R1. Are we returning to the days of Skarner being the most broken champion in the LPL? Because those were dark days, my friend.
They were dark indeed, but luckily for us, it just seems to be Xiaofeng who wants to prioritize this champion very highly. This is not the first time that they have R1'd Skarner throughout this split already, so it makes sense there. They want to pair it with something that can be proactive. The Aurora makes a lot of sense. I like that duo. Again, LPL Aurora has been more successful than any other region throughout this year in terms of how that champion has performed, but if you want to pair something up with the Xin Zhao, Ryze, of course, being one of Saber's most played picks, you know, I would expect that over something like a Victor. That might be a little bit more also up Saber's champion pool. But unfortunately, Yanni, you asked for the assassins, you asked for the big carries for Saber. You're going to get the mage instead.
Yeah, we're going to get his top two played on the year. And you know what? There's not really that much wrong with it, but it's just, I got to see it, man, especially because, you know, you're in such a weird spot right now as a team. I mean, You're currently 1-4. What you're doing is not working. LNG has crushed you in this first game. Let's be honest. This game was only close because of that Otacon play. I mean, you are in danger of your season potentially going up in smoke. And any hopes you have of getting out of the bottom, if you can't beat LNG, guess what that means? It means you're the bottom team. And if you're the bottom team, you're the one that's getting farmed.
Yeah, and no one wants to be the team that's getting farmed in Group Nirvana. Don't ask RNG and OMG how that's going right now. So, you know, you don't want to be that team. Not well at all. So, you know, we'll see how that ends up going. Renekton is going to be the lock-in. Zika just had an incredible Renekton performance. I'm not going to try and call things out, but LNG picked up their first win of the split in the previous series, and Zika popped off on Rumble and Renekton in those two games, you know, so certainly something to think about.
What does Zika play in the first game?
Oh, I'm pretty sure it was Rumble.
Oh man, he was cooking them, and now he's going to be cutting them up. Bro, he's just doing his summer barbecue arc. He cooks them and then he cuts them up. He serves them to the people. He serves dubs to the people of LNG. Let's see if that continues. A flurry of 80 carries banned in the second half here. Lucian, Ezreal biting the dust. So is Yunar. Man, I hate seeing Lucian banned. It's my favorite champion. I love casting Lucian, man.
And unfortunately, these teams like playing Lucian. So
he's just so damn strong.
Staying on the ban list. Yes.
If you're on the balance team and you heard that, no, you did not. Continue.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear anything. I don't know what you're talking about, but Now we've got some priority support picks. Usually when you see a lot of the big ones taken off in Game 1 and Alistar still available, you see that prioritized pretty heavily. You know, that, Nautilus, Leona, all still available if they just want to go for these more, you know, regular tanky engagers. And again, for OBO, it's a player or a champion that he can just be aggressive on, that he doesn't have to worry too much about, like, oh, is this the right or wrong time? If they go, they can go. They have Skarner ult to follow it up. Renekton could potentially be diving the mid line here, and there's going to be a lot of problems, but Ultra Prime, they saw a little bit of the hyper carry action in game number 1 with the Kai'Sa. See if they want to repeat that. It's the Braum, actually, is the lock-in here.
Yeah, a solid Braum pick here. Really like it. Get to slow up this Alistar, this Renekton, this Skarner, and make it really easy on your triple melees that you have over on your top side. I do wonder what kind of AD carry you'll follow it up with. A lot of the really safe, self-sufficient options are gone. But I feel like Sivir would fit very well into this composition. Anytime that you can speed up your melee champions and allow yourself to be left alone in a lane is totally fine.
This is the obvious choice for me. I don't really think you could go in a lot of other directions. You want that safe AD carry that can still be useful in the late game. Sivir fills that bill, and Baya has a lot of success on Sivir. At the very least, has played a lot of Sivir. Maybe not the success, but has very much at least, you know, piloted the champ. But it's going to be a hyper carry as an answer here with the Jinx on the other side. We've seen what Fish 1 can do on the Jinx. Yanni, this is looking awfully familiar to a game 2 that I might have watched the previous night.
Yeah, bro, this is looking a lot like a game 2 that I literally watched before we hopped on because, listen, I had a busy day of work and everything like that. It's tough out here sometimes, but yeah, this LNG composition just seems like exactly what they would want, right? You have your late game insurance policy, you've got a strong early game Renekton, you've got engage out of your jungle and support, you've got a nice mid game champion in this Aurora with a lot of zone control. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic, right?
Yeah, I think it is a lot. It makes a lot of sense for LNG just to feel comfortable going into this game. I will say for Ultra Prime, I think they have more opportunities in this game to push advantages. While the last game they really relied on their solo laners being able to win early and actually, you know, develop that pressure so the Pantheon can play more aggressive. I think you have more ways to play through bot lane. And with the Ryze ult still coming in, you still have that macro presence. If the Xin Zhao can get ahead, you can still get that gold lead. There are a lot of parts of this game where it's like, okay, if they're fighting from neutral, is it not just, you know, Xin Zhao and Bessa diving in with Sivir on the backline? Like, you know, that's going to be something that I think you're looking at for Ultra Prime, but you're right. The comfort for LNG hopefully can, you know, shine through for them, and we'll see if, you know, game number 1 can be a bit of a fluke for Ultra Prime in terms of their macro.
Maybe, K-Man, maybe. Interesting thing to note about Ultra Prime is that they kind of have it all except for, like, actually getting into some of these fights. Their engage is a little wishy-washy sometimes. They've got good counter engage. You can kind of get in with Ambessa sometimes, but they've got a lot of scaling on their side coming through with the Ryze, with the Sivir, and a lot of early game power themselves. It's just a matter of their early game strength can bust through the tankiness that you're going to see out of Xiaofeng and OVO in some of these fights.
That is the question, whether or not they can break the tanks. I think you're going to have to do it early and often, and you're going to have to be able to make it count. And OVO is going to be a big piece of that.
Well, he's now 3-0. You saw last game he was 2-0. He won, and you know what that means? He's 3-0. And it's always God's plan. As Ultra Prime look to move in, they will just get a ward down. And, you know, just know where Xiaofeng wants to start, right? And, you know, helping out with early jungle tracking, always strong, especially because Skarner is one of these champions that can really cut on mobility, right? And can take these really creative angles and surprise you and pick up a lot of early kills if you're not careful.
Yeah, you don't want to make mistakes here if you're Ultra Prime. Unfortunately, they've made quite a few of them over the course of this split. But if you can play calm and controlled and, you know, make sure you play to your power spikes, I think you're going to be just fine as this game
Yeah, bro, I was
moves
screwing Nirvana.
forward.
I'm sorry.
Oh. Yeah, so,
Yeah.
you know,
got a
OVO
high
really
KP.
looking good. And we're seeing that in the bot lane 2v2. Don't forget how this 2v2 went in game number 1 early on, with Xiaoxia actually making quite a few mistakes on the rel, getting the flash forced early by playing overly aggressive. They do still have push in this lane. Like, this is always going to be in favor of Braum and his combat power at level 1. Certainly something worth noting. Not that Jinx or Alistar can really do anything about that. But we'll see if those mistakes still end up coming in.
All right, this is very interesting positioning out of Fish 1 here. So you elected to fade up to the river. You don't lose anything for it, but it's a choice to make. But yeah, again, this is something that we totally expected, right? Just because we know that Sivir is going to shove you in very easily and get in a little bit of chip damage here and there too. So, you know, in the end, right, we're not going to see too much in the way of the 2v2, I don't think. I think we'll start seeing, you know, the roams really be a big factor for guys like OVO and Xiaoshu this game.
Yeah, I think for the Alistar in particular, it's important to get out on the map and make sure that things aren't, you know, going poorly for your mid laner. We'll see how that ends up playing out. A little bit of a decent trade on the top side. Both of these players are very familiar with their champion. Zika, you know, I can pull up the stat here. He has to have Renekton as one of, if not his most played champion of all time. This is really kind of the signature Zika pick that you think of, going back to his, you know, Worlds LNG days from many, many moons ago. So, you know, that and the Jax, I think, is kind of what I think of him for. So we'll see if he can continue to pilot it, be a big threat in the early game, and be a team fight threat, because this might be the only winning lane, at least early on, for LNG to be able to push through.
Yeah, I want to know what happened up here, because he's got a massive lead right now. He's got, what, 9 CS lead? And even if Zhang gets these 3, like, it's still a 6 CS lead. That's kind of crazy. Xiaofeng has spotted out Junhao here. Don't expect too much in the way of dueling power, although Skarner, well, listen, when your health bars aren't that high, he does have plenty of damage, as he will force the Ultra Prime jungler away.
Yeah, it's going to delay Junhao at least a little bit, but with him being able to get the crab, it's not really all that consequential. He'll just head to the bot side and make sure to trade this off. I like the idea from Xiaofeng looking on the top side because of this Renekton, and then, you know, making sure to kind of at least disrupt what the Xin Zhao is doing. But you're absolutely right. The top lane advantage was noteworthy. I think it's also worth noting that Fish 1, despite being pushed in and, you know, really, you know, not having lane prio in this 2v2, is equal, if not up in CS throughout this entire process. So that's what you want to see from the Jinx. You want to see her continue to stay online. See if that continues to happen. They are sending the Jinx back into the bot lane, so no 4.5-minute swap coming in for LNG, at least right now.
Yeah, and honestly, why would you, right? It seems like Zeka is having a really good time up here against Zhang. Just getting the better of him when it comes to CS. Zhang opting into a cloth armor to try to mitigate some of this damage that Zeka is dealing against the double longsword. It does make it a little tough, but he seems to be sustaining quite okay.
Yes, the Renekton's not going to have too much trouble here. Mbessa, especially going down early, is going to be in a really rough spot. We'll see if Zhang can actually stabilize. I think it's worth calling out that we haven't exactly seen the most consistent late games from Zhang. He really is a lane-focused player, and so he's going to go down early, especially on a champ like Mbessa. We'll have to see how that ends up impacting the game, but no early dragon, at least not right now, in the same way that we got in the previous game. Just going to be some trades and, you know, some general patterns back and forth, but it is Cloud first dragon, so that's something worth noting. Maybe a little bit less prioritized than the Mountain the previous game. Grub's still spawning in 2.5 minutes, though, so we'll likely see some pressure on the top side soon.
Yeah, Junhao is going to clear out the Scrump, and he might show up top, but given the fact that there's a ward down, I can't imagine he'll be able to make any hay, especially because Xiaofeng is fading up there too. We do see Saber moving up, so there is potential for a multi-man play here, as they are certainly looking for it. The Realm Warp is going to get popped. Good flash from Zeka. So he's just trying to get away. Meanwhile, over on the bottom side, we're going to see a 2v2 break out here as OVO in a little bit of trouble. The heal used by Bias. Fish one trying to get up in his mitt, in his face, but what is he doing? He got tagged by the Braum, and he's just dead. Meanwhile, Wonjong on the other side here is going to die to a roam of Hai Xiao and Xiaofeng. It's a 1-for-1 when the dust settles.
Oh, Yanni, we are back. We are so back to making mistakes. It is everywhere on the map. It is so consistent. Fish 1 with one of the most aggressive flashes I have seen in quite a long time, tagged by the Braum and choosing to go in. Very interesting play. OVO obviously not being a part of that. Junhao having to flash.
Yeah, here comes the teleport coming through from the Braum as well, and Hai Xiao is going to get rooted up here. He's going to trade a little bit back on the Saber, but he's really running out of mana, and he's starting to run out of space here because Xiaofeng can't help him out. The chase down is here. He'll try to slow up Saber.
Saber slowed.
Will be able to hop away. Xiaoxia could not catch up in time, so good job there by the LNG jungler to make sure his mid laner gets out alive.
I mean, it's a good job by LNG to be able to retreat, but once again, it's a lot going on. We're going to have to see what ended up happening here. Just Junhao looking for an exchange. You know, he felt like he would be able to pick up the kill, just wasn't quite capable of doing that, having the flash out, not burning the flash onto the Skarner. Also very, very noteworthy.
Oh, I don't want to see this again, bro.
This bot lane 2v2. It's a nice knock-up into trap combo coming in from the Alistar and the Jinx, but OVO gets very low, and at this point, he's quite afraid. He ends up getting the stun off, but the miscommunication coming in. It's clear that Fish1 wants to try to commit for the kill. OVO is already completely backed out. If you don't have both of them committing to that play, it's just not going to happen. So ends up being a bit of a problem for LNG, and that's not what you want to see for two players that have played together in the LDL already.
Yeah, that is a very worrying sign. We'll see if LNG's bot lane are able to right the ship a little bit. This could be the moment where Baya on the Sivir really starts to impose their will, given the fact that they got a BF sword. They're up in CS now, and you're getting zoned off pretty hard. It's going to be really hard.
It's going to be tough indeed. Certainly not an easy game state, but
the creative pathing. Okay, he couldn't quite get him up on the wall as Saber is looking to try and dance around here. He'll move over to Junhao. Looking to turn this one around. The Impale is there. Onto him when it becomes lightning going to land too. There's just a lot of auto attacks onto the Scar. Looking to actually take him out, but guess what? You can't. Oh, wait, hold on. Xiaosha, he flew in. OVO gets there, and he knocks away Saber into the Super Mega Death Rocket. What the heck? This is awesome. Now, the problem is OVO is probably dead, but he made a really sick play there.
That was huge from LNG. That play looked very, very doomed from LNG, but it's a really nice roam from OVO. It's perfectly timed. He gets there just in time to salvage Xiaofang and Haichao's health bars, and what a rocket from Fish1 picking up the kill there. Those are kills on two really big priority targets, the Aurora and the Jinx for LNG, but worth noting, that is now 2 kills for Baya on the Sivir. As we get a replay here, you correctly called it, Yanni. No stun off of this charge in from Xiaofang makes this play a lot more difficult. Saber actually is just kind of able to dance on them and survive for a little bit longer than maybe you would want. Once Junhao is in, and once this Impale goes wide onto the Rise, this is a very difficult play for the Skarner. Xiaosha is here, but with OVO following in quick succession and not being able to take down the Skarner, all of a sudden things get very, very dangerous. It's a great flash from OVO. Junhao getting bursted down by the damage from Aurora and from Skarner, and that super mega death rocket blowing up the backline. Overall is a good play for LNG, and they're going to benefit by getting grubs out of it, but Zhang now ulting Haichao.
Yeah, Haichao was able to escape with his life down to about half HP, but yeah, man, that's just an incredible headbutt, K-Man, because that rocket was already in transit. He saw that rocket and said, that one's not going to land. Hang on, I can fix that. And, yeah, that's an assist that it shows up on the stat sheet, and you're like, he should have gotten at least 2 assists for that. But, yeah, you know, really turning around the play, because that, as you said, did look very doomed. And now Grub's in the back pocket of LNG here for their strong side laners. You know, you get to take it away from Ultra Prime strong side laners too. Overall, very, very good for LNG.
I completely agree. I actually could not agree more. LNG in a pretty good game state here, all things considered, especially with where the gold is going. We talked about Fish1 and OVO maybe not having the best synergy in that 2v2, you know, making up for it very much so in the mid game here. But as we crest over to the 10-minute mark, Dragon's still on the map here. Cloud's still available. No team has, you know, taken that first Dragon. This will be, you know, not really a sole prioritized game. Xiaofang, though, looking for Saber once again.
Okay, Xiaofang couldn't quite get in there, and he waits on the Impale. That means that Saber was able to flash out. This is the poor execution of certain plays that we've seen out of LNG for most of Split 3.
I think, unfortunately, every part of that play was bad for LNG and for Xiaofang, who ends up going over the wall, not even getting, you know, the slam into the Rise. And he does force the flash, which is really ideal, but I'm not even sure that would have hit him without the flash. It was just kind of a pretty bad setup there in terms of the range and the spacing from Xiaofang. But at the end of the day, you got the Summoner, and that's what matters. So you can't worry too much. But gold is basically even here. You know, if you're going to hang your hat on something for Ultra Prime, gold is on a pretty big priority target for you. Sivir is up about 700 gold over this Jinx. That's a good spot for her to be in, and she's only going to get scarier as the game continues to go along. If she can get through this front line, as we talked about in the early game, still could be looking pretty solid for Ultra Prime. But again, with no objectives really being heavily prioritized, Dragon, of course, going over to Ultra Prime here. We'll have to see if this game ends up getting delayed or if it just kind of breaks down more into fights.
Yeah, and if it gets delayed, you know, advantage Ultra Prime, because we did talk about how they scale a little bit better than LNG, right? Obviously, we know that late game Jinx is an absolute menace, but hey, Sivir does a fair amount too, and we know what Rise can do. And, you know, we can even see what Mbessa can do here. It's not in the late game, but all the same, doing great work onto Haichao, unable to actually finish him off, but we'll shove him out.
Yeah, this is the advantage of having something like Mbessa on your team. It doesn't matter that Mbessa struggled against the Renekton early. She can really punish a lot of these mages in these side lanes if you are going to send them against Mbessa, like Aurora. So the teleport necessary from Zika to be able to catch this wave and to continue the push on the bot side. It's just more resources being burned for LNG, which is never ideal. But again, kind of a stalemate coming in terms of just how much this ends up swinging one way or the other. Dragon spawning in over 3 minutes, Herald spawning in 2. Right now, it looks like it's just going to be a bit of a delayed game state unless someone wants to get really, really aggressive here.
Well, Baya's the one who wants to get aggressive, just auto-attacking away at Fish One there. Fish One did seem to get the better end of the deal, so I'm sure he's totally fine with it. As I was expecting more out of Baya early on, but I mean, I guess that's just what happens when Yuntal isn't fully stacked up and it's your first item.
Yeah, I think that's the unfortunate part, is just it's, you know, not stacked Yuntal, and again, nothing really else to go off of. Jinx is not super far behind with the Kraken, so it just ends up being a trade where as long as the autos are relatively even, Jinx is going to be able to at least, you know, heal up a little bit in that exchange. Overall, again, though, with that 1k gold lead on Baya, you actually are feeling good. And Saber, once again, is the target.
There we go. And Zhao Feng, again, is going to be short, but this time the Impale will land, and they will give the kill over to Fish One as well. It's time for LNG to tear down this turret.
That is the exact kind of play that LNG need to make. Not only is it a catch on the flashless Saber, which you burned earlier, but the kill is going on the perfect target in the Jinx. You need to start prepping for this late game, especially with all these objectives being taken so slow. You need to be understanding that this is likely going to go long, and if that's going to be the case, Jinx is your out in the late game. So excited to see where LNG end up playing the rest of the map. It's, you know, a good play, but it does burn a lot of resources, so we'll see exactly where they might want to move from there. For now, I'm going to be kind of watching and seeing whether Zhang is able to keep that pressure up in side lanes, because he's done a really good job. He'll be able to take this top lane tier 1 in this instance, and whether or not they want to fully commit to this Rift Herald spawning in 30 seconds.
And even with that turret, he's still 500 gold behind Zeka, right? Because he's just got a large CS lead, and, you know, I know Zhang's been laning into Haichao a lot, but even then, like, Haichao, you know, able to at least keep it even. You know, you can take a look at the bottom side. The gold is shrunk a little bit between the AD carries. Take a look at the side graphic here. A lot of heavy pockets over on the side of LNG.
Honestly, this gold graph looks oddly similar to game number 1, where it's Baya at the top of the list, hoping to be able to stabilize for Ultra Prime while LNG gets advantages everywhere else on the map. But it's all really going to come down to this Rift Herald fight. This could be really influential. Aurora teleport.
All right. Haichao getting in there, looking to hit a pretty nice between worlds to get some good damage in. Just going to clear out this ward for now. Ovio has ghosted, so he's ready to get in there and start wreaking havoc. It's stolen away by Fish One, and the Impale is so good, but Fish One is out of position, and he gets caught between 2 members, and he's going to go down. Zhang trying to save Junhao. A double kill for this Ambessa, who's completely untouched. A triple kill for Zhang. He wants it all. He's got a quadra kill, and Zeka's got to flash out of there.
What a huge fight for Zhang. We talked about this Ambessa being down in gold after taking a tower. Who cares? It's Ambessa on first item. 4 kills, a quadra kill for the top laner for Ultra Prime. And really, a big part of that fight was Junhao. We'll talk about it. Bayek not going to be in trouble here. Not going to be in danger at all of this Crocodile. It's a huge, huge win for Ultra Prime. I'm hoping we get a replay so I can show exactly what I'm talking about. But doesn't really matter if you get engaged upon. If your disengage is as good as this. Fish One being the one to be able to take the Rift Herald is certainly interesting, but look at this ultimate coming in from Junhao here to be able to separate OVO from Fish One. It's a huge play. The ult comes down immediately on top of the Jinx, and from this point onwards, there's no fight. Fish One has been donated every bit of gold for LNG, and without the Jinx, you just don't have enough damage to break through. They are able to pull at least a little bit back, but this Ambessa popping off. Zhang getting the, you know, dash reset after dash reset and eventually picking up the win. Now Dragon going over to Ultra Prime as well. That will be their second of the game. Nice block there from Xiaoxia, making sure the Jinx Rocket can't steal it. But we were looking at a pretty risky game state for Ultra Prime just a couple of seconds ago. And now we are looking at a pretty great position for a team that scales very, very well.
Yeah, so much breathing room right now, and, you know, I do wonder what LNG is going to do with this Herald. The good news is even though Fish One was not in a great spot and died in that fight, he did pick up the Rift Herald. So you can use this to make some sort of creative play to try and get your footing back into this game. But the problem with this composition is that it's so hard to have an answer to this M-Pesa. You are banking on these Skarner ultimates to hit Baya, Saber, and Zhang, right? Like, that's what you have to have, and I don't really know if that's going to be possible. He's 0-5 on M-Pesa in his career. Thank you, production, for that.
Stat.
Yeah, he might be 1-5 after this one. And if he's not, there's some serious problems.
Yeah, at that point, we're starting to get concerned. I will say this game is far from over. I'm not willing to just call it in favor of Ultra Prime just yet.
Oh, for sure.
You know, while Fish 1 might have been mispositioned in that fight, really it just takes one other fight where the Jinx is able to pop off for things to go in favor of LNG. We're
okay,
very close. Zhang could have gotten in some trouble.
All right, can he get away is the question. Zhao Feng is holding on to that Impale and elected not to use it.
Makes a lot of sense here to not use it. You don't want to overcommit to a play onto an M-Pesa who can just kind of get out of there for free, especially with so many Ultra Prime members in the area. But, oh, Yanni, are we going to get a classic blue buff fight here in the LPL?
Yes, we are. Everything's classic here in Group Nirvana. Actually, you know what? They backed off. What amazing restraint shown by Ultra Prime here. That's actually quite shocking, if I'm honest. Okay, man.
Yeah, no, honestly, I expected the team to full engage. I never anticipate anything more consistently than, oh, two teams are a blue buff. It's the game is on the line right now. That's just how things go down here in Group Nirvana. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. But Fish 1 continuing to farm up in the mid lane. It's really all on him. You know, I don't want to put too much pressure on a player that has not shown that they can carry in the late game just yet. Hopefully you can get more out of the rest of this team, but you're looking at a Renekton and a Skarner and an Alistar all set up to make sure this Jinx is in as good of a spot as possible. If Fish 1, you know, can't perform, it's going to be a bit of a problem. This is a big test for a very young player.
Yeah, and especially with, you know, the way the last fight went up at the Herald, kind of was the catalyst for that in a bad way. You know, the pressure just increases for him. We're going to see Rift Herald get dropped in the mid lane here just for a little bit of damage on that turret. Junhao trying to do what he can to stop it. Not going to be able to do so. We'll just be able to clean it up. Meanwhile, Renekton up on the top side is going to claim this turret. We have Otacon that's spawned on the bottom side here. A lot going around on the map here, K-Man.
Let's give Zika his credit for this game so far. I understand the Renekton's in a good spot, but that was a quadra kill onto Zhang, and this gold is even in the top lane matchup. Certainly not what you want to see if you are Ultra Prime. That's where a lot of your power ends up coming in, and that is a big reason why they've not been able to really push this gold lead. But you're right, the Otacon has spawned here, and you know, with 2 items on the Renekton, with hopefully a second item coming in onto the Aurora, you know, pretty shortly here, you should be looking at a position where this could be fightable. We did see quite a bit of a flip at the previous Otacon. We will see if that ends up carrying over into Game 2, but very important for both of these teams to get as much setup as possible. Nice vision right now for LNG. They'll need to push it even more if they want to really take this.
Yeah, a lot of this fusion getting cleared out here as the 2-man squad of Junhao and Xiaoxia doing well. And, hey, just saying right now, Xiaoxia has not died, K-Man, and usually that bodes very well for Ultra Prime. As
perfect opportunity.
Oh, wow, this is perfect. Oh, my God. Production is smurfing. Xiaoxia, deathless. 2 out of 5 Ultra Prime game wins. Could be 3 out of 6 after this one. We'll have to see. We do see multiple members congregating here. Double teleports coming in. Zika's on the backline all alone. Saber is immediately forced to flash, and OVO gets in there. Let me hear you say OVO. And Fish 1 is able to go ham. He's untouched. He's rifling away, but Junhao got on top of him.
No way.
Shocking everybody, turning around the fight single-handedly, just like he did last time. Upstairs, it's a triple kill for Baya. It is Otacon for Ultra Prime.
A fight that looked like it was going to be a nightmare, a disaster for Ultra Prime ends up getting turned around by 2 members. Junhao and Baya end up playing excellently. It looked doomed when Saber had to blow his flash early on, But once again, it's the mispositioning of Jinx and the lack of protection, quite frankly, coming in from the rest of the team that ends up really costing LNG. And that's not just a team fight loss. That's not even just an Otacon. It's Soul Point going over to Ultra Prime, and this is Infernal Soul. This could be a problem. But we're going to get this replay here. We see the teleport coming in. Zika ends up being on the backline, but Saber's in a much worse spot after the flash coming in from Zika. The knockup from OVO. This looks like a nightmare. Fish One trying to play as safe as possible, get the damage down onto Braum, but quite frankly, Xiao lives a little bit too long, and it takes a little bit too much time. By this point, it's a little bit of an even fight. Fish One walks a little bit too far forward, and Xin Zhao can just dive in. The health bars are not there anymore. The knockup was gorgeous from Junhao, and Baya more than enough damage to clean this up at the end of the fight. It's really well played by Ultra Prime, and that very much puts the game in their hands.
Yeah, and unfortunately, what happens is you get on top of Saber. Well, guess what? Saber is actually the weakest member of the team right now. Sure, you find him right away, but, I mean, Junhao, just incredible play in both of these fights. Now, all of a sudden, Xiaofeng, all right, he's going to impale one member. They're going to try to blow up Saber again. We saw this just happen. Fish One well protected for right now. Zik is in front of him. Meanwhile, on the backside of the fight, they're going to blow up Haichao immediately. Xiao Feng's got to get out of dodge. Junhao going to try to follow him. Not going to be able to do so. Is now looking for a big flank onto some prime targets. He wants a piece of Zika here. Knocks away OVO. And they're going to turn the Croc into a pair of boots. It's another Ultra Prime fight win.
Huge from Ultra Prime. Once again, it's Junhao that comes up clutch with his positioning in this exchange. It does look like it could just be a nice catch onto Saber and potentially more. But it's not going to be here. Junhao maybe too far forward. We'll see if he can get punished here. I'd be shocked if they have the damage.
They have to try. They have to try, but oh man, the Winter's Bite just slows up Xiaofeng. He cannot get close.
Yeah, it's a bit of a desperation play there for LNG, just hoping that they can take down the Xin Zhao, but what a pick this Xin Zhao has been so far. Junhao has been piloting it so well coming out of the jungle. Once again, just fantastic setups in these fights, and Zhang was able to get onto the Aurora in that exchange as well, and that really made it difficult for LNG. But now, again, you're looking at a spot where Baron spawning in 30 seconds. Even if Dragon is up in 3 minutes, that's Soul for Ultra Prime, and so everything's coming to a head right now, and as much as you'd love to sit here and say that Jinx can start to take over in these fights, we've seen time and time again that either Fish One is going to be too far forward or these tanks are going to get bursted down just a tad bit too quick to be able to peel for the Jinx as much as she would want. You need to have a perfect fight if you're LNG, and the setups just got a lot harder.
Yeah, and I mean, Fish One is just so far behind. He went second item Phantom Dancer. I mean, to me, this seems like it might have been a Runon's game. Now he's got his third item. He's got all this armor piercing with Lord Doms, but where's the Infinity Edge? Where's the meat coming and slapping them, right, and doing a bunch of damage? I need to see Jinx Rockets doing damage.
It's a little bit scary for LNG, the fact that this Jinx might not actually be able to single-handedly carry the damage in this team fight. Haichao, I think, is also going to be helpful in that regard, even Zeka on the top side, but this is definitely a bit of a questionable decision from Fish One. We'll see how much it ends up paying off. It's clear that he needs to try and burst through that front line as quickly as he possibly can. A lot of that's going to come down to how much time he is allowed in these front-to-backs, though, from the rest of his team. We've seen OBO basically get chunked out immediately in every single fight. We've seen Xiaofeng really not be all that useful after the Impales coming in from Skarner, but play potentially on Haichao. He's just going to ult out, though.
Yeah, he just can't stop this, though, is the problem, right? Junhao just doesn't take any damage. Jinx Rocket lands. It does damage. Not a whole lot, but it does some. I just don't know where LNG finds their angle here, K-Man, especially because this Soul is up in 1 minute and 25 seconds. And barring a critical error from Ultra Prime, there is no way they secure this without taking heavy losses. Sure, even if you steal it away, like, you are going to lose the Baron for it and multiple turrets, and this game is just going to be completely out of reach.
Unfortunately, Yanni, I think you said the key phrase in that entire exchange, which was barring a gigantic mistake. And, I feel like I've been such an Ultra Prime hater throughout this series. I'm really not. This team is playing really well in this game. I think they've had a couple of really huge fights, but it's Group Nirvana, and anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Any setup can, be... any mistake can be forgiven with the right setup and with the right mistake coming in from the other side. So we will have to see if Ultra Prime ends up playing it out cleanly, but certainly they have every tool at their disposal to end up closing this game out. Junhao has been excellent throughout this game. I think he's actively been able to really blow up everything that LNG want to do. I even think that, you can look at Baya's positioning, and it's just better than Fish 1's right now. So we'll see with Xiaofang going aggressive.
All right, guess what? Fish 1 has been focused out, and he is dead. And they're going to turn on OVO. He'll get under the safety of his turret, but Xiaofang dies on the backside 10 seconds before the Dragon. But guess what? Ultra Prime says, we don't want no stinking Dragon. We want the Baron.
Oh, it's just another gigantic mistake for LNG, and Ultra Prime capitalizing fully here. I understand the willingness to go for a play as Zhang and
right.
Xiaoxia looking for the 2v3.
Guess what? You're going to win the 2v3 if you're Ultra Prime because Zhang is just so damn strong. They even send Saber down as a little bit of backup. But Zhang, oh, I thought he really wanted the dive there. Hi, Chao, looking to turn this around. Listen, if you can kill this guy, it'll be big. I don't think you're going to be able to do so. Zika just can't get close. Baron secured for Ultra Prime. K-Man, Xin Zhao is a really strong champion, a champion we see a lot of people picking. This has been one of the most impactful Xin Zhaos I have seen in a long time.
Junhao is controlling everything on the map, and this is what we saw out of Junhao last split when this team was so close to making Group Ascend, when they were a team that a lot of people were seeing as a bit of a dark horse, a potential top 10 team in the LPL, but as we get a replay here, we just kind of get to see the over-aggression from LNG. Keep your eyes on Fish 1 during this entire exchange. Once again, it's Junhao diving on top of the Jinx, and just no peel coming in. It's a beautiful ultimate from Junhao to disengage Zika, and once Jinx is done, once Fish 1 is down, there's nothing left to play for. And, really, I think that is the main negative coming out from LNG, is despite the fact that they drafted for this Jinx and tried to play around this Jinx has not been able to accomplish anything, and Ultra Prime have done even better playing around their own AD carry, who's now 6-0-9 on the Sivir. Junhao, as we can see.
Hang on. Might have a little bit of a catch here. Xiaoxia forced the flash away.
Oh,
going to come in, and Xiaofang impales a couple of members, but he's just dead. Zika can't even get in there, bro. This is just so cooked right now. It's a triple kill for Baya. Oh, guess who's on the other end? It's Zhang, just cleaning up. And guess what? Saber will even get his second kill. In the blink of an eye, K-Man, that is an ace, and I think that's the game.
Yeah, this should be the game at the very least. You've got 30 to 40 second death timers on LNG, and this is a clinical win from Ultra Prime. It was looking dicey in the mid game, a couple of fights not going their way, but it mattered the most for them to step up in these exchanges, and once again, Junhao being the captain of Ultra Prime and really leading them to victory.
It's always a banger in Group Nirvana, K-Man, and guess what? The Battle of the Bottom will go to Game 3 as both of these teams vie to keep themselves within striking distance of ThunderTalk's tentative hold on 4th place.
Things have gotten very interesting, Yanni, because, again, we talked about this at the beginning of the show, but whoever wins this, as you mentioned, is in a great spot to be a play-in team in the playoffs. It's not guaranteed. We're in double round robin. We're out of that single round robin Group Nirvana stuff, and so you do have some opportunities to move forward from here, but these are, arguably the two weakest teams, and these are the two teams that kind of need to beat each other in order to give themselves a conversation. And Ultra Prime, I think, doing a great job of learning from their mistakes in game number 1 and, really having a much cleaner experience in the back half of game 2.
Yeah, man. Wow, it was really incredible. I mean, a solo, I hesitate to call it a solo carry performance at Junhao because Zhang did a lot there. Baya, listen, Baya did his thing. Didn't do anything particularly remarkable, but, went, popped his ultimate for the team, auto-attacked for the team. But, as awesome as that quarter kill was, that was kicked off by Junhao in his huge engage. And this has been the most slam dunk MVP that I could ever think of. This guy, again, I wasn't saying it just to say it. I have not seen a Xin Zhao this entire year be that impactful in a game. Really single-handedly separating, Ultra Prime peak and LNG peak, right? That is a very, very worthwhile thing to note moving forward. And we're not even out of the series yet.
Yeah, we're not even out of game 3. We're going into a decider, but think what was most impressive about the performance for me was not just the decision making and the general, awareness. I think a lot of the positioning in those fights was excellent from Junhao, but really it was the reaction speed. It's the mechanics of Junhao that really ends up like making the big difference there, being able to perfectly time a lot of those ultimates coming in, to disengage at the exact right time to make sure Zika or Xiaofang can't separate him from getting on top of that Jinx. Jinx was a liability in this game. Part of that was Fish One's positioning, and we can talk about that, but part of that was just the fact that she was targeted every fight by the Xin Zhao, and there was never any peel. And so you got to give credit to both sides, or I guess both parts of that, and maybe start to look at LNG and say, well, maybe hyper carrying around Fish One isn't the platform moving forward.
Yeah, it just can't be, right? He did have that one really good Jinx game, the last time out where, it wasn't really fantastic, but the last fight positioned really, really well, very good, was able to be impactful. Just wasn't happening this time around. I mean, take a look at the damage charts, and you can just see he did not a whole lot of damage. He did out-damage Saber. Great. If that's the bar, that's bad news, especially for the game that Saber had. He was just along for the ride himself. With Baya having all of this damage, I do wonder if they're going to give the MVP to him. I really don't think it should, but I'm worried. I'm worried.
We'll see. We'll see. I think you properly called out Fish One's damage numbers. He did 5,000 more than Braum on the other side, which is never a good stat to uphold. But you're right. I think Baya deserves at least a little bit of credit for the positioning in those fights, because I think you definitely saw him being able to capitalize. There were quite a few AD carries that, despite the setup, might not always be in the position to pump out that kind of damage with the Sivir, but of course, very comfortable on the champ. But you're right, though. This really is the Junhao game. If Baya is going to be considered, a little bit more important here because of the KDA, then, I think that there is something about that. Zhang obviously getting a quadra kill in the early game, but it really is these gigantic plays. And this is OVO's knockback. We almost forgot just how awesome this play was into the Jinx rocket to perfectly time and set this up, because of the way the game ended up breaking down. Definitely worth calling out how cool that play was, but unfortunately not much else to celebrate for LNG after that.
Yeah, not at all. And, I think that's when Saber knew that this game wasn't going to go super well for him. And I thought Fish One was Guma Yushi for a second, and then he very quickly became Guma Useless as he immediately got targeted out. And the good news is he was at least able to pick up the Rift Herald, right? But the Rift Herald really didn't do anything. It got a little bit of damage on mid, and that's it. And, this is where you just knew that, yeah, this game might be a little cooked.
And even here, it really felt like this could be salvageable, but you actually called it out really well in the moment, Yanni. This is a lot of pressure put onto a Ryze that was already very weak, and it's Xiaoxia that ends up, really taking a lot of the damage here, and that's exactly where you want it. If you're Ultra Prime, you want it to go onto your support, and once Junhao is able to get in here, ends up getting onto Fish One, knocks back all of his peel with the Crescent Guard with the ultimate. At this point, it is doomed for LNG in this fight. And it's just one of many examples throughout this game of Junhao finding the perfect time to find the priority target in fights. This is another great example of that. Just making sure that he's in the exact right spot. This is the reaction speed I was talking about. The flash coming in, perfectly disengaging the slice onto the Renekton. It's just great stuff. And this is the kind of execution you need to see for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and one thing in that last fight, OVO just wasn't really linked up with Fish One there. As you could see, he tried to hop over. He's like, oh man, my AD carry's already gotten engaged on. I'm just a little too late. And that was the true nail in the coffin. Yeah, man. Not too much more to say outside of those couple of fights. I'm starting to feel a little bit better about Baya for an MVP if they give it to him, because of that fight in the bottom side where we were like, oh man, Junhao turned it around. Sivir Ricochet did so much work in that fight. They were melting. So I'm like, you know what? If they want to give it to Baya, I will consider it ethical.
It's approved. It's Yanni approved to give it to Baya. You heard it here first. Baya is Yanni's choice for MVP in this game.
Whoa. Hang on. Lies and slander.
Yeah. No, I can't misrepresent you too much. It's only game 2. We've got a full series to go. We've got to keep commentating. I can't get you too mad at me, but I think absolutely. You want to give Baya the credit he deserves because that positioning was solid, but at the end of the day, the MVP should be going in one direction.
Again, this should have been Junhao. But hey, listen, I said it. This is an ethical MVP vote. It's not the popular one, but it's ethical.
I understand.
That one fight convinced me. That one fight convinced this right here. Just the sheer amount of damage that he was able to dispense in this fight. A really good spell shield too. Like, yeah, sure, you know, it was only for a little bit of damage, but I mean, he got to live every AD carry stream. You get to hit for free. I mean, look, they're zooming in on the ricochets. You can see the health, the little yellow chunks, just chunking and chunking and chunking, dude. As an AD carry player, I'm like, yeah, I feel good about that one.
Yeah, that's the AD carry dream right there, is playing Sivir and free hitting on the backline while everyone else takes all the aggro, while your Braum ends up dying. You know, that's the dream. But even in these fights as well, like, again, his positioning was so solid throughout a lot of the game. Even if he wasn't the primary engager, you know, being able to dodge a lot of those big abilities, or perfect spell shield there, of course, as well on the Impale. So, you know, great stuff from Baya. I think as much as we want to give praise to Junhao, and he does deserve it, like, we should be giving that praise to Junhao. You can't win a game like this by yourself, and I think Baya more than stepped up to be the primary damage dealer.
You can't win it by yourself, so you got to give it to Baya. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we return, the final game of the first series of the evening, or day, or morning, I don't know, between LNG and Ultra Prime. See you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. Another day, another 3 games of Nirvana, baby. LNG and Ultra Prime going the distance, the bottom of the barrel, fighting for good positioning in a 4th place slot. Now, a win here doesn't necessarily guarantee that you're going to be able to take that spot, but with the way that we've been not sold on Thunder Talk and some of the recent losses, and the way that LNG was able to surprise people and take a win over LGD. If they won this series, they'll be in a good spot. If Ultra Prime win it, again, fine spot, but I'm feeling much less confident about them. However, this series has been very crazy, and a trouble spot continues to be AD carry for LNG.
Yeah, that's really the unfortunate thing. They've tried so many pieces to fit into the puzzle that is, a win for them, and none of them have fit so far, or at least a consistent fit. Fish One is not looking so great so far in this series, but all it really takes is one game. Again, anything can happen in Group Nirvana. You don't want to sit here and say that any player is just going to underperform. Fish One could get on a champion that he feels a bit more comfortable on, and look a lot better going into Game 3. That's a very real possibility, but it's gonna have to happen now. This is a very important series for both of these teams. I know you look at the 2 bottom teams and maybe don't see it as like, oh, one that's going to be super consequential. If one of these teams is going to get top 4, they need this win. Like, yeah. It has to happen. You can't. It's going to be nearly impossible to get top 4 if you can't pick this up. So it's now or never for both of them.
Yeah, there's just too many teams that are much better than you, frankly, that you have to play against, and you don't have a lot of games after that, right? Like Ultra Prime, after this game, will have played 7 games on the year, right? 5? No,
I believe so.
No, 6.
Yeah, 6.
I can't do math. I'm so sorry. We'll have 4 games remaining. LNG have played 7. Will have played 7. They will have 3 games remaining. This is just how math works. Listen, if you're 1-6, 3 games left, sorry, bro, it ain't happening. Likewise, if you're 1-5 with that many games left, you really can't take another loss, especially because now you wouldn't even be tied with anybody. You'd be on the bottom. Taking a look at the picks and the bans here. Double Jungles banned out by LNG so they can pick up their jungler of choice. They will go with the Viego. So another reset comp coming up, but this time the resets are in the jungle instead of an AD carry.
Yeah, classic Xiaofeng pick here in the Viego. Really something that he feels comfortable on. Probably the champion I most associate with him as a player from his time in the LPL. Makes a lot of sense for him to feel comfortable to pick it, but we've seen a lot of these teams push back their bot lane picks for early. Lucian not been able to get through the 2nd phase of the draft. Ultra Prime not going to take that risk. Going into game number 3, they're going to pick up the Lucian. Braum is off the board. It's very likely we're going to see something like Nami come out as well in this first rotation, but we'll have to see if they want to save that for the 3rd pick likely and what they might want to pick up here. But I think this is a huge pick. Lucian is gigantic for both of these AD carry players. They both really prioritize it heavily, and I think making sure to get it early is a big deal. And it's John going over to the Cassante, another thing that he's played quite a bit and had a lot of success on, especially last year in the PCS.
Let's see what they're going to surround this Viego with. We already saw the Senna hover. I would think that's a pretty good selection here, given the fact that Fish One, listen, you put the utility in the bag, bro. You cannot be trusted with a carry at this point. We're going to see a Nautilus come in. I think this is good. You allow this Nautilus to roam around if you elect to go and play something like this Senna. And I just think that if you wait to the 2nd half, Fish One's going to get some AD carries banned out and is going to be in a really uncomfortable spot.
Yeah, you need to start, I think you need to lock this in quick, because I think if you let a lot of the AD carry options go through, you're starting to feel the pressure, and Jhin is the obvious answer. I don't think this was ever going to be anything else with the draft that they had set up around it, and everything we talked about with him needing to be on something more facilitative. This just felt like the insta-lock here is the answer to Lucian, and they end up going for it. But again, it opens up the opportunity for Ultra Prime to perhaps play a little bit less lane dominant if they really want to. We don't often see Lucian paired up with a lot of these other engaged supports anymore, but certainly could still be an option if they wanted to go for it here.
I hope they lock it in. I think this is really good. This is a combo that is really underrated. I think a lot of people forget that Lucian's Light Slinger passive will stack when CC is applied within 1,000 units. Play a lot of Lucian. So immediately you get 2. So if Leona hits Zenith Blade, that's 2. You store up to 4 empowered auto attacks. So when you land the Q, you have your next 4 auto attacks are empowered. Dash forward, double shot, Q, double shot. There's your 4. It's a big amount of burst damage. It will kill anybody, including a Nautilus in the early.
Definitely have to be scared of that. That is certainly a threat, and we know that Baya can play these 2v2s pretty strong, so definitely want to be watching out for that early 2v2. It's a really great explanation there, Yanni. But we do see some bans coming out as well. The Galio being the first ban from Ultra Prime, wanting to take away more macro options coming out of the mid lane. I think that's really been the priority for both of these teams, things like Ryze and Taliyah, finding so much prevalence, and now with them off the board, Galio, of course, being the next main one, but it's another wombo combo type of mid laner with the Orianna coming off the board. This could perhaps de-incentivize, more aggressive top lane picks as well, because you might need to go for something a bit more aggressive onto Haichao in the mid lane with some of the safer options taken off the board. But Lee Sin and Victor going to be the answers. We'll see whether Saber wants to lock in here and leave that counter pick for top side, or for jungle, I should say, or whether this will be Junhao.
Let's see. I think I'm pretty okay with the Jarvan here. Lots of disruption. You get to really hop onto this Jhin and cause a lot of problems. I'm really interested to see what Haichao is going to pick in the mid lane here. Obviously, doesn't necessarily need to be now, but when really looking at the champions that he plays, not really too many supportive champions, not really a lot of champions that are available, right? You really want to be able to support this Viego. You see this Poppy get locked in, going to be doing well to really shut down multiple members of Ultra Prime. Pretty much everybody can be affected by this Poppy.
Yeah, Poppy is a favorite of mine, a champion I think you can drag and drop into almost any comp in the game right now, but specifically into Jarvan. This is incredibly strong, and the Sylas is also going to be the takeaway. There are some ultimates to steal on the other side. It is worth noting this is a blind Sylas, so certainly an aggressive call here being made by Haichao, but as we said, I expected an aggressive mid laner to come out after some of the other bans that were taken away once things like Galio, Orianna were off the board. We'll see if Saber with that, classic assassin playstyle ends up matching.
Return to your roots.
And he will. The Akali is going to get locked in Game 3. I am super excited for this matchup in the mid lane. I think there's a ton to like about both of these comps, and honestly, I'm really just excited to see how it plays out, because both of them are really good at the same time. They both want to get advantages early. Neither of them really want to be in a bad spot. You've got Zika on something that can be a big, a threat in teamfights to shut things down, and I think that opens up opportunities for him to even be more involved in the rest of the team. So much to like here. I think if I had to favor a draft, I would favor LNG here. I think they should have pressure in some of their lanes individually. Sylas I think is fine into Akali. Generally speaking, Poppy should be able to shut down the Jarvan pressure early, and especially Cassante is going to have trouble there. But Ultra Prime have more than enough tools, especially with their players, to make this work.
Yeah, the problem is they have to really deal with two threats here in this Sylas and in this Viego. Either one of them can take over a fight. A Sylas with an Akali ultimate is really scary, but any other ultimate, aside from like Lucian calling, is going to be really valuable on Haichao. And Haichao's last game that he played on Sylas, in the last series that he played it into a Yone, had a really good time in the laning phase. It was a little rough early, but he was able to hang on to those early levels and really get a lot of advantages. I'm looking to see him do somewhat the same, at least just be able to hang on, be able to maintain good CS, and then use your strength later on. Use this Kingslayer, this W ability that is so frustrating to play against. One of the most powerful single abilities in the game, to be quite honest with you. You just heal so much off of it. And, you can carry, you can really support your Viego, depending on the ultimates that you steal with the rest of this team. I really like what they've put together. Let's see if Ultra Prime can go and contest that, rise to the challenge, and take the dub.
As we look at our level 1 setups here, doesn't seem to be anything particularly crazy happening. Bit of a difficult level 1 for both of these teams. You got to be wary of Nautilus, and especially Nautilus Sylas in the early part of the game if they do want to link up. But as our lower third has so appropriately thrown up, OVO suffering his first loss in the LPL in game number 2. I guess this is our first chance. It's our first chance to see how OVO responds to perhaps being put on the back foot.
Yeah, some adversity.
Some adversity that has come his way.
Think about. He's like, I've never lost before. I don't know how to handle this. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I do find it quite interesting that he's opted into the Ignite with the spell book as opposed to a more defensive summoner spell. to try to survive the early goings. This leads me to believe that it looked to be a little bit more aggressive. There aren't really a ton of members on the side of Ultra Prime that you're like, yes, you must ignite them, for they will heal forever. So I just find that selection a little strange. If you're not going to use it to get aggressive, then I know we're going to use it for, but looks like Xiaoshu is going to be the one with the aggression, as Baya's totally free to just auto-attack away, land that Q. Look at this damage, baby. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to touch the Lucian, he's just going to keep hitting you. That's going to be a bit of a problem. So, you know, OVO not really landing a lot of priority CC early on here. Fish 1 obviously not able to deal with the Lucian damage. 2v2 should be relatively difficult to punish, but again, mistakes can happen.
There's that ignite. All right, let's see. It's a level
Flash?
2 hit first, but all right, just got to wait it out a little bit. Looks like Xiaoshu and Baya trying to get out. Boom, Baya got hooked up against the wall. And he takes a lot of damage. It was a 4th shot. They're going to try to turn it on to OVO. The flash forward, the double shot. Oh, it's not enough. And he will fall to the Jin. And they'll look to turn it around. Xiaoshu's going to get rooted too. Another 4th shot connects. Xiaoshu able to get under the turret and walk away. But it's first blood for Fish 1.
It's a nightmare for Ultra Prime. I don't know what they were doing. They were posturing so aggressively. Once Xiaoshu ends up flashing out, he postures as if maybe he wants to go back in. It's a crazy decision for Ultra Prime, but they get really punished for it. It's very well played by OVO and Fish 1 to understand exactly how much damage they have with those 4th shots coming out, but that's a big swing for LNG. We talked about Fish 1 needing to step up. Getting an early kill in this game might be the thing he needs to do so.
Yeah, that's what I call Lucianitis, when you think you're a little bit stronger than you actually are. Honestly, Baya just egoed and didn't flash the Nautilus hook. And as soon as he got hit by that, you knew he was cooked. Shunhao was able to get in and steal away this blue buff because of that. Take away his blue buff and make sure that he's in a pretty good spot here. Level 4 right now, looking to at least help out his bot lane. But Zhao Feng is going to get here first. Xiaoshu dodging out on a potential route, but doesn't look like we're going to see anything actually done here other than the jungler showing up on the bottom side and saying, hey, what's up?
Now, worth noting that Baya does have the level advantage here if they do want to go for a 3v3. Could be a slight thing that's in favor of Ultra Prime, but instead it's just LNG taking the crab, posturing aggressively, and backing off. The wave will get shoved in for that play, but overall, definitely worth it here for LNG. And once again, it's just controlling the map. It's doing a good job of making sure that it's not just the bot lane in a good spot. You're okay sacrificing a few resources on Jin to get Viego a bit more control, and Xiaofeng will make his way to the top side. This is very likely a double crab and a big success for Viego.
Yep, very good stuff. When you don't get disrupted early on, you're in a great spot. See Haichao and Saber go at it for a little bit. Haichao will take some damage, but still has that teleport in the back pocket. Looks like he'll use it very soon. Shunhao headed up to the top side here. Just a ward put down to make sure that Zika is in a good enough spot. And so far, so good for LNG early on, K-Man.
Definitely what you want to see. Pretty clinical in the early game, but still very, very early. We're not even at the 5-minute mark. Dragon has not yet spawned, and so still a lot of game left to be played. Certainly not over by any stretch of the imagination. Solution's going to be in a bit more of a tough spot, but the CS is relatively even in that lane, so you're not entirely concerned about the Lucian just being entirely out of it. Again, almost a half a level up. I guess actually a half a level up on Fish 1 here, as he's almost halfway to level 5, but we will see Zhang looking for a trade on the top side. Has lost quite a bit of his health. This is a very Poppy-favored lane, so it makes a lot of sense that Zika is in control of it right now. We'll see how he pushes it forward, though.
Yeah, and, you know, if he's not going to go full damage, then, you know, obviously you should never go full damage as Poppy if you're playing competitively. But this does mean it's mostly a nothing burger up there. We are going to see Xiaoshu and Baya, again, with their prowess of being able to push in, start up this dragon. Zhao Feng is going to use his miss to at least make Ultra Prime think twice, but has no intention of trying to stop this dragon.
Yeah, it's a good call here from Ultra Prime. If you can get the dragon for free, you might as well get the dragon for free. Really not a lot to dislike about that. It will interrupt Junhao's clear at least a little bit. He is on the back foot in terms of CS, down about 12 now, but outside of that, this is a nice success. Ultra Prime being able to pick up at least some, you know, sort of stats across the map. See if they can continue to stack those. Soul has been very easy to acquire throughout this series, despite the late dragon take in game number 2. So see if that continues on pace for game 3. Haichao hitting level 6 alongside Saber. Solo laners are going to be in a position to fight if necessary.
Yeah, and, you know, look at Haichao. Up a little bit of CS. It's not a crazy amount, but a solid amount. This is exactly what we saw the last time he was on Sylas. So good on him, you know, and it just means that LNG's carries are in such a good spot right now. No disruption for the Viego. The Silas is doing fine. I mean, your 80 carry is in a lane that you would expect to lose. He's up 400 gold. I mean, this is a really fantastic start. It cannot be understated.
I agree. It's certainly a good look for LNG, but it's all really going to come down to who ends up getting the gold in the skirmishes. We've seen, you know, positioning mistakes come back to bite these teams in the past. Nothing is safe in Group Nirvana. I know I keep repeating the point, but I think it's worth repeating. So we will see a bit of a trade here going in favor of Saber. Teleport coming into the mid lane, coming in from Xiaoxia. This shows me that they are ready to invest into some vision and some setups around Grubs, which are spawning in under a minute. And it looks like it will be both sides, but both AD carries staying on the bot side of the map, at least for now. It will be very delayed for them to be able to get up there. We'll see who ends up wanting to make the first move. We see more trading on the top side, but overall, a pretty regular setup, all things considered, for two teams that have been known to have a bit more aggression than this.
Yeah, and I think if I'm LNG, I think I'm okay totally giving these Grubs up, right? Just do whatever you can to make sure that Zhao Feng does not get interrupted. Looks like he's going to lose out on his chickens here. Kind of sucks, but you know what? It is what it is. Such is life when you don't have the mid-pressure for it, but you know, I don't think they're in really any position that they should want to fight. I mean, with Haichao having a catalyst here, that ain't a rod of ages. That ain't gonna be enough. So we will see pings go down onto the Grub. So you know, maybe LNG just says, you know what, we're feeling good, we should fight. Haichao does have that Akali ultimate to steal. OVO is the one who gets engaged on. All three members hop on top, but Haichao looking to do some assassin work here. Saber going to dash out, but Haichao in hot pursuit down to about half HP. But Zhao Feng really couldn't do anything in that fight.
Yeah, if the Viego was a little bit closer, perhaps that ends up being, you know, a bit of a win for LNG, but they're feeling confident because of that gold lead, because of that CS lead that Viego ends up having. They feel like they can take this fight, and actually it does end up going their way. They completely push Ultra Prime off of these Grubs. It will be Zhao Feng who ends up starting them up. It looks like it will just be all three going in favor of LNG. That is a very big win. Not only are they winning in terms of their lanes, but they don't even need to send Jim outside of the bot lane and sacrifice some CS in order to grab these Grubs. It's a very big success for them.
Yeah, and I mean, Viego's not even at really a strong point in this game yet. He's not even on his first item. I would definitely say that, you know, Jarvan is a more useful champion at this point in time, but you know, OVO did a good job there of knocking out multiple members to make sure that he survived the initial burst damage.
Hard to burst down a Nautilus. Difficult proposition even this early into the game. Difficult to really punish that as heavily as maybe you would want to. Saber with the teleport back into the mid lane to catch this wave. But once again, look at all of the blue down on the scoreboard in terms of these gold leads. I know they're not big gold leads, but it's certainly worth noting that right now LNG does have priority over the map, and it's all really about what they want to do with it. Zhao Feng will get spotted out here, but he sees the crab being taken. This could be a rough spot.
And he wants it real bad. He is really going after it. Nice job there on the Zenith blade. Zhao Feng's going to flash away. Baya from behind on a flank here. Cataclysm's good. There's the culling. Zhao Feng trying to stay alive, but he will not survive. And Baya wants the other kill. Instead, the Jarvan will take it, and they'll try to turn around on the other side. But LNG's got to run scared.
It's a very big mistake from LNG. Just over-aggression. Just a lack of respect coming in from Zhao Feng. Haichao?
It was all for a crab. Why are we going all in for the crab?
Yeah, it's not good. It's really not a good look for LNG. They just threw their entire lead, and I think specifically it's Baya who does a great job of positioning here. They just don't understand or respect the fact that Lucian can join this fight. The engage comes out from Xiaoxia. They try and disengage it, and they do catch the Jarvan, which is actually really nice overall, but Baya on this flank, Cataclysm coming out just makes this impossible. Fishone trying to block as much damage as possible here, but he's getting chunked out in this entire exchange, and so it ends up just being 2 free kills for Ultra Prime. Meanwhile, they're winning on the top side as well. It's so much going in favor of Ultra Prime. You know, that completely swings the game back into their favor, and that lead we were even talking about for the Viego is now just completely gone.
Yeah, and so many teams, especially down in Group Nirvana, have a lot of problems with keeping games stable and playing to their win conditions. And LNG's win condition was, do not let the Jarvan make any sort of impact early. Do not let the Lucian take over the game early. And you know what's happening? Now Lucian's ahead. Oh, it's just a little bit, but he's still ahead. Junhao has finally made his mark on this game. And the second dragon could be all Ultra Primes as we just checking on the top lane. They're both having a grand old time up there, K-Man.
Yeah, you know, Hoppy Cassante. Not too much to talk about, but Xiaofeng's going to try and make it a bit more interesting as he makes his way up here. He's going to stay out of vision.
Zhang just knew. Bro had the sixth sense. There was no vision. He just said, you know what? This is a good time for Viego to kill me. And he'll walk it all the way back to his turret.
And he's completely right. With Dragon being started on the bot side and no contest happening, it's clear that this play is being made, and LNG are sending quite a few people to make it happen.
Yeah, they're sending the Goon Squad. They're going to lose the Dragon for it. No root can happen. Here comes the curtain call. It's slammed up against the wall. Hook's there too. And they'll give that one over to Viego, but they respond in kind to Haichao. He's gone too.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a play for LNG, quite similar to the one we saw earlier in this series, where, of course, Ultra Prime ended up committing a lot on the top side and gave up Dragon. This time it's not sole point, so it's not quite as detrimental for LNG to give it up, but overall it's a 1-for-1 and they lose Dragon. Not a great play for them, but they're going to try and rush down this tower. If they can pick up that first tower, it's actually a pretty big win for them.
Yeah, they have 3 grubs, and it looks like they could have full committed to it. They elected not to. Pretty reasonable given the fact that Junhao is there, and they will actually end up getting it with a dot. So very good stuff there by LNG. At least good map responses there. You know, it's a little tough to lose Haichao, but you know, 13 minutes into the game, given the fact that you were kind of in a bad spot, this series of plays wasn't terrible.
Yeah, I think it's really important to grab that first tower to at least keep feats alive for LNG moving forward and to give them the option. It's not looking good for them, but certainly could still be on the table if they end up winning a couple of fights moving forward. We do see the Viego pathing down onto the bot side. Haichao getting a little bit more cover than maybe he got a few minutes ago. See if a play on Saber wants to be made, or if this is just going to be an invade coming in from Xiaofeng. Does look like it's just going to be a bit of a vertical swap here as Viego tries to get as much as he can. Saber will spot him out, though.
Yep, like good use of the sweeper, just to be like, I have a feeling that somebody's over here. I'll just go clear out that ward as LNG will congregate in this tribe rush, but Saber really not going to give up an inch here. So both of these teams playing incredibly careful right now. A stark contrast to the first 2 games came in.
This is your classic Game 3 playstyle of,
yes.
All right, well, we threw everything at the wall, and now we don't want to lose. So
okay, Haichao is no longer careful.
Out.
He is no longer careful. He will be able to dash out with the stolen Akali ultimate. A nice job there, but shouldn't really have put himself in that spot.
Yeah, it does force the ult to be burned, but really not too bad. It did pull quite a bit of attention coming down onto the bot side. It doesn't look like they're able to punish that in any way, shape, or form. So, you know, not overly consequential towards the game as a whole, but you're right. Does burn at least a resource coming in from Haichao in the mid lane, and it does look like it might be the opposite of what we got in Game 2. Saber was, you know, kind of eating a lot of that pressure for Ultra Prime in that second game to open up the map for Baya and Junhao. It might be Haichao who is under a lot more pressure in this game, number 3 on the Silas. We will see how that ends up moving going forward, but you know, objective spawning soon. Rift Herald in 20 seconds. That's going to be the next major thing up on the map as Baya makes his way up. We do see Junhao on the top side as well.
And Haichao will have teleport available for this. His flash is going to be up as well, so he might be able to make an impact in one of these next fights if he's able to steal a Leon ultimate or something like that. Saber would be able to match, so we'll see what happens. He's going to take his first, or he's going to take a recall here. We'll see where he deploys. Looks like he's going to deploy toward, okay. It looked like he was heading mid. He'll go bot here instead to match, so looks like we'll be seeing teleport plays. Multiple members of Ultra Prime up on this top side looking to group up together as they're going to run straight to LNG.
Yeah, worth noting here that Haichao is not level 11, whereas Saber is if teleport plays end up happening, if there is a fight around this Herald. We will see. Right now, it's just LNG wanting to make sure that they're not caught out of position to be able to catch this, so it's just vision control, but Haichao given a couple of extra moments to be able to shove this wave in. Both towers are killable on the bottom side of the map if either mid laner ends up being a little less proactive than that. So again, we will just see how this ends up going. Haichao catching this wave will get him to level 11. That gives the confidence for LNG to pull the trigger, and they are going to start up the Herald here as Zika makes his way down.
Xiaofeng is a level down, has a lower smite, but Junhao said, you know what, I don't really want any part of this. They'll head down and look to set up 45 seconds until their soul point dragon, or get themselves a third dragon, I should say. As Saber continues to push on the bottom side, Haichao spots out the pilfering of Xiaofeng's jungle. As Junhao wants to stay in here. He is going to get rooted up We do see, speaking of roots, over on the other side, Zhao Feng getting 2v1'd by the bot lane. Saber teleports in. Wants a piece of OVO, but won't be able to get it now. Ultra Prime in a great position to secure this dragon in 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's a really nice setup for Ultra Prime. It looked like Junhao might be a little bit overextended, but his team is there to back him up. That's the coordination you need to see out of Ultra Prime, and you're absolutely right. This dragon spawning in 10 seconds is going to be controlled by Ultra Prime and whether or not they want to try and force this down. Baya, of course, going to look to shove in the mid-wave here to make sure this is as difficult as possible to contest for LNG, but not only would this be soul point for Ultra Prime, this would be the feats, so, you know, a pretty big contest here as Herald is dropped.
This is the first time we're going to see Poppy join a fight here, get right on top of Baya, just force him out while you try to get any sort of presence here in the mid lane. And second teleport, it's going to be Hai Chao coming in from the base, 7,000 HP on this dragon. Looks like Ultra Prime are going to look to potentially reposition here. Herald crashes into the mid wave. Baya will take care of that. They'll look to regroup with Ultra Prime as the dragon resets.
They're looking to set a trap here. Ultra Prime do not want to walk up. They could be in a bad position.
Still no vision there. See the Viego cloak getting put down as LNG look to walk in. They find the hook on the Jarvan. They're going to look to blow him up. They throw everything they have at him, and they take him down. But guess what? Yeah, got plenty of damage with Saber and Baya, and they're looking to hunt down these members of LNG. Will Xiaosha be able to catch anyone? Saber dashing in. Wants to just squeeze out a little bit more. Unable to do so. It's a jungler for support trade.
Yeah, they were looking for that Jarvan. Once that hook landed, they were putting everything they had into making sure that he was down. Dragon is not an option with that jungler off the map, but unfortunately OVO is just not tanky enough to really be able to survive this. The moment LNG full engage, they get bursted down by a really nice combo of events coming in from Xiaosha and Saber. So really interested to see how that ends up, you know, affecting the map as a whole now that we essentially just reset and do it again. But again, really nice hook from OVO. We praised his ability to look for these plays on the map, and they found it here. But look at that combo coming in to line everybody up on LNG. Very well done. Luckily for LNG, they're able to get out, but we head back to live, and we've already got some action going on.
Yeah, but this dragon down to less than 7,000 HP. Zhao Feng has to get in there, try to swipe this one away. 2,000, 1,000, no shot, and that will be the third dragon going over to Ultra Prime as they will walk away.
It is often the team that makes the first decision that ends up benefiting the most from it. Xiaofeng attempts to at least push Zhang out of the jungle here, but that's sole point for Ultra Prime, and maybe they're gonna try and punish this, but this is a very dangerous look for both of these teams.
Yeah, this could determine a lot in this game. Zika's gonna slam Saber up into the wall. They really want this turret. They only have the little grubbies to try and help him out, as Bio will continue to just hang out in the mid lane, have a good time. The 80 carry dream, as he's gonna look to hit this turret, and nobody's really gonna answer him.
Yeah, it looks like LNG are in the area, but with him shading to that top side, he's going to be just fine here. The play in the bot side's not even over.
All right, turret goes down. Here we go. They're going to get on to Fish 1 here. Fish 1 in a lot of trouble as Saber gets to the back line and takes him out. They're going to turn on to second next and look for him as Wonjong and Saber will get the job done there too. OVO over on the side is OV out of time as he goes down too. Ultra Prime busts this game wide open.
Oh, and that is just... Oh, it's quite bad, but Hai Chao.
Oh, the calling. Oh, the minions.
The calling. Ugh. Almost something pulled back there for LNG with Hai Chao, but alas, it ends up being a disaster for them in that fight. Unfortunately for them, they just set a new world record for the most killable Jhin I have ever seen in terms of that setup. Not a Peel member of the team in sight. He's pushed forward by the Leona ultimate, and as everyone is knocked up, he is separated entirely from the team. His Poppy and Nautilus watching him as he disintegrates into thin air, and at this point, there's no damage coming out. It's a free win for Ultra Prime. Very difficult to end up playing this out, and that's a huge win for Ultra Prime. They already had full control of the entire map, but this gives them full combat pressure as well, with all the kills going on to some priority targets. This Akali, now sitting on 3 kills, is going to start to get accelerated 7 stacks of the Dark Seal on that champion, so... You know, it ends up being a really big win for Ultra Prime, and it exponentially increases their control over the game.
Yeah, it is very tough, and this is what happens. You know, you go and you send Hai Chao to go deal with Baya in the mid lane instead of opting into maybe a 5v4 downstairs, right? Where you can really turn that fight, and it's okay to just give Lucian the CS, and even if he wants the turret, as long as that fight goes well for you. It would have been a pretty big risk, but I mean, now LNG is very far behind at this point. This Viego has had trouble getting going. You know, it's like starting up that old truck in the winter time. It's not turning over. You and I know about that over on the East Coast. It'll be cold in the winter, but like, man, it is so tough to watch this game, especially with the way that LNG had been quite a bit more proactive in the first 2 games, for better or for worse, in that second one. And this game looks like all that proactivity has been washed away.
Yeah, it is definitely a disappointing showcase, I would say, all things considered, especially because Xiaofeng in particular has a ridiculously good win rate on Viego. This has really been his champion over the course of his pro career, so this kind of was his ace in the hole in this series, and it's not really working out. We're going to need to see him start to really push forward in these fights. If you can't get resets for Viego at this point, these fights are going to get even more difficult. Haichao in danger once again.
Yeah. He's going to find out real quick. All right, never mind. He's not going to find out anything. He's okay, everybody. He's okay. Kind of surprised they just let the man walk out like that. But honestly, Ultra Prime, they don't really have to do anything right now except for wait for 1 more minute for this Chemtech Soul. LNG has failed to stop them 3 times before. Will 4th time be the charm, K-Man?
You know, it's been 4 Drake Soul in the first 2 games. We will see how that ends up working out here. 23 minutes, 45 seconds on this Chem Soul. This might be the backbreaker for LNG, and I think the concern for me, you know, the lack of combat pressure there. But as I stated before, 13-3 in his career on Viego. Not only is this one of his most played champions, but he has been incredibly successful despite the fact that he's not, you know, been on great teams. It is his most played champion throughout his entire career, so going to be relying on him as we see the push coming in mid lane from Ultra Prime as they send their attention to the Drake.
13-4 looms. K-Man is, I don't really know if Xiaofeng can make enough hero plays here. I just don't think LNG has the damage to be able to cut through Jiang, to cut through Xiaosha. You know, these guys, you've got the Mosquito Jin builds, and you've got, you know, stay alive for a long time. Your mid laner here is...
This dragon is
here
gone.
We go. Current call coming out. Xiaofeng's got to get in there. He stole it away. He stole it away, and he escapes. And they're going to be able to find Saber on the backside. Oh, my goodness, they proved me wrong. Here we go. They're looking for more. Baya's got to fade away with the calling over on the backside. Fish one trying to get back to the rest of his team here, as now they're going to look to potentially turn it around. Big Root comes out. Big disruption as they manage to find the Jarvan.
No
escapes.
way.
The all-out is
Jung.
there. Xiaosha looking to get in. They're looking to kill some priority targets. Another big kill there. It's a double kill for Jung as Zika tried to do what he could, but really couldn't do much else. And guess what? Junhao was going to follow him too, and he's just going to auto him down. Is he going to kill him? Absolutely not, but he will be able to drive the Poppy off. Somehow, some way, Ultra Prime ended up winning that fight.
I mean, so much to talk about in terms of how that exchange went down. I mean, from the steal to the subsequent fight, it looked so good for LNG. Not only were they able to pick up the dragon, obviously, but they were able to get Xiaofeng out, and they were able to fight over the rest of it 5v5, which was huge for them. Unfortunately, I think this Cassante is starting to get online, and that spells disaster for LNG moving forward if they cannot kill Jung. But we're going to get a replay of this. I'm not even sure how Xiaofeng got into the pit. We're going to have to see this, because I thought this was a goner. He ends up getting ignited at the start of this, but Xiaosha, yeah, I think he just flashes over the wall. Xiaosha attempting to try and make this as much of a difficult play as possible, but Xiaofeng making it happen, getting out. That's the Viego experience that we know, and they blow up the Akali, and that is so much of the damage coming in from the side of Ultra Prime as well. Baya is even forced out, but they forgot about Cassante, and at this point in the game, Jong is very scary, and he's just hitting on the backline here. Junhao with some great setups. Even 2v4, you cannot take out these two champions. They are just too strong, and we saw that really become a problem. If Jung can continue to be an issue in these fights, it's going to get even worse, but even in a worst case scenario where you lose that dragon and have a fight that's more up in the air, you still have full control of this Baron, and Otacon's on top side as well.
Here we go. Culling getting put down here, not doing a whole lot of damage, just driving off LNG as Ultra Prime have complete vision control of this top side, aside from the Scuttle Crabs, and it looks like they will start up the Otacon. Does Xiao Feng have another one in him?
We will see. He's going to be making his way up here.
You have Poppy Ultimate to knock away the jungler here. He's going to charge it up and completely whiff. All right, Xiao Feng, what do you got? Looking to drive multiple members back here. They're going to turn onto Jiang here. Junhao gets to the back line, looking to just chase off this Jin. Guess what? You got big damage coming through. Haichao landing a big stun. He wants in. Baya's low. They got to get to him. Fourth shot from the Jin. Takes him out. Saber manages to get on a priority target. Haichao off of the side trying to stay alive. They get on the Saber. They kill him. Haichao. God damn! Kingslayer's the most OP ability in the game. Somehow LNG win the fight, and they're going to take the Otacon too, K-Man.
Oh, Yanni, it's throw after throw after throw for both of these teams. How could you possibly ask for anything else? LNG comes up with a huge win there. Ultra Prime make the catastrophic decision to look at a Viego that can't get into this contest at all and peel completely off the Otacon to go for the fight, and they get burned for making that call. Junhao full engages, and we're going to get a really good look of this. This Otacon is gone. It's at 3.5k. There is no reason to ever exchange a fight here. Junhao full goes in, and there's no way to win at this point. Jin is able to get out of harm's way and open up the curtains, and at this point, it's free firing on the backline. Zika is very difficult to deal with. Xiao Feng starts getting those resets. Even Saber's damage coming through. He lost all those stacks on the Dark Seal, dying in the previous fight. The damage isn't there. Haichao healing, as you said, off the Kingslayer, just enough to be able to survive, and it's a huge win, and just as we thought this game was looking unwinnable for LNG, they pull it back in their favor.
Winnable!
Everything's winnable. Everything's winnable
in Nirvana. Yep, you got it, bud. Everything is winnable in Nirvana. You couldn't have said it any better, my friend. So we're going to see Fish 1, an instant cleanse here. See who will be able to survive as Ultra Prime all of a sudden playing with what feels like a little bit more urgency. 30 seconds until this dragon. All right, K-Man. Does Xiao Feng have another one in him?
Does he? Because the setup here is tough. This is still Soul for Ultra Prime if they are able to land it, and they are positioning aggressively. You can see Haichao looking for a flank angle, but Saber is going to spot him out, so not going to be quite as easy. But Saber's late to this play if they end up taking this.
Oh, tried to turn it around on the Saber potentially? No, he's got no idea that Saber's there, I don't think. Yeah, there's no pings whatsoever. I have no idea where Saber's at, bro. This is crazy. See a lot of pings going down over on the Ultra Prime side of the map. Ultra Prime giving way here a little bit. Giving away a little bit of vision as the dragon has been started up. Saber has finally been spotted out as Haichao
looking for Fish 1.
Him down. Guess what? Fish 1 not in trouble, but Saber will be able to find OVO. Here comes the curtain call, but guess what? It's a disaster of a fight. They've lost so many members. It's now a 5v3. It was clinical by Ultra Prime.
Yeah, really great setup from them. The fight's not even over. Zhang still taking some damage here, but again, as the Cassante, he's in such a good spot to be able to pressure them out. That is Soul going over to Ultra Prime, and again, it's throw after throw. It's a tough setup for LNG to be able to get into the pit, but the flank from Saber makes it impossible. Teleport coming in.
Yeah, so good here by Ultra Prime, and I love the tempo they're trying to keep up here. Forcing the flash out of Fish 1-2 means that there's no way this Jin can get close. This Baron has been started up, and remember that sense of urgency that we said that Ultra Prime, it just felt a little bit different after they lost that Otacon. Like they turned it up to 11, and they've put boot on the throat of LNG right now. Zika trying to do whatever he can, but it won't amount to damn much at all, as the Baron will go the way of Ultra Prime.
Oh my goodness, Yanni. The gold graph at the end of this game is going to be an absolute eyesore to look at, but oh, Haichao does not get his teleport interrupted. He is going to be able to get out of there. It looked like he was going to get stopped, but nothing for the Akali to do. Yeah, that's true. Nothing for the Akali to do there. No back, just a teleport coming in. So, you know, good stuff from Haichao to be able to get out of that situation, but what a game. What a game so far. So much to talk about. Saber, I think, has actually come up really clutch on this Akali in a couple of really big moments, especially on that flank, but it's a 5-kill Akali, 1.5k gold up. You know, really, really solid performance from him after dying first in that pivotal fight. So we will see now what Ultra Prime can do with both Baron and Chemsol. This should be their map to control, but once again, no lead is safe in Group Nirvana. I don't care about Baron. I don't care about Soul. Anything can happen. We will see what Ultra Prime is capable of doing, but It's on LNG now to swing the pendulum back in their favor.
I love that you shouted out Saber. Remember, we were talking about a return to form, playing some of these assassins that he's been a little bit more well-known for and kind of made his name. Having a really, really good game on this Akali. Yeah, you know, that flank doesn't really show up on the stat sheet, but was so integral into the soul being secured this time around. He's shoving out a wave on the bottom side here. They're going to take down this bots here too as the gold spills into the pockets of Ultra Prime, now up about 600, which seems so strange to say given the fact that they've taken so much lately, that it's only 600 gold.
Yeah, typically it's not too common that you end up winning a fight for Soul and then also getting Baron and being down in gold because of it. It's not usually a sentence that we have to worry about, but that's just how back and forth this game has been. Still about a 3k gold swing so far. 1 minute left on this Baron power. So we will see how that ends up working out for Ultra Prime. They have been able to push through quite a bit, but topside is going to be what looks like their last destination here. In fact, it's actually going to be mid lane. They're looking to set a trap here for potentially Zika.
You mentioned the last destination. It could be one of these players' final destination. Let's see if OVO walks up a little too far. At least put the pink down, so I had an idea that something fishy was afoot. And we'll try to get some damage on Zeka, but I mean, this guy just doesn't take any damage at all right now. He is going to get knocked up. They're going to throw everything they can at him. They take the turret. And it doesn't matter how little damage you take.
He's still alive.
He does manage to find a way out, though. Curtain call coming through. Yeah, it's not doing a whole lot, buddy. Even that fourth shot didn't even hit the minions coming in. It just hit that one cannon.
Kind of the last hurrah to end the game on the Baron there, but Poppy is very tanky. Like, this is a champion that you are not going to kill particularly easily. It's going to take quite a lot of time to break through that, so I understand why you go for it if you're Ultra Prime, but no surprise that Zika ends up surviving the exchange. But even with that Baron, fading off and, moving to the back, we have a 3-minute timer on some major objectives, 2 minutes on Elder, which is really the big one here, because as much as we talk about Ultra Prime having Soul and being in this great spot, any fight can be won here by LNG. They're really not all that far down in gold, and gold is starting to get to the point in the game where, all of your main carries are hitting some pretty big item break points no matter what. So, if one Elder fight can go the way of LNG, that is their way back into this game. That is their way to win it, quite frankly. So we will see what the setups end up being. The next 2 minutes are going to matter a lot.
Yeah, and one thing that we really haven't seen is a big keeper's verdict out of Zika, right? Like, we haven't really seen a fight show up and he goes and he knocks 2 people out of the fight and he turns it into a 5v3. That could happen at any time. Just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean that it won't. Ultra Prime have to be very aware of it. They played around it very well at that Otacon fight, even though, things didn't go their way in the end. But, I just wonder. He's done so well this game, being very tanky, hitting some of the correct targets, charging them into the wall. He's going to have to take over on Poppy, that's the only way you can do it, K-Man.
Yeah, it's gonna be big. If that keeper's verdict lands on the right target, you could be looking at even just the smallest 4v5 window that LNG can take advantage of. Even, worse than that, you could pop Junhao out of the Elder Pit. That would be obviously the dream there in terms of how things end up working out. But Ultra Prime, of course, going to have setups here. So theoretically, they should have full vision control and everything they want when it comes to this Elder setup. 30 seconds on the Dragon spawning. Saber's just going to be on the bot side, potentially looking for someone that could be over-aggressing to catch the wave. Not going to find anyone right now, but it is technically a 4v5 in the mid lane if LNG want to take this.
Well, they're hitting Jiang. They're not doing a whole lot, but they're hitting him. I mean, Fish 1 is starting to hurt a little bit. He does have Infinity Edge. He does have Lord Doms. He's got the Curtain Call, too, and he's going to fire away. Teleport is coming in, but it could be a little late here. Zika in the thick of things, just trying to survive here. It looks like there will be no more fighting for right now, but Elder Dragon up and right now, actually. Zika missing about 33% of his HP. We'll call it maybe 40%. Doesn't have teleport available. He's charging up this Keeper's Verdict. He's going to knock away multiple members of the fight, but they can't find an engage. Saber's on the backside here. This Dragon is still too healthy. Saber's just going in. He's 1v5. Now the nice follow-up there, knocking up everybody. Here we go. They're looking to end the game right now. Saber, though, takes a lot of damage. He's on top of Xiao Feng. He goes down. Hai Chao, the next target. He flashes over the wall. and Ultra Prime will not chase. The question is, will they turn onto the Dragon with their low health bars?
Oh, this is so risky. You have no smite on either side here for Ultra Prime. They don't feel comfortable pulling the trigger on the Dragon. They're just going to back. Oh, all of that dancing, all of that posturing, how close that fight was just to do it again in a minute or so. Teleports coming in. They want to make sure they're out on the map here, but this is a very tense situation. The Keeper's Verdict's coming down. This looks like it's going to be big because it knocks out the two primary tanks on the front line for Ultra Prime. But unfortunately, because Baya is so well positioned and his ability to get out is so strong, no real capitalization to be had here. Once Junhao and Saber end up committing, they're only able to trap the Nautilus and the Poppy, which makes it very difficult for them to get on Jin. And from this point onwards, with Saber dashing in, he's able to do a ton of damage, but the flash out from Fish 1 keeps him alive. Haichao trying to turn things around, but just doesn't have the damage on the Silas. It's a very tense fight. Look at the gold difference. It's a 400, 500 gold difference here.
It's absolutely nothing. And wait a minute, hold on. Baya's
dead?
Baya's dead for 35 seconds. LNG have a man advantage. We're seeing it teleport into the mid lane by Haichao. Take a look at this replay as we have the picture-in-picture. He just tries with the culling and yeah, he just goes way too far. He gets hit with a fourth shot and in a Q, he just dies.
What a mistake.
Oh, that's so huge. All right. Let's see if Junhao has it in him to be able to steal this one away. Saber positioning himself very carefully, wants to get on top of Fish 1 here. Leona gets knocked into the fight. It's going to be a 5v3. They're going to turn on to Saber, and they blow him up. They blow him up, came in, and they stop Junhao from getting out, and they turn on him. Who's going to go? Stole it away! It's stolen away! And a member is blasted away by the Dragon's Breath. But they do manage to find 3. A 3-for-1 for LNG, but they do not get the Elder Dragon.
Oh my god! What a game, Yanni. We were laughing, we were talking about the gameplay. This is a certified banger here in game number 3 between these two teams. LNG picks up a huge team fight win, and with those death timers, they are pushing not just to break the base open, they could be pushing for game right now.
All right, can you hold the line, Baya and Xiaosha? Baya, you messed up last time. And this is why you're in the position you're in. His culling is only going to really hit the wave. It's not going to do too much more. This turret is under siege,
Elder execute.
But you do have Elder. Baya has GA as well. There's one. There's two. He gets caught, but the GA is popped. Now, can Xiaosha keep them there is the question. Haichao will be able to dash out. And Ultra Prime's bot lane hold the line.
Oh, Baya makes the game-losing play in the mid lane, overextending and dying to the Jin, and he makes the game-saving play in base by being able to push out with the Elder buff, and now we're getting a teleport coming in from Jung. They might be pushing down mid lane with death timers now.
Yeah, I think they're trying to go coast-to-coast here, K-Man. We've seen a couple of coast-to-coast games here in the LPL all year long, and it looks like they're going to go for a curtain call coming out. They got to protect the minions. They are able to at least keep one of them upright. They do have another line of minions coming in as the middle turret will fall. Haichao does have the stolen Akali ultimate. It's a 5v3, 10 seconds on Xiaofeng, 13 on Zeka, big knockups coming through. And oh, Fish 1 stays alive. Going golden is Saber, trying to stay alive here, but guess what? The numbers game caught up to LNG. Here comes Xiaofeng. Zeka's up in 1 second, but this turret is low. The turret goes down, they knock away 2. They knock away 2. Can they do this? Fish 1, fourth shot, doesn't do enough. Nexus at half, Nexus at 25%, and they end the game. Ultra Prime muscle their way in and take down the Nexus and take the series 2-1.
Oh my goodness. What an end to game number 3. What a game in general. You want to talk about back and forth action. We just got an absolute banger between two of our lower ranked teams in the LPL playing for their lives in Group Nirvana. You couldn't afford to lose this. LNG looked like they had it in the bag. They win the pivotal Elder fight, but that Elder steal from Junhao ends up being the critical play because the executes in base end up salvaging everything for Ultra Prime. And they end up picking up the series win and moving into 4th place in Group Nirvana. It's not just a big win in the moment, it's a big win for the standings.
Oh my goodness, bro. What a game. This game was crazy. Wow. I mean, Ultra Prime earned every bit of it. It wasn't pretty. There were some times where it was okay, but it was pretty ugly, man. And we knew going in that we might see a series like this, K-Man. And you know what? It did not disappoint. The worst part is when there's an ugly series and it's like, oh, well, you know, it's just two really bad games, or it wasn't really that back and forth. Or there was one really good game. Now, we had a lot of back and forth action in these games, and capping it off the way they did, chef's kiss.
Are you not entertained? I mean,
I'm entertained.
This is exactly what Group Nirvana brings. This is the chaotic, undisciplined, unapologetically, up and down action that Group Nirvana always brings. And I think this was the best example of that. But the consequences, like I said, of this are far reaching. This is a very important outcome for Ultra Prime. And with so much on the line for a lot of these players to step up in big moments, I kind of said it a little bit before game number 2 and really kind of talked about it, in a couple of other series. And we've talked about it a lot on the broadcast. But Ultra Prime, not known as an organization for being the most clutch and stepping up when they need to the most. This is a great showcase that hopefully this is a new batch of players that can come in and maybe change that reputation.
Hoping so. And, when you talk about a new batch of players, I mean, you really aren't kidding when you say that, right? All of these guys are really young players, moldable, Junhao, Saber. These are guys that have, we're wondering, is this a successful first year for guys like this? And I think that if you're able to, finish in top 4 in Nirvana, and you're able to at least go and contend once again and get some more playoff experience under your belt, you could consider 2025 a fairly successful year.
Absolutely. I think a lot of people had this team 16th going into the year. Like, there were quite a lot of analysts that were looking at this roster and saying, I don't really see it. They're bringing a couple players over from the PCS. You've got some internal promotions. You've got some, LDL prospects, but nothing really feels right, and Ultra Prime doesn't have the track record to back that up. They could be in a much better spot than that right now. Not only were they not bottom 2 in spring, they were a team that almost made Group Ascend, but this could be a team that makes a play-in stage, and, I'm not saying you get anyone into a best of 5 and anything can happen, but the LPL is unpredictable. This is a team that has so many things going for them in so many positive directions that get them on a hot streak, get them some confidence. Anything can happen in terms of just, what works out, so.
Don't let them get hot. Listen.
Don't let them get hot.
All I'm saying is right now, if the season ended today, Ultra Prime would be taking on anyone's legend. Now, typically, I'd be like, oh man, one-sided stop. Anyone's legend is 2 and 4. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying, because like the Ultra Prime would totally lose to
definitely
legend, but,
definitely lose. Yeah.
But hey, listen, let's take a look at this replay here. Oh man, what a crazy. The craziest part is this might. How close are we? 1550.
1550.
So they just it was just a guess, bro. That screw it. Somebody's gonna smite. Somebody's gonna hit an ability, and it's so crazy that we're like, oh, they stole it away, but it doesn't matter. They lose the fight. Well, because he stole it away. Bio was able to say, I made a mistake. I put the game in danger. I put the game away. All right.
I thought it was over, man. I genuinely thought he had lost the game.
Nope. But Lucian, too good, man. That's why I love this champion. I really don't want to give Baya the MVP for that. Because my man really put himself in a bad spot. And his team in a bad spot. By just being needlessly over-aggressive. But he also saved the game. Sometimes you got to pick your MVP off saving the game. What do you think?
I think if you're going to use that as an argument, as much as I love the fact that Baya was able to salvage the game in base, what salvaged the game was the Elder. That really is what ended up keeping things possible. I'm not sure they're able to break through that Poppy without the execute. I think that ended up being really important in the base, and so, that if that's kind of your definition, maybe not as much Baya. Even this fight that we talked about a bit earlier, this was already such a good fight overall for both of these teams to kind of talk about. Xiaofeng started getting those resets, and what an interrupt here by OVO.
That was beautiful.
By the way, OVO made some awesome plays in some of these team fights on this Nautilus. He looked really comfortable on the champion. I'm really interested to see that moving forward. Not quite enough to be able to get his team the win, but this was the play where I was like, oh, they threw. They completely threw the game away. Like, it's over now. They peel off the Otacon and go for a fight that they instantly lose around Otacon and Baron, and it's toast. It's not doable, but
poor Baya,
luckily
man.
They were able to respond.
Otacon was just beating the tar out of him. And then his teammate dies, so he immediately eats a curtain call shot. Like, that dude never stood a chance on the backside. Tough.
Tough indeed. Tough to be an AD carry when the rest of your team is just diving in and leaving you alone. Fish1 knew quite a bit about that in this game on the Jhin as well, especially early on. But
he was a little escape artist this game, was Fish1.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of these fights. I mean, yeah, he's got to burn flash here, but fourth shot, too, to get Saber really low. Like, sure, nothing really comes of it, but, like, you know, really squeezing as much damage as you can out before you leave the fight is the hallmark of, like, a really good AD carry. And I'm not trying to say that, like, Fish1 is a really good AD carry, because we've seen a lot of bad plays out of Fish1, but, like, stuff like that is, like, actually quite encouraging. That it's like, okay, this guy can play this role at least a Group Nirvana level.
And, you know, for what it's worth when it comes to Fish1, he is being thrust into this position mid-split, really without any sort of preparation. He's having to completely learn how to play with new players, and this team was already a dysfunctional disaster before he joined. Like, it's a really terrible situation for a rookie AD carry to come into, because it's so hard to completely change the outlook of a team from that spot. But I do think he had a couple of great curtain calls at the end of this game. They just weren't quite enough. Again, it looked like he might be able to do enough damage. That Zhonya's coming in from Saber was absolutely massive, because I think if they're able to, you know, delay that at least a little bit, perhaps you have a little bit more combat power to let Zika respawn. So, you know, it all just ends up adding up to, you know, Ultra Prime being in the perfect position to take this game. And despite the damage coming in on these carries at the end, they have enough of their health bar left to take the Nexus.
Oh, so crazy, man. Casante's a hell of a champion. He's so tanky, man. I mean, he is a tank. It's what he's supposed to do. But, I mean, that just feels so bad when you hit him with the fourth shot and it just does nothing. You're like, yep, I'm playing an AD carry against a tank. It's just how it goes. And even if you kill him there, I mean, like, it's not going to change anything. Like, you're still losing that game. But what a crazy game coming out of Group Nirvana. And this is why, listen, this particular last game wasn't exactly why we were excited for the series, but it was a series that we thought was really only going to be a series where Ultra Prime could really do something, or LNG would drag them down to the muck. And, you know, we were pleasantly surprised, given a series where either of these teams could have done something. Ethical MVP, because of what you said, it's Junhao getting the credit, played some of these other fights really well too. I mean, he did certainly earn this MVP this game.
I think it's worth pointing out that this might be a little bit of recompense for Game 2 as well. That we
know,
might be making up for some Xin Zhao non-love that he received in that second game. But I always love when you see, you know, MVP, player of the game, Junhao, was down a 1,500 gold at the end of the game. Like, that's always a little bit of a funny stat that he was in that position. But you're right, he made the big plays. And honestly, throughout this entire game, I thought the Cataclysms were great. I thought his ability to dive on the backline and consistently be able to catch out targets, burn summoner spells was huge. The only real major mistake he made was pulling off of the Otacon. And while that was an egregious error, it you know, it ended up being fine. It ended up working out for him in the long run.
They still won.
So, yeah, they still won the game. Who really cares? So, you know,
I don't know if I call
it
working out in the long run. That was a...
yeah.
That's not the choice of words I would use, K-Man.
Hey, you know, the long run is the game, and, you know.
I love how the highlights show him trying to flag and drag out. Oddly enough, he tries to flag and drag out. OVO keeps him in with the knockup. So then he says, well, I have to go in now. Oh, I guess I have to smite away this Elder Dragon and win the games. Honestly, OVO with this play improves to 4-1, just personally, though, because he definitely won the game there, just not for his team.
Yeah,
unintentional.
I mean,
very unintentional. But
indeed.
Just funny. That's the thing about League of Legends. Sometimes it's just funny how that stuff works. You know what the good news is about League of Legends? There's a lot of League of Legends to be played. There's even more League of Legends to be played tonight. Anyone's Legend, FPX, will be coming at you right after this break that we really need to take. What's going on, everybody? We are back, and hopefully we'll start this series a little bit faster than the first series. If you're just tuning in, you missed a banger, honestly. Ultra Prime and LNG, bottom of Group Nirvana, did not disappoint. It was an Ultra Prime victory in an ultra weird fashion, to be quite honest with you. But now we have Anyone's Legend versus FPX K-Man. This series is really a crossroads for both of these teams.
Yeah, you going into the split, you would not have thought that this would be a super consequential game for both of them. But as it turns out, there's a lot that you can't really predict about the LPL because we're sitting in a spot where for FPX, they're at 1-5, they're at the bottom of Group Ascend, they've made some changes to this roster and they need to start figuring it out now. And for Anyone's Legend, if it's not now, when? Because we've given this team a lot of grace coming back from an international tournament and, you know, doing well at those tournaments, all things considered. But at some point, you have to be able to make this work domestically.
Yeah, without a doubt. And it's pretty rough. Here's the Anyone's Legend roster. It's still the same group: Flandra, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, and Kyle. Nothing has changed at all between Split 2 and Internationals and now, except for the fact that this team is just not playing up to snuff, K-Man. Their last two series, yeah, there were tough ones against TES and IG, but you would expect a team of this caliber to win at least one of them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, AL last split would not be randomly dropping games and dropping series, even against good teams. Like, that's been AL's hallmark over the course of this year, is that they are the consistent team in the LPL, where everyone else, Top Esports and Billy and, you know, JD Gaming and Weibo, they've all gone through their phases. Invictus, there's been no phase for Anyone's Legend, except for right now, which is the really frustrating part, is they need to really start getting their feet back under them, and they need to start playing the controlled style they got so good at.
Yeah, they really do. As you take a look here, you know, some things are really good. Like, you see, oh man, we have this great engage here, right? And you can see, you know, they're like, hey, you're winning this fight. But then you go and you look and you're like, oh, that's just JDG, man. Like, you know, you knew that, like, maybe they were going to be just fine and just beat them anyway, right? Which is exactly what happened. AL pretty soundly beat them. But they really haven't been able to get the job done against any other teams.
Yeah, and you know, they have 2 series wins, another one against WE. I'm pretty confident in saying this is the only series all split long where they have looked good. Like, where they have looked like they are a team that can compete. They've had plays. Here is a play from their win over WE because, you know, they are able to at least capitalize on the advantages that they're able to generate for themselves, but like, this is not, like, they went to 3 against WE, and they've not been able to beat anyone else across this entire split. I mean, it's been a nightmare for AL, and I think it comes down to multiple players just not having the same kind of impact in the early and in the mid game. I think their mid games in particular have been quite terrible. They ended up, and this is actually a great example, they end up getting out team fought in a lot of instances, even against teams that are known for their lack of team fighting. You know, this replay, I think, is a great example of Gala taking over on Invictus in this fight and really being able to push things forward, but it's just not a good look for AL. This does not look anything like the team that we saw represent the LPL at MSI or at the EWC or even really anything we saw from them domestically.
Yeah, they just look so unsure of themselves in this fight, too. They're just, like, waiting around for somebody to do something. Well, guess what, guys? Like, eventually one of you has to do something, and what they did was die to Gala. All of them. That guy really, really smurfed in this entire game. I think he finished the game with like 19 kills, man. It was absolutely ridiculous. And, you know, the thing about Anyone's Legend is that you can still see their old gameplay, right? You can still be like, oh, yes, they punish mistakes very well. But then you really start to see, like, they're making a lot of uncharacteristically poor mistakes, right? And it is really, really disappointing. Now, the good news is they apparently did some team bonding, right? Got together, decided, all right, boys, we got to get together. We got to do fun things as a team that aren't League of Legends related. And we were serenaded by the beautiful top laner, Notice Water. Okay. We seem to have a couple of issues there.
Oh my god, that's incredible.
Oh, man. Yeah, you know
a couple
what?
of things,
The team bonding did not go so well, guys. The team bonding did not go very well, apparently. No, I mean, I got a chance to go listen to it, and it was very nice. It was very fun. I was like, the John Cena meme where he's like, I was boogieing a little bit, but unfortunately, sometimes when you need things to work in the moment, they don't particularly work. However, what we're hoping really, really works here is that there was a bit of a fun game that Anyone's Legend Socials played, where they took a quote that was said by a player, and K-Man, you and I have to try to guess which player said which quote.
Oh boy, yeah, this is gonna go interestingly, I think, for us. So let's see how this goes.
I guess not. I guess not. Hang on. There we go.
Okay,
All right.
There we go.
All right. Which Anyone's Legend member said, "I'm just here to AFK," and after heading through the door said, "Let's go home"? A. Flandra, B. Tarzan, C. Hope, D. Kyle. What do you think?
Well, the process of elimination, we got to get rid of Flandra. He was excited to be there.
No way it's Flandra.
We couldn't hear it, but we could see the passion. I think Kyle is another player that I feel pretty good about. He seems like a level-headed spirit guy.
Yeah.
This is 50-50 for me. I'm guessing Tarzan. I think Tarzan seems like I'm locked in. I'm focused.
Yeah,
so.
I'm with you on that one. All right, we're both going to go with B, Tarzan. And we're correct. We know Anyone's Legend so well. Let's go. All right. Who asked, what's the name of the song about ugly people living together? Was that A, Flandra, C, Hope, D, Kyle, or B, Shanks?
So this seems like a pretty, aggressive thing to say. And when I think of hearing aggressive things from someone in League, I think of my AD carry. That's just the first thing that pops into my head when I see someone flaming. It immediately goes to ADC in my brain. So my vote would be for Hope. But
yeah, for some reason, my brain is just going to Shanks. I don't care that we're going B twice. All right, we're split. It's Kyle? How rude. This is the support player. You're supposed to be the nice guy. Unbelievable. All right,
Definitely
which
didn't see
AL
that
member said, "I'm already asleep, don't disturb me"? A, Flandra, B, Shanks, C, Hope, or D, Kyle? This one strikes me as a Hope.
now, I don't want to metagame. But we did see the clip
earlier.
We did see the clip of the singing, and we saw 4 AL players in that clip. There was a distinct lack of Shanks in the clip.
Oh, you're right.
So
no, you're so right. I'm in for Shanks.
I'm locking in B, I think.
Okay, good call, good call, good call. Context clues, that's why you're the color caster. Let's go.
Gotta point out what I see.
Well played, well played. Very well done, K-Man. Very proud of you, because I would have gotten that one wrong. All right. Now we have some time to talk about FPX. Get a little, pull something over to them. This team has not been very good. It has been very tough. We have the roster for FPX. And, I was going through a couple of changes, but it's sheer Milky Way, Care, Jachi, and Shui. And, with Milky Way coming into this team, K-Man, this just feels like Team WE Part 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of question marks about whether or not FPX have the talent level to be able to keep up. I love the WE comparison. I think that that's incredibly apt. I'm not sure FPX sees it that way, though, and that might be a problem for this team. For a team like WE who love to play around Monkey and really like to play through their jungler, FPX might utilize Milky Way in a slightly different role. We saw in their first series that they weren't quite able to get the most out of this, mid-jungle pairing in the same way that they were last year, and I think a lot of that is just Milky Way maybe not being on the same page right now as everybody else, so hopefully that can grow and get a little bit better as they continue playing more.
Yeah, there's just a couple of times where he's just a little too ahead of the rest of the team, right? But you don't really have time to, gel together, right? So I'm not sure what FPX are really expecting because you don't really have enough time. Do you really think you're going to keep this team together in 2026? You might, but, I don't really think it's super likely. I think they would have just been fine with keeping IYY and just kind of calling it a day, but either they know something and they're planning on keeping Milky Way for beyond 2025, or they really think that they can go and instantly just turn things around. And in these particular clips, Care, who had a really good game on this Ahri, also had a lot of critical mistakes this game.
Yeah, we're going to see that a little bit more as we continue on in this replay. But as we kind of talk about what FPX's outlook looks like, I think there is a lot of internal thought about, oh, Milky Way was like a borderline MVP caliber player at times last year, ended up really stepping up. Let's just bring him back. He's not playing for anyone right now. We might as well. Like, we don't really have a jungler that we feel good about with Shadow leaving. I don't know if this is...
You said it. You said his name.
Before. I've ruined it. My bad. I've thrown everything out. But no, this player, I'm talking about former Mad Lions jungler. I don't know who you're
referencing. My bad,
but, you know, it is what it is. But Milky Way obviously being a player that I think really needs to start showing that he can be on the same page as everybody else and needs to show that he can adapt. I think that was his biggest problem last year, and it's a big test right now.
Yep, well, we'll see if he's able to get the job done. Again, as you said, a tough test. He's going to have to go up against Tarzan, who, as we all know, is one of the best to do it. He is a very, very excellent jungler, and it's going to be really, really hard to try to find any weaknesses there, despite the fact that anyone's Legend have shown quite a few weaknesses. But if Milky Way can get the job done here, the worst part is, okay, man, I don't even know if you would give him Milky Way any credit. I think everybody would just say AL's broken.
Unfortunately, that might be the narrative. Yeah, right now is that AL is they have to win here today. I don't think there's anything else to say. This is their get right series. You know, for all the people out there that want to kind of use that phrase a lot, this is the one you have to win. Where if there was ever a time to draw FPX on the schedule, it's right now when this team is in a funk, so you can get that mojo back. And they're going to do it by locking in the Trundle first here. This has been very successful for quite a few teams in the LPL in particular, but it leaves up the Yunara, which will be the first pick for Jauchi, alongside the Rumble. A lot of power picks flying off the board here.
Yeah, really, really good picks. Now, the issue here is that, you know, Trundle's just going to run at you, right? You need to have some setup at least to make things all right for him and, you know, be able to make some creative uses of that pillar so nobody can really get away. I think Ornn does that pretty well. And for FPX, just don't pick a tank. Whatever you do, don't give this Trundle any extra power. Don't do it.
Yeah, and they're doubling down on the identity here. Azir and Ornn give a very clear picture as to maybe what AL are looking for. We always talk about simplifying comps and really making things a lot easier on yourself. I think, you know, playing things that are just naturally scaling, you know, having it out no matter how you play in the early game, I think that is a good way to kind of ensure that you're always at the very least going to be relevant, so long as you can keep yourself in the game, especially when Tarzan's going to be on something like that Trundle. But as a compliment to the Yunara, we see the Alistar locked in as Engage alongside it, so, you know, pretty aggressive comp coming in from FPX as well. A lot of tools to be able to fight later on. Yunara versus Azir is certainly an interesting proposition, and I think the way that these comps are ended, the way that we see it in the second phase here, you know, rounded out, I think is really going to determine a lot about who actually has pressure early.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what kind of bans FPX are to go for. It looks like going to take out Hope's Ezreal to kick things off. I do wonder if they're going to aim anything at Kyle. You know, if you're really good Renatas can play really well into Alistar with the handshakes, and, you know, the hostile takeover on a Yunara will rip a team apart. Like, Yunara typically going Runaan's, right, and has a lot of magic damage on these autos just passively. Will be able to deal a lot of damage to your own team, so I do wonder if that would be an idea. We haven't really seen that champion in a little while now. It's kind of fallen by the wayside, but I think it would fit very well here, considering they already have an Ornn.
I completely agree. I think that it actually makes a lot of sense. Now, you know, saying Renata might just tempt a team into picking Kalista Renata. So hopefully that, you know, we'll see how that ends up going. Kalista finding a lot more success after MSI than maybe she did at the MSI tournament. So we're kind of back to that being a pick that people are interested in again. But it will be the Ezreal and the Rakan taken off the board. The Vi also makes a lot of sense. Free engage alongside the Rumble just is a nightmare. Like, it's a really, really good setup, and I'm honestly shocked Vi made it through the first phase here with just how clean it would be to kind of pair it up with things like Yunara and Rumble, but obviously you only have so many slots, and so nice takeaway there. Wukong, the other primary engager to kind of, you know, be the easy one out of that jungle position. We already saw things like Jarvan come out in the previous series. I think that is on the table here if you want to do a bit of the Rage Cage stuff coming in from Rumble. But overall, I think you have plenty of options if you're FPX. And for Milky Way, does he even want to play one of these engagers, or does he want to play something more aggressive? Obviously, he's got the track record that would show that he wants to be a bit more of a carry, but it's all really about, you know, what he might want to prioritize specifically for this draft. It will be the Yone locked in, which definitely leans more Engager.
Yeah, I'll give him the 5th pick, and this doesn't mean that Sejuani could potentially be on the table. You know, not really. Listen, if you're putting Milky Way on Sejuani, something's gone horribly wrong, but listen, it would fit really well with the team composition. The problem is Sejuani into Trundle is a bad time. If we're on the side of anyone's legend, they're just going to go Lucian Braum. I really, really like this, especially after that Yone pick came in.
This is a very strong bot lane duo to close out this draft. Lucian's going to be in a really strong spot early into Yunara, and this Braum is massive this game. He actually shuts down so much of the aggression that FPX want to go for, whether it be Yone, whether it be Alistair, who Braum naturally is very good into as well. This is a bad situation. It will be the Sejuani locked in. You talked about rounding out the comp, drafting for yourself, and not so much drafting to take down your opponent. That is what they're going to do here, but I think you were right to call out, okay, well, not only is this anti-playstyle for Milky Way, but this is also a bit of a scary pick into something like Trundle on the other side, who can just steal a lot of those stats, but you have to kind of choose. Sejuani, Alistair, you can only ult one of them as the Trundle, so it will end up being something. I do think you scale well for FPX. The Yunara does give you that out in the late game, and we've seen Jiachi like actually play pretty well in some of these late games, especially if Jway can get those engages off, but certainly a very easy comp to execute and a pretty classic one for AL.
Yeah, the only thing that I am worried about is getting Tarzan going. You don't really have too much of a way to do that. Braum, you know, not one of those champions that's like, oh, I'm going to lock you down. It is, if I tag you with an auto attack, we might stun you. If I tag you with a Q, it's pretty likely. But even then, you know, Shanks on this Azir, again, not a champion that has any CC to provide until post 6, right? So we're not really going to see Tarzan run away with this game unless, you know, critical mistakes are made, right? And he's able to get all these kills. Sure, he can farm up just fine, but if he's not getting ahead, then you're really relying on this Lucian. And then if you're using the Lucian and the Trundle to bridge the Azir, well, as you said, FPX, their scaling is really, really good. So you get outscaled anyway.
Yeah, it can be very scary in that instance. Ironically enough, I think that there is something to be gained on the top side of the map here if the Rumble ends up overextending, but we'll have to see where they end up putting their priorities in this game as we see the player graphics flash up on the stage, and this is a big one for both of these teams, much bigger than we anticipated.
Yeah, we never expected AL and FPX to be like, this is a big match for AL, because you go 3 and 4, at least salvage something. It'll be very important. We get on to Summoner's Rift for game 1 of the last best of 3 of the day. You mean to tell me we couldn't get one Gio for Group Nirvana? That series was lit, bro.
Yeah, unfortunately, that seems to be the trend that we're on right now, is that Group Ascend is the Gios, and everybody else just kind of gets left in the dust, but, you know, at least we got some passion here for this series.
Hang on. No. I got to rant about this, all right? Because, you know, I live just outside of Philadelphia. I've been a Philadelphia fan of sports for, like, as long as I could conceptualize sports as being a thing. And I know that physical sports and esports are not one-to-one, but you got to stick through your team through the good times and the bad. There were a lot of times where some of these Philadelphia teams were absolutely putrid. And yeah, I talk about the 76ers a lot and how much I think they're really, really poorly managed and have a lot of issues with them, but I still cheer for them when they go and they play, and I want them to win. I have a big problem with these fans, these fair-weather fans, not chanting for their teams.
If Yanni can cheer for Michael Carter-Williams, anyone can cheer for anything.
Michael Carter-Williams. Dude, you're so right, man. I thought I burned this man out of my brain. And if I could cheer for Jaleel Okafor, Nerlens Noel, you can cheer for Baya.
Yeah, that is
cheer for
absolutely
Shaosha.
true. That is absolutely true. Luckily, we did get some cheers for even some teams that might not be performing perfectly right now in Anyone's Legend and Fun plus Phoenix, and so, you know, that's there is some passion, some desire to see these two teams go head to head, especially because I think that there are some very popular and interesting players to talk about. You know, Jway going up against KL is a really interesting matchup.
Yeah.
You know, Milky Way going up against Tarzan, something we would have been really excited about even just last year. So
Run, Milk
Tarzan
Man,
already
run.
making his presence known.
Run, Milkman! The Shanks taking the bad end of a trade, but he is ranged into melee, so he will have some sort of priority.
Yeah, and Milky Way continuing just to get completely pressured out here. Tarzan doing a great job to push forward as we see our standard 2v2 exchange on the bot side, and this should be in favor of the Lucian, but Tarzan continuing to just invade and take as much as possible. This is a nightmare start for Milky Way, and I talked about this a bit off air, and so I'm glad we get to talk about it here. Milky Way's pathing last year definitely got a bit exposed. He can sometimes be a bit robotic. We'll see if he can adjust the programming a bit. Perhaps look at the top side here and maybe, react. But clearly Tarzan has seen something on the tape that a lot of other teams have seen, and is taking advantage of Milky Way. As we see Tarzan, a really, really strong record on Trundle, and he's showing it at the beginning of this game. He clearly understands exactly what he should be doing right now, and it's a very big lead for him in the jungle.
And bro left this Milky Way out in the sun. It is completely melted and a really, really rough start. It always feels bad, right? Whenever you get invaded and you just can't do a darn thing about it. So, this should keep him off level 6 for at least a little bit longer than you would expect, which is a big boon to AL because of how impactful we expect the Sejuani to be in this composition.
Yeah, I mean, the Sedge matters a lot in terms of how this game
R5.
ends up continuing to go. Yeah, this is your big pick, and you put the player that you just brought in to kind of save your split, quite frankly, on it, and at least in the early game, not quite going perfectly, although Milky Way's not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. We've seen worse starts go better for other players. It's all just about how he reacts from this point. Shanks pushing Care under tower. This is how you can expect the first part of this laning phase to go. The moment Care hits 6 and starts to get some items under him, this becomes a lot more manageable for the Yone, of course, but at least for now, Shanks using that range advantage to its absolute fullest. Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. It will be Chem as the first dragon, so no Chem soul this game, certainly worth noting.
Nothing too crazy. A couple of pings on the bot side as Hope and Kyle are pushed up. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, Flandre seemingly getting the better of Sheer right now in the CS department. Really solid start for him as Shanks getting as much damage down on the Care as he can, sending those Sand Soldiers, getting him very low.
Yeah, good trade there, all things considered. Shanks obviously utilizing the Azir very well. This has been one of his most played champions over the course of his career. Nice stun onto Giachiba here, but not really much to actually play off of in the bot lane. As much as I like the Lucian Braum here, most of it comes from what I expect the skirmishing potential to look like for AL. I don't imagine FPX's bot lane is going to make some gigantic error. They are widely considered to be one of, if not the biggest strength of this team, and so you're really looking at that Yunara potentially being a big deal as the game continues to go along. Care has hit level 6, relatively important as he will spot out Tarzan taking his Raptors here. We'll be able to disrupt at the very least a little bit, but we'll see what Kyle wants to do on this Braum, because I think his combat power matters a lot.
A really interesting thing to note is that, with this early start from Milky Way kind of getting speed bumped a little bit, is that there was a moment where, all of FPX's lanes had no priority, right? And there would be a perfect time for Sejuani to come in and get a gank going, right? Didn't really get that opportunity. Now has a moment to at least try to force Shanks off. The knockup is there. Shanks using his ultimate well to knock them back away. He does not burn anything.
Really nice buffer there from Shanks. You have to time that, about the right time. It's a little bit lenient in terms of how things go, but overall it's really well done, and that leads to AL having enough pressure to take this dragon. They were likely going to take it anyways, but they don't really have to sacrifice anything. It's just ult for ult in the mid lane, so nice play for anyone's Legend to generate a small lead, and you're looking at leads in most lanes. You're seeing the Lucian generate an advantage, the Azir generate an advantage. Even top lane is neutral, which is definitely in favor of the Ornn. So you feel pretty good about the game state right now for AL. It's all really just about where the rotations come in for FPX and whether they want to try to pressure elsewhere.
And one thing to note, take a look. Milky Way has teleport right now. He took Spellbook on Sejuani here.
Certainly interesting. You don't often see that on Sejuani in particular, but, I don't hate it. I think that there is, against something like a Trundle, I think can be really useful, can, really push forward. So we'll see how Milky Way ends up utilizing it. We've seen some mismanagement of Spellbook not only today, but throughout the split from some supports. We'll see if the jungler maybe has a bit more success with that Spellbook, but at least for now, not really a lot of action going on around the map. Specifically, what I'm going to be looking for, obviously, when the grubs spawn in 10 seconds, is just how much FPX want to invest in that. Because right now, they have sent the Yunara to the top side, and it looks like both Trundle and Azir are going to be making their way there. So do they want to try and contest this down gold and, you know, without Yone ultimate, without, you know, things like that available? Or are they going to be more willing to, you know, potentially try and do something else? We will see.
Okay, so Yunara, 9-9, a perfectly balanced as all things should be. Xiaoqi looking to be the 10th winner on Yunara. These grubs being taken down pretty immediately. FPX looking to make their way in here. Milky Way trying to force in. There'll be 2 grubs going the way of anyone's legend. Calling coming down. Trying to get a little bit of chip damage. Call the Forge God ready to go. Looking to hit multiple members and does. All 3 grubs secured by AL as they look to win the rest of the fight. But Tarzan dies in the pit. And FPX are winning this fight. Flandra with a big knockup, but Hope ain't there. Shanks ain't there. And down goes Flandra too. It's a 4-0 for FPX. It's 3 kills for Xiaoqi.
Massive for Xiaoqi moving forward. This is a huge, huge turning point in the game. Yes, AL are able to get all 3 of the grubs, but with 3 kills going over to the Yunara, this game becomes significantly more difficult to play out moving forward for AL. The one thing that could not happen just happened, and this has been something that FPX has actually been really good at, is these grubs fights early on in games, despite the fact that they've not been able to win a lot of games in general. We see the big knockup coming in from Care on the Yone here, and that really sets everything up. Tarzan kind of sacrifices his life in order to get those grubs, and at this point, Shanks is already so low. Xiaoqi just is able to free hit, and, you know, once things are falling, it's a snowball. It gets out of control, and you do not want Yunara to snowball out of control, and that's what we're seeing. Yes, she has no sums, and I think that is worth noting, you know, for a potential future play, but really, really big turning point there in the game if you can get this Yunara in a great spot.
And there was a bit of a nombo. Shanks with the Emperor's Divide knocking multiple members up, while Kyle's Glacial Fissure hit them as they were in midair, so they did not get pushed any further. And they landed right where they were on the knockup.
Very brutal. Very, very brutal stuff there. It's something that you just kind of have to live with. You know, hard to coordinate that, but certainly not what you were looking for. But at this point, you're looking forward towards these objectives, and with a minute 30 on this next dragon, Cloud Dragon here, as Sheer's not going to be able to stop the back, is going to just have to let this wave freeze as much as possible. With a minute 30 on that dragon spawn timer, you are really looking at how those setups end up occurring around this bot lane. Lucian is still very strong, but it's Xiaoqi's game to carry. Now, after those 3 kills go over there, we just saw Blade of the Ruined King completed for this Yunara. Going to be a very dangerous fight to take, especially against that full completed item. And, you know, we also see that Steadfast Heart completed, Heartsteel, I'm TFT pilled, I guess, completed for Sejuani as well.
Yeah, how did that game against our producer Rare Adam go? I know you played against him very recently.
I did finish above Rare Adam. Unfortunately, it was only a 4th, so... you know, I can't take a crazy amount of credit.
You took his LP!
I did. I took his LP.
Now Adam's complaining about Mort Dog in the background here. And we're going to complain about some bad plays being made by AL. They're going to go all in on Kyle as FPX, and Xiaoqi's going to pick up kill number 4. It's super simple.
Yeah, as it turns out, when you pick a hyper carry, you just
Let's
get the more kills. Oh,
Hope!
No way.
What are we doing? Xiaoqi has transcended himself and has forced away Hope. He at least gets to hang on to the flash, but K-Man, what is up with AL? This is not the AL that we know.
Yanni, I don't want to panic, but I'm starting to get real concerned with how
you
this
should
game
be
is breaking
panicking.
down.
I am panicking.
We are slamming the button here. Sheer going to be the target. If they can get this back here, it's big.
Okay, hold on. It looks like they are going to get that back at the very least. All right, Tarzan will get the first kill for anyone's legend and at least have a pulse for the much maligned squad here in Split 3.
We saw the Azir ult committed. It did get the flash from Sheer, which kind of set up the rest of that play, but not enough to pull back any sort of like even game state. This is really bad for AL as Care starts to take a fight with Flandra on the bot side. Ult is going to whiff.
Hey, listen, you know what? He tried.
Scary.
He tried. They did not succeed, but he tried. And listen, if you would have landed it, I think he kills Flandra. And we're talking about how, wow, Care is insane.
Yeah, if you're solo killing an Ornn as a Yone at level 10, that's pretty good. But we will see how the rest of this breaks down.
Tarzan's
obviously, the dragon started up here. Yeah, Tarzan's not in the area. This is a free dragon for FPX that will stop the stacking coming in from anyone's legend, and they are losing control of this game very, very quickly. I have a hard time imagining a world where you know, this team fight goes even relatively neutral. If you can have peel for Jiachi in these fights, I don't know. This is looking pretty good for FPX moving forward.
Yeah, I'm struggling to think of how you actually come back in this game if you're AL, K-Man, because your bridge to get Shanks into the late game did not work. Your bridge is not ahead, right? You're down 1,000 gold in the bot lane, and you're down about 100 gold in the jungle, right? Which is, after the start that you had as Tarzan, being down is really, really tough to swallow. And even if you get Shanks there, I mean, just look how fed Jachi is. You know, Care is in lockstep as well as Sheer, and we know that Rumble later on in the game, you know, he goes through a small power trough, but his ultimate's still good, and really late in the game, he'll be really strong. So even if this game goes long, we talked about already, you don't have the scaling. So where do you find a way in when they're already this strong?
I think the lucky thing for AL is they have a lot of playmaking tools available to them. Not only the Ornhorn, but the Azir Shuffle is going to be pretty massive this game to be able to catch out that Yunara, potentially making a mistake. If you can get on top of the AD carry, any fight is still winnable if you are able to find the right engage. I think it's also worth noting that if this is the plan, if the plan is to go long in this game and to try and stall it out, eventually those ornaments will come through. And Azir with an ornament, a Trundle with an ornament will be a lot of free stats over to AL. So they're not completely dead in the water. This gold lead, while in favor of FPX, is certainly not insurmountable. But if FPX play their own game, as long as they don't make any major mistakes, they're definitely going to be the team that's in the best possible situation here. And that's not even accounting for the fact that you still have Jway on something like Alistar that can be a big playmaker, which is huge for him as a player. You have Milky Way on the Sejuani who can be a frontline. Even if you ult the Trundle, or if the Trundle ults the Sejuani, you've still got Alistar on the frontline, Rumble ultimate dropping. You're absolutely right. This is going to be a scary game for AL.
Yeah, and the one stat, well, you know, during this last sequence where some wards were getting cleared, just one plate apiece for both of these clubs, right? And, you know, anyone's legend, you would have expected them to do much more work and be able to get more plates, right? Especially with Shanks having the range advantage against the melee Yone, right? And you know, maybe expect Tarzan to make some sort of impact, or Hope and Kyle to really hard win their lane. And they weren't able to get any of that early gold that this team desperately needed.
It's definitely looking scary. 1.5k gold lead here for Jiachi in the bot lane, but the posturing has come up because Rift Herald has spawned. This could be fight.
Kyle does get engaged on, Culling going down by Hope, taking Jway, about 50% HP. They're going to go look at Milky Way, take him down a little bit as Care is looking to stack up his Qs. We'll use that third Q to get over the wall. Looks like FPX will at least try to shade toward Jachi as he continues to push. Hope is going to have to catch this wave. So there's a small man advantage right now for FPX. Let's see what they're able to do with it. They get in there, they clear out some vision. They take purchase in the pit right now. Shanks is going to slide back and look to regroup with the rest of his team. So both these teams playing this team fight pretty well for the moment. Kyle going to take a lot of damage on the way back. Call the Forge God coming in. It's not going to land on anybody. Knockup from the Braum lands on the 2, but they don't really do anything off of it. Big knockup coming in from Jway, and there's the equalizer on top of it too. Tarzan's got to run for the hills. Care with a big fate sealed. Jachi with a huge flash over the wall, and he manages to find the Braum, and now he's going to look for Hope, but he got stunned, but the rest of the team is there. He will fall for it, but can they find Hope? Hope gets stunned with a permafrost and goes down. It is another win for FPX.
Still a very big win for FPX. It is a shutdown going over to Hope, so there is something going at least the way of AL. That's not always been the case in these fights, but FPX is completely dominating the game and these fights right now as they are just executing better. Their setup was incredibly strong. It was really hard to find a way for Trundle to be able to get in. Once that Ornhorn goes wide, once that ult ends up not landing on anyone, a lot of your engage tools end up falling flat. Really, at this point, it's just the Shuriman Shuffle. There's no easy way to get in here, and as we can see, Braum ends up stunning up, you know, Jachi and Care as much as possible, but Jway with a gorgeous flash in. The equalizer ends up dropping, and all the damage coming down on Tarzan, onto, you know, even KL, like, down on the bot side. It's all answered by a really nice flash from Jachi to avoid the Azir ultimate. Now, he does have to pay his life for this, which is not ideal. Again, giving that shutdown over to Hope, but this could have been worse, and you know what? FPX is in a great spot. More kills going over to the Yunara. 5, 1, and 3 at 17 minutes here. 2 completed items for that champ. It just gets worse for AL.
Yeah, and you secured the Herald, and guess what? You're going to give all that gold over to Care. You see Shanks and Kyle trying to do what they can up on the top side, but Shanks in particular has had a really rough Azir game so far. He's, you know what, used 3 Emperors divides, 1 defensively in the mid lane. He missed one that was in a picture-in-picture against Sheer, and then the one in that fight that Jauchi completely outplayed. I mean, this guy is feeling it right now, and they're going to lose a bot tier 2 on top of it too, so a huge injection of gold going over to Care.
Yeah, the tier 2 going down is massive for FPX. It opens up the map so much, and with Dragon spawning right now, this is a free second Dragon for FPX. They have full control of the map. We do see some pings coming down. There's no way AL want to contest this, but they might try.
I think you're in the stage where you might have to, but it looks like they're not going to. They're going to get the Rumble teleport out, so FPX will get their second Dragon of the game. There's just nothing that AL can do right now.
Yeah, it would have been very, very aggressive to try and contest that. You are almost never going to be able to win that fight if you do end up getting in there. So AL wisely, I think, at least allowing the Dragon to go over. As bad as this situation is, it only gets worse if you start playing desperate. So we'll need to see them continue to keep their wits about them. But we are seeing some Yunara success. That, at the very least, I can continue to push forward. The ups and downs of that champion are very clear. We have not exactly seen her dominate, but we have seen her be incredibly successful, and she is set up to really dominate this game going forward. Jauchi's in a great spot on the Yunara, hitting that level 11 and, potentially being the #1 champion in this game to watch.
So what you're telling me is because of the law of averages and how averages work, Jauchi and FPX are going to win this game. It's a foregone conclusion.
It's the exact same way that we thought that, of course, Ultra Prime won the previous series. Xiaoxia didn't die, more than 2 times. It's the exact same, principles, so we're all familiar with it. Jauchi is going to carry the game, and it's impossible to lose at this point.
Yeah. And, if that is the case, this is really bad for AL, not only because you're losing, but most of AL's wins have come on blue side in Split 3. They've earned the blue side merchant moniker, right? And, they did not get any against IG, obviously, and these were not great versus top esports, but, I mean, that's where most of your wins have come from. And you are no longer winning on that side. Stay with me here. This means that you're not winning a lot.
And what you just said, that's a problem. that actually ends up in it not being very good. Not winning is not good, as it turns out. So, AL really needs to start picking up the pace. As much as I think this game is a really tough spot for AL, nothing is unwinnable, especially against teams in the LPL where all of this action can happen at any moment, and especially when so much of the gold is on one member of the enemy team. You can find a miracle situation. That can be it, but they're going to look for it here starting the Otacon.
Yeah, we're going to shotgun an Otacon. Teleport coming in from Kara as AL are going to pull out. Kara is stuck in the back of the pit right now. Doesn't have a flash up either.
Ult out.
Will have to ult out. Yeah, good call out there. So the Otacon is still aggroed right now. It looks like both sides will pull off and allow them to reset. Anyone's legend will head to the mid lane to try to take that tier 1 turret.
Yeah, when Kara has to blow ultimate there, I think they're just like, well, we don't have to take this. We don't need to try and flip this if we're FPX. We're in a good spot. But AL, good transition into the mid lane here as they're able to take that mid tier 1. A pretty smart play, small advantage here, small victory, I guess, for AL, all things considered. But, it's just one of the many things they're going to have to do to get themselves back into this game. They don't need one of those plays. They're going to need quite a lot of them. So Jauchi going to be able to catch this wave. But at this point, you're still looking at these major objectives. Otacon, of course, is up on the map. But 2 minutes from now, it's going to be Mountain Dragon. That will be sole point for FPX. I imagine they're going to want to prioritize that pretty heavily. And especially with that being on the bottom side, we could potentially see a lot of that Otacon pressure go wide, at least right now. We'll see what AL want to do. Maybe they want to try and force a trade. Wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world, but it's all really about making a decision in the moment.
Yeah, and there's not going to be too many more opportunities for them to do something like they just did, right? Where you pull a teleport from a solo laner, and you go and you're able to get a turret off of it. That's a great way to get back into the game a little bit, get some gold. We are going to see Shanks teleport over to the top side. Kara has to snap back. So AL, once again, have purchase up on this top side on this Otacon. There is a ward on it, though. So FPX is well aware and is working with good information, but that ward's going to get cleared out. It got hit a couple of times. So they do know that this is being done. Sheer does have teleport available if he wants in. Kara's still cut off. His flash is available. 5,000 HP, 4,000 HP as this Otacon begins to tick lower. Care going to trade on to Shanks very well, get good damage in. Here we go, looking for a steal. Who's going to get it? It's Yunara that secures it, and it's going to be Zhui up in the front, taking a lot of damage. Call the Forge God, going to land on the 2 as Tarzan once in. Looking to do damage to Care. Care able to get out. Milky Way looking like ex-Smithy there, not quite landing the ultimate, but here it go. The fire's burning. Care with the fate sealed, and they turn it around. Sheer and Care take over. FPX say game over. They ace AL.
Well, if we thought it was bad for anyone's legend before that fight, it is catastrophic after that fight. Really well played by FPX for a majority of that time. Milky Way's ult ends up going completely wide. Great shout out on the Smithy call there, but really the sealing, their fate was sealed, I would say, by that Yone ultimate. I think that that is a fair way to call out what ended up happening there. Care looking really solid. Shanks ends up delivering the final kill to FPX as well. But as this goes lower, I'm trying to see how this ends up going over to Yunara. It's just, this might comes in a little bit early. The bounce comes in at 36 HP and ends up picking up the Otacon, and Joy with a really nice flash to be able to stay alive. We'll see why that's important a little bit later, but Care doing a good job to try and keep them at bay. Unfortunately, Milky Way's ult goes wide, but when Flandra's engaged, does not connect. Care sees the angle to combo the knockup, and unfortunately both Tarzan and Kyle are in a terrible spot. Shanks unfortunately delivering the rest of the team to his AD carry as he dies, and it is a disaster for anyone's legend.
Wow, indeed. And yeah, you know, finally Shanks got an ultimate that hit multiple people that did good damage. The fight was just over, and if you take a look at the damage charts, you know, Shanks had a long time in that fight, did a lot of damage, still got out damaged by Yunara, who is now 6-1-7 and inching closer to that 9.8 mark, I believe it was.
Yep.
Yeah, these things are not looking good for anyone's legend. They haven't been looking good since that Grub fight. A play here or there that has really been like, oh yes, this is the AL of Split 2, right? This was the team that went to MSI and performed very admirably and took Gen G to 5 games and took T1 to 5 games. And then you take a look at the rest of this and you're like, are we sure we didn't leave Group Nirvana for the evening?
I think the most concerning thing for me for AL right now is look at the minimap. Do you see a blue ward? Like, there's one control ward on the map. Everything else is red. Everything else is illuminated. Care is pushing down on the bot side. He has teleport available. He's completely unmatched right now. AL is trying to posture over tempo, but right now they can't force anything. They're going to try, though, but Kyle might just be walking into death.
Okay, Shanks trying to get in there. He's going to find Jachi, but Care's showing up to the party. He's going to try to deal with Shanks directly in front of him, knocks up Tarzan, and they're going to find him too. Fate sealed, not going to catch Hope, though. So it is going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of FPX.
Yeah, I mean, even a play that looks like it's okay for AL, where they're able to catch out Jachi early on in the fight, still ends up being something that isn't super winning for AL, all things considered. Milky Way stopping the back there. Very close to Kyle losing his life, but he will survive just barely. But even with a dent in the gold lead, we're still looking at an 8k gold lead for FPX. More than enough to be able to push this advantage. And with Baron having spawned over the past minute, they should still be in a pretty solid spot. Again, no Care for this fight. He ends up teleporting to the tower instead of to the ward. Certainly a choice. I don't think it's the wrong one, but Shanks dashing in and being able to land the shuffle onto Jachi. That's big, because with the Yunara out of the fight, it's still playable. Care showing up, though, completely changes the dichotomy. It's no longer just Yunara that you have to deal with on this comp. The gold has started to trickle to everyone else, and Care is more than enough to be able to pull at least a couple of kills back. But it's still the map pressure that needs to be established, you know, for FPX to control this area, and it looks like Baron's going to be their target.
Yeah, and, you know, while that play is all well and good, and you go and you take out Jachi, he had no summoners, and you invested Shanks Flash for that. Dragon is in 2 minutes. That would be an FPX Mountain Soul. A Baron fight could happen at any moment. And that means that the burden of execution, speaking of Baron fights, as FPX just rip it, the burden of execution is on Shanks. He must come up huge. But guess what? This Baron is gone. Tarzan cannot get in. Secured by FPX. Care looking to end this game as they're going to be able to find Tarzan, and now they're going to look for more. Sheer looking to heat up and deal some more damage. He's going to target out Hope with the taser. Fate Seal not going to land on anybody, but Shanks is going to knock Milky Way over the wall and have to deal with Jachi. Meanwhile, Sheer is taking out Hope, and down goes Shanks. Down goes Flandra. teleport from Milky Way just to get a little bit closer, and FPX are going to push down and win game 1.
Yanni, it was not even close. It was a destruction of anyone's legend in game number 1 by FPX. They were better early. They were better in the mid game. They were better late. Every part of this going in favor of the Phoenix. And if we had concerns about AL, those have been compounded. And if we had some excitement about FPX, we might have just seen even more. Death timers are getting a little bit low here. We'll see
it's
AL
Jover.
can make this interesting.
It's
yeah,
Jover.
It's over.
Yep. See you later. FPX 21-3. An absolute decimation of anyone's legend who are looking like nobody's legend right now, K-Man.
Ooh, anybody but me's legend. As I think it's fair to say. It's not working out for them right now. This team is in free fall in terms of where their standings are out. But man, what a win for FPX. As much as I'd love to sit here and be like, oh, you know, we got to talk about AL being bad, I want to give a lot of credit to FPX for actually
they played
just
so well,
outplaying them at every avenue.
Kara looked so good that game. Like, we had been, you know, there was a lot of talk in their last matchup against WE that's like, man, if Kara could be consistent, like, he will play really, really well, and he'll be, like, you know, really good player. The franchise player for FPX actually starting to show up a little bit here. You know, I hate to say it, but, like, the problem is AL is trending toward a way that, you know, Kara does really well, and you'll be like, oh, it's just Shanks. So what do you mean just Shanks, bro? Like, this guy was doing very well at internationals. I mean, yeah, all credit to FPX. I mean, in every phase of the game, they won.
They were better. Like, there's nothing to say. Like, there's not... that you can get into the intricacies of, oh, you know, Kare did, you know, these specific things that ended up being great. He had some great ultimates and fights. I think his positioning was really solid. Obviously, you got the early kills on Jiachi, but at the end of the day, it was everything. Like, everything went in favor of FPX, and that is terrifying if you are an AL fan, because this is not isolated. This is not something that has been, oh, we just lost a game to FPX. This is exactly what happened against IG. This is what was happening at the beginning of the split against Billy Gaming. This team is in some dire straits right now, and if you're losing to the 1-5 Fun Plus Phoenix, who just kind of got beaten up on by Team WE, yeah, you're starting to get concerned.
Yeah, you're cooked, bro. Like, I don't know. I don't really know what to tell you. Because, you know, if FPX, they take the win here, they go to 2-5, AL falls to 2-5, like, forget any hopes of top 2. You're not even getting top 4 at that point. Like, you're in the jackpot. Like, you got to just try and find a way through the play-ins, right? And I mean, this was really rough to watch. And, you know, like, as somebody who went to MSI, who cheered on anyone's legend, who were, like, very, very morose and down when they finally got eliminated, this hurts. This hurts to watch. This is not the team that I spent very good lung capacity on in Vancouver. And it's very disappointing.
I get it. I was right there with you cheering for AL at MSI, and unfortunately it didn't end up, you know, really working out for them at MSI, and right now it's going even worse. Like, I think they played great at that tournament. And the scary thing is, and I've seen some people saying this, like, online throughout all of this split, you know, on various social media sites, like, oh, one split wonders, right? Like, this idea of AL, you know, they just were good in spring and that it's actually kind of a mirage. We've seen this with other teams in other regions, but let's not pretend like this wasn't a team that made finals in winter, that they didn't immediately come out and were, you know, consistently a top 1, top 2 team in the regular season and then beat up everybody in the playoffs. Never really looked all that tested, looked good at MSI. This is the first time all year that this team has shown weakness that is consistent in any real large, you know, capacity, but the weakness is strong. I know that the team has come out and talked a bit about how they feel like they have a bad meta read right now. I don't even think this draft is unplayable. I think they just got diffed. Like, and that's the bigger concern for me.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that play as an example. I mean, Shanks just ulted absolutely nothing. I mean, yes, I understand that we see the Unara go over the wall, but I mean, you have to hit some of these. You have to be able to anticipate that there's something like that could happen. And I mean, this fight looked very awkward at first, and you thought for a second, hey, maybe AL win this, but, like, where is Flandra? Flandra's over in BFE, as I like to call it. And, you know, AL was just so split that it allowed FPX to get out, and then Flandra said, all right, guys, I'm going in. So it's like, all right, we're going to go and fight. And you just allow FPX to, like, regroup and just win here. This team is still so good at punishing mistakes. I don't think FPX actually made too many mistakes this game, but they are making so many of their own. It is a cacophony of errors coming out constantly from anyone's legend. Uncharacteristic errors that we have not seen from them in 2025 that are rearing their ugly head, and it couldn't come at a worse time, K-Man.
I think you were right on the Flandra thing. I counted 3 Ornn ultimates that hit 0 people. That just completely whiffed. That were not effective in any capacity, that, did not impact things. Also, want to give a big shout out to Sheer. What a Rumble ultimate in this final fight.
Sheer played a great game.
Equalizer. Yeah,
Sheer
really,
played a great
really great
game.
stuff from him there as well. So it was the whole team, man. Like, it was just...
It's the whole team!
It's the whole
Jason Kelsey
team!
would say.
Yes.
I mean, all right, so if it's the whole team, who do you give the MVP to?
I mean, come on. It's kind of got to be Jauchi, right? Like, it's got to be this Yunara.
Yeah, maybe... Okay, what if you gave away, like, MVP shares? Like, what percentage of this MVP would you give to Jauchi? Because I think it's an MVP that is worthwhile to go to the whole team.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'd be fair to give... I don't know how generous we want to be here to everyone. I think it'd be fair to give 35 to 40% to Jauchi.
That's what I was thinking, bro.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was thinking. That's what Adam, our producer, was thinking. Yeah, this is the East Coast power that we bring to the table, all 3 of us. Yeah, 35% seems really good. If you want to give him 40, you could give him 40. Even if you want to give him 45, I could go with that. Jauchi's going to get your MVP. Absolutely nobody is shocked by that, except for maybe anyone's legend, because I'm sure they were expecting the MVP on their side. This guy had 100% kill participation. Wait a minute, hold on. Okay, maybe 35% is a little too low. Maybe we should have given him 50. I didn't know he had 100% KP.
That is ridiculous. That is actually insane for him. 174% damage per gold. That's insane. This guy was
that's video game numbers.
Yeah, video game numbers. Very good point. He was almost 4K gold up, like, alone, like, by himself. This was disgusting. He was excellent throughout this game, and I think the thing that has really encouraged me with Jauchi in particular, like, specifically how he's played on FPX, is he is not a secondary piece for this team at all. He is willing to flash in. He is willing to step up. He is willing to play aggressive, and I think I really like that. We talked a bit about how him and Jway have been strong as a duo. Jway is also not scared to go out there and make plays, and you know what? I talked about this in the first series. I'll talk about this in every series that we cover. Sometimes in the LPL, it really is just about who makes the play, not so much what the play is, and that's what I really like about this FPX team. They're not afraid to make plays.
Yep, not afraid at all, and they looked a lot more linked up than they have been in some of their past matches. K-Man, with that, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. But before we do want to mention that we do have a sponsor. I want to give the sponsor a shout out, right? If you want to play like the pros in your own solo queue games, you can take the opportunity to learn directly from the pros themselves. Whatever your rank, the best way to start climbing now is to schedule a coaching session at prodiff.gg. You'll work one-on-one with an active or recent player in the NACL, ERLs, or LTA. He will teach you to play like a pro. Get personalized coaching from the pros today at prodiff.gg. Use code LPL10 at checkout to save 10% and support the LPL English broadcast. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm going to be using this myself because I'm playing in a couple of leagues upcoming, and I already, a couple of friends are on that coaching list that I would like to give them my money and also like to learn a lot because, man, I am sick of being hard stuck in Emerald. I want to be able to get back to Diamond, so I am definitely going to be utilizing prodiff.gg, using the code LPL10 specifically. K-Man, what about you?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, Prodiff is an unbelievable product. I'm so happy that we got them as a sponsor here because just the fact that you can, get coaching live from, like, active pro players, like, what an amazing thing to be able to receive. And, obviously thanks to all the pros who are willing to donate their time for this.
What a time to be alive, and what a time to take a break because FPX are up in the series 1-0, looking to make it a 2-0 shutout. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to some more LPL English on the unofficial LPL English broadcast here. FPX are up 1-0, dude. You know, when we were getting into this, we were like, oh, you know, quick 2-0, anyone's legend, right? You know, this is their get right. And then you said, yeah, FPX 2-0. And I wasn't sure if you were joking or not. And I'm not even sure if you knew if you were joking or not. But guess what, bro? FPX is up 1-0. And if AL plays even half as bad as they did in the first game, they will lose.
That's more than true. Like, if it's even close to how they played in game one, this will not be a close series. It has to be better. You know, we'll see, obviously, if the prediction ends up coming true. I will say, to cast or curse myself, I have yet to cast an FPX loss this split. I have casted all their one series win before this. All one of their wins. All one of their wins before this against Invictus, and now here I am up 1-0 on anyone's legend. Maybe it's just meant to be, but we will see for FPX, because if you get Jhachi going again, regardless of what champion he's on, I know people are going to talk about the Yunara, but let's be real. You donate 5 kills to an 80 carry, he's probably winning that game. Like, yeah. It's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it's going to be bad news. So, you know, if you're AL, try not to do that. You know, it felt like they could have just been happy with the 2 grubs and actually, like, left. And you know what? I think that this game would have been completely different. Because I don't know if FPX actually kill them or get more than, like, 1 or 2 kills. And it's playable. The game was just unplayable from the moment the grubs went down and they stayed and they greeted for that 3rd grub. The greedy AL just, again, can't get out of their own way sometimes. It is a stark difference to the very clean, prim, and proper team that we've seen. And I don't know, I'm just like looking at Tarzan, and Tarzan's never been a particularly emotional guy, but he just doesn't doesn't look very happy right now.
Yeah, I imagine morale is not as high as it's ever been for anyone's legend after the last couple of games. And
mental low mid-open.
Yeah, true. But I think that there is, you know, a way to, you know, salvage this. It's just game 1 at the end of the day, and as much as we call them blue side merchants, at least they get blue side again in game 2. And
bro, I don't even know if they're blue side merchants anymore. They haven't won a blue side game in a while now. It's been literally 3 games.
Yeah, it's a very good point. So, you know, maybe you're starting to get a bit concerned, but, you know, some of the big picks taken off the board. No Rumble, no Yone. I think both of them looked very strong. So we'll see how it goes. The Kaisa kind of a necessary ban against Jhachi, who, you know, probably his best champion. So
made his name on it. I remember, what was that, split 1? He made that crazy Kaisa play down at the Otacon. Oh my god, that was so crazy. This guy's really good. All right, so if you're anyone's legend, I think if you have a break class in case of emergency composition, you need to pick it right now. Like, it is emergency time. You need a dub. Like, play your best composition. Vondra doesn't even look happy about this Scion thing. He's like, yeah, I guess I gotta play Scion.
Which is crazy, because he has been incredibly successful on Scion this year. This has easily been AL's best champion in terms of, they pick Scion, he's really dominant on the top side. Now, Ornn has also been a champion that really, you know, enables this team to fight consistently, but didn't quite work out for them in game number 1. It's going to be more engage threat here coming in from the side of FPX with the Wukong. I like Wukong because I think you can go in a lot of different directions. You can follow it up with even more engage, something like an Annie in the mid lane that we've seen partnered with it a lot, or you can just go a lot of damage to be able to capitalize on the Cyclones and go for an engage support. I think it leaves a lot of options open, but the Corki is going to be that second lock. I am very sure, maybe not very sure, I'm pretty sure this is going to Jhachi in the bot lane. He does like to play Corki, at least last split was something he was willing to play. So we'll see how that goes. Care obviously has played Corki a bit before, so the flex is active, but you want to go for that damage. You saw what he could do on the Yunara. Corki can still put out quite a bit.
Yep, and if they lock in this Poppy, I think it's a really good pickup here for the side of anyone's legend. Might put a pin in that for right now. We'll see what the options are here. As drafting Sivir this early just feels very, very strange to me. You know, this is typically a champion you pick when it's like, hey, we're rounding out this comp. Now it sends a lot of signals to FPX that, like, hey, we should ban champions that are really, really good around this Sivir. It's just a strange pick for something.
I agree. I would have expected, if you wanted to go something safe that had late game options, you know, I think that there were other things available. Obviously, you know, things like Ezreal pop into mind in terms of just raw strength, but even something like a Jhin I think would have made sense as well. Just, you know, whatever happens in the bot lane happens. But it's Poppy who ends up getting locked in. You correctly pointed out this is a really big Poppy angle. Every game's a big Poppy angle. I don't mean to hype up the champion too much.
Honestly,
man,
you're kind of right, bro. Like, even if
Poppy.
you're not getting that you know, value out of the steadfast presence, you slam people on the walls, you can knock people out of fights. She's a fine laner, she's a solid jungler, not as much of a support anymore, but you could still take her there if you wanted to. This champion honestly needs to catch a nerf soon.
Yeah, I just think Poppy's really good. We saw
in
the previous series,
so
like you give her gold, she's going to become just as tanky as Scion or Ornn ever is as well. So
you can even build her lethality. Don't do that. Don't do that. But you could.
Yeah, maybe not endorsing that on the broadcast. I don't want to see that in my solo queue games, and so I'm not going to put that out into the ether. But
I have seen it in my solo queue games, which is the worst part.
I'm so sorry.
Yes, my producer has played it in my solo queue games. Do you know how many times this guy has inted me, by the way? Not to just derail everything, but this guy has inted me so much in my life, dude. Silas support ruins my dreams and nightmares. It's so bad. All right, anyway, continue. We're going to see Xin Zhao get banned over here by the side of FPX. And now we're going to see Jue's pool get targeted, specifically this Nico, which would go really well with this team comp. They all said, you know what? Yeah, it would go well with the team comp. Let's take it away.
It's almost funny that Jue has gotten so good as a player that we almost forget that Nico has to be banned against him because he's so good on everything that we almost forget that that champ is even better than everything else. That, you know, you kind of have to take it away. That was a perma ban against Jue for most of the split number 2. But it will still be junglers targeted with that, of course, taken off the board for FPX. They clearly do not think that this Poppy is going jungle. They are not. They are buying the Kyle Poppy, and honestly, I kind of get it. Kyle's played quite a bit of Poppy over the course of his career. That was an LCK pick for a very long time when he was, you know, on Sandbox over in the LCK. So certainly something that could be played. But the Annie called it out earlier. Really nice like combo for the Wukong. I think it makes a lot of sense to take out here as even more setup for Aatrox diving in or Corki kind of pumping out damage. So I think the mid lane pick is going to be pretty influential in terms of maybe what they want to go for. But I could also see support coming out here. I would expect support to be saved for R5. That's a Jue thing to do, so we will see what they lock in. But
not only is it a Jue thing to do, but also not sure where this Poppy's going to go yet. You don't really want to go, hey, you know, we're going to go and I'll grab a poke mage or something like that and, you know, have it, oh, Poppy got shifted out. We're going to see a Victor get locked in here for anyone's legend, and we're seeing a support hover and a lock-in. It's going to be Rel going over. That one will go over to Kyle. So this AL team, it's just a bunch of meatballs and a couple of scalers. And honestly,
yeah,
if that's your draft, if that's your break glass in case of emergency draft, I'm not inspired by it. This is boring. This is not LPL League of Legends.
It is indeed boring. We do see the Braum hover, but Braum is, of course, taken off the board here. It is unplayable because of Fearless. It will be the Nautilus.
True.
Locked in here is, you know, we do get to see the comps kind of rounded out. Honestly, I agree with you, but I also will push into the direction of I'm not in love with either of these drafts, just in terms of how things are going. I think it's going to be a bit more difficult for FPX to control the pacing in the way that they did before. While I do think Corki is still in a good spot, I think you're looking at 3 lanes that maybe aren't going to have the same kind of push that they had in game number 1. You're looking at a lot of situations where you've got, you know, something like Aurora into Victor is not going to have that pressure, and you are probably going to need to spike in the mid game. But if you can do that, if you can win those skirmishes, it's all really about who gets the gold. I didn't expect Yunara to get donated a bunch of kills at the beginning of last game. If you can do that for Corki, or especially for Aurora, this game becomes very difficult for some of the immobile carries on the other side of the matchup.
Yeah, and AL has to be very careful in lane, specifically in the bot lane, because Nautilus Corki is a very potent combo, and people really forget that Corki's best ability at level 1 is his W, actually. Like, sure, his E gives you a lot of value in the armor shred, but strictly pound for pound damage, it's his Valkyrie. So at level 2, if you hit level 2 first, you get the Valkyrie, you get the Gatling gun, you can kill anybody. And having a Nautilus on your side, knowing that some Rels really like to kind of get aggressive early on, you could really find yourself in a favorable position to snowball the game out of control, get a big lead on Corki, set this Sivir behind, put her in an uncomfortable spot.
That's the goal, is to make sure the Sivir is in as bad of a spot as possible. But as much as we want to critique the 3 meatballs and 2 carries, you get the carries in a good spot. The meatballs get some tank items on them, you know, front to back. That can be pretty difficult to break through. There's also a lot of engage on the side of anyone's legend. A lot of ways to start fights. So we'll see who ends up coming out on top here.
You can hear the gyos getting weaker for the side of AL. As Sheer is still
Yeah, maybe they're getting weaker from FPX.
Pocket.
The flash burned.
Yeah, all right. This is a very good start for AL. If there was ever a time that you needed to come out and do something, that's the one.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a good summoner to burn early. Wow, that is a huge stat. Upper finals, game 4 versus JDG was the last time AL had 3 kills or less. And again, really what that shows you is just, this team doesn't play like this. It's not just that this team is in bad form, it's actively getting worse in terms of where it's at. This is one of the worst games in game 1 that they have played all split long, all year long. And if that continues, FPX is going to be the kind of team that can take advantage of it. Luckily for AL, they are able to get that flash early onto Sheer. Him just kind of walking up, donating that for free, essentially. But I think you correctly called it out. We'll see what kind of aggression we get out of these two bot lanes, because I really do think if one of them overextends, and if you do see that Corki Nautilus trading pattern, could be quite dangerous. But Sivir will eventually get the shove in here if things go a bit neutral.
So with Flandra having this flash advantage up on the top side, I mean, it doesn't really seem like... The only thing you'll really get out of this is Sheer being behind. There's a nice hook there from Jouet as Jauchi will trade back with a Q, which means that he is not really going to do well in trades. We're going to see a heal burnt by Kyle simply to stun Jauchi. Jauchi standing there, probably a little stunned that actually happened.
That's the Summoner Spellbook difference as we get the double stun coming out. You know, that's maybe a bit of over-reliance on a certain rune being taken there.
Just a little bit.
You know... it's just donating a heal. They saw the flash burned on the top side. You know, Kyle felt bad. Wanted to donate a summoner back. You know, make it a little bit more fair and even. Yeah, so we see trade on the top side here for Sheer. I agree that I really need to see some pressure on the top side coming in from AL. It's actually a miracle that they ended up burning that Aatrox flash early, but this should be exploitable. This is already a laning phase that I think is a little bit difficult for Aatrox to actually do well in, because you're never really able to punish the Scion, especially the, you know, level 4, level 5, you know, pre-first back spike, so we'll see. But Kyle, once again, looking for some aggressive trades. Jauchi trying to stabilize.
Yeah, having a rough go of it down here, and you know, Corki is very short range, so it is easy for Sivir to get a lot of incidental damage down. You can see Tarzan farm up this bot crab from right under the nose of Milky Way as he'll step onto a ward. They're aware of where he's at. Milky Way will wisely take not a back, but lie in wait as we're looking for a dive from
Milky
AL.
Way's here.
Milky Way looking to go foil this one. Hope tanks up a couple turret shots. Going to take him a little while to get in there. Jauchi on the backside dies to Tarzan. Meanwhile, Kyle will fall. Milky Way gets credit for that one. And Tarzan, buddy, you are on the wrong side of the tracks. Jouet with the hook. Tarzan will fall to care. A 2-for-1 for FPX.
2-for-1. Tarzan does get the first blood, so... You know, it's at least something to pull back there, but getting a kill freely donated onto your Aurora and even getting a kill onto the Wukong this early on in the game is very, very positive for FPX. It's a really nice counter gank there from Milky Way. I think a lot of people would have expected more pressure on the top side, but Milky Way sees this play coming, and Tarzan looking for Jauchi, seeing the low health bar, you know, obviously burning the cleanse early on, Jauchi getting out. Tarzan, though, you know, ignoring the entire fight, flashing in to make sure he secures that kill, sacrificing his life to do so. We'll see how much that can be worth it if the Poppy can continue to make big impacts across the map. Maybe the kill is something that actually does go in the favor of AL, but right now, especially getting that kill onto Aurora, this looks like a pretty good trade for FPX to start off the game.
Yeah, and you have to, if you're AL, really attack the summonerless Corki, because Corki's big strength is earlier on in the game. As the game goes on, he tends to get weaker and weaker because he's just so short-ranged. And you can continue to attack him and keep him down. You'll be in a really, really good spot. You see Jouet and Jauchi looking to keep up the pressure here. As much damage as you can on the Hope and Kyle.
Yeah, you don't really want to let this go. Obviously, Sivir is eventually, and even now, going to have that push in the lane, but you still have so much combat power. Shanks, you know, losing a little bit of XP for that play. He is not quite level 6 yet, whereas Shanks has hit that level 6 power spike. Does need to be at least a bit careful, but as per usual, it will be the Victor ult dropped just for a bit of pressure early on. We see this basically every game from Victor players, and just wants to get that first back and recall off.
We're going to get another hook down. Shui, only level 3 right now, so now he'll take over to level 4. A little bit of extra stats for him, but now the game has slowed quite a little bit. Shear's flash is back up, so, you know, AL did not choose to go punish the FPX top laner. I wonder if that will come back to bite them. So we all know that if Aatrox can play the game unabated, he will take over.
He definitely will. The Aatrox can be a big problem if you are not prepared for it. You know, I know there's been some memes in the community about Shear's Aatrox in the past. We will see if he can maybe go against that reputation in this particular game. But Dragon, of course, having been spawned, we'll see if Milky Way, looks like he might have wanted to prioritize it, but no, he's just going to head to the top side of the map. Care trading a bit with Shanks. I think notably, of course, Grub spawning in a minute here. As per usual, LPL team's going to really put a lot of attention into that. But Tarzan now looking for Sheer on the top side.
Well, Sheer does have flash now. Flandre is out of mana. World Ender going to get popped here. So he's going to just not do anything here. Tarzan going to show up, say hey, walk away.
A bit of a time waster there. Did get the ult coming out from the Aatrox, which is something. So certainly could have been worse in that instance, but not too much as we see a fight bot lane.
Yeah, here we go. Ignite is down on the Kael. Jauchi, gotta get in there. Use the Valkyrie to dodge out. Needs to find Kael. One more auto attack will do it. He'll fire the Q. It'll be a trade of kills, but Jue needs to find a way out and fast. He has to hook the wall for a little bit extra distance. Hope is gonna flash after him, but Jue put himself in the corner.
He doesn't have
here.
it.
He uses
The
the
toe
heal.
shot.
Hope, oh, the barrier, the hook. Jue with the outplay.
Oh, it's disgusting from Jue, who baits Hope into trying to get the kill under tower. He burns Hope's barrier, he burns Hope's flash, and he kills him in the exchange. Oh my goodness, it's a disaster class from Hope on the Sivir, but it's huge for Jue on the Nautilus. You know, that's actually a pretty big turn. It turns it into a 2-for-1. You know, gold not going in the perfect place, but certainly not a good sign that AL is over their mental faux pas from the first game.
Yeah, it just means that Hope has no summoners for the next fight. You can see this engage. It's pretty clean. Exhaust goes down. Jauchi, I was just kind of surprised the way he used his Valkyrie later on.
Yeah, this was a really weird fight overall from FPX, because I think if they just full commit onto KL right now, they probably just kill him. Instead, Jue flashes over the wall, feeling like he has to stay alive a little bit longer, and that means Jauchi doesn't actually have the range to get the damage in. You're right, the Valkyrie was just way too defensive. I think both of them needed to be a bit more aggressive, but maybe not quite as aggressive as Hope was in this exchange, flashing forward to try to kill a Nautilus, who does end up burning heal, I guess, but Hope not able to dodge the hook, and Jue with the huge outplay to pick up the kill. Not going to be the most consequential outplay of all time or anything like that. Doesn't change the complexion of the game, especially with Sivir up so much in the CS department, but certainly not a good thing for AL.
2 grubs to 1, going over to FPX. It'll be very good for Aurora and their Aatrox later. AL not really too broken up about losing them with their solo laners. Not really going to provide that sort of power, although Sivir with them later is pretty nice. The first dragon of the game is still up. It's pretty much been avoided like the plague. I mean, I do wonder if maybe AL are afraid to take some objective fights that maybe they wouldn't have had any reservations about in the past after what happened to that Grubs in the game 1.
Yeah, it's been very slow, I think, for both of these teams. We saw Milky Way was kind of hovering around that dragon. I think it's realistic for either of these teams to want to prioritize it, but as we know, teams don't really care all that much about Dragon unless they feel they have a true late-game win condition, which I don't think either of these teams feel comfortable to fully commit to. But both of them are in the area right now. Teleport's actually going to be coming out here, so we will see the Victor meet up with the rest of the team, and this could be the pressure they're looking for. Tarzan contesting a blue.
He's going to take that one, put it right in his back pocket. Shui and Jauchi just heading back around, going to go farm up. We're not going to see anything crazy come out as Tarzan's going to go take his back. Milky Way took his as well. Couple of teleports burned, a blue buff down, and the dragon still stands.
As it turns out, neither team wants to make a massive mistake, and I kind of understand that, but also I want to see some action. I want to see this game pick up in tempo. Right now, it's just not happening. Both top laners choosing to start proxying Sion a little bit deeper than the Aatrox, but still successful nonetheless, as Tarzan will make his way up to his top side here to his Gromp. He will find an Aatrox, who is 2 levels up on him. Milky Way is in the area as well. This could actually be a problem for Tarzan if he overchases.
Tarzan's like, hey, I'm winning the fight. I don't really care. World Ender popped, and Milky Way says, hey, man, we're not fighting this at all. He's going to run right into Flandra. Is able to dodge out there. Sheer, though, he's not going to have anywhere to go. Sheer is just going to get 1v1 by Tarzan. He will manage to flash away there as Milky Way also dying, too. So AL playing bully ball with their top side.
Very funny set of events there. I understand why Milky Way doesn't feel comfortable. He understands that Flandra is, of course, proxying and will be at this play. And if you go for the 2v2, you're in direct risk of just throwing the advantage. But speaking of aggression...
There we go, Jotchi. Get him. There we go. This is how you do it.
No way, the flash.
Jotchi getting the job done on this Corki. It's exactly what this champ is supposed to do.
Oh, he might be in some trouble, though. Kyle does have vision of him. The Rel is in the area, and unfortunately, Jotchi doesn't see it coming.
Oh,
he executes!
He got executed. Let's go. Well played by Jotchi.
What a play by Jotchi, and what a series he is having against the defending champions here in the LPL. Takes over in Game 1, gets a solo kill on Hope in Game 2, and executes for his troubles. This Corki is incredibly strong right now. Triforce completed, and this will only get better as the game continues to go along. I'm really liking what FPX has building right now on the Rift, and with Cleanse still available for Jotchi, you know, them sending him down the mid lane, he could be in a very dangerous spot. We'll see what prompted Jotchi to go for this. It's just that Hope is overextended. I think Hope a little bit over-reliant on this idea that he's going to be able to dodge out on most of the damage. It doesn't happen. The autos are enough to be able to take him down, even if he misses some of those ult rockets. So really big stuff from Jotchi. Big mistake again by Hope, and looks like Dragon will be started based off the fact by FPX, but Kyle...
Okay, they're going to hook him. They're going to knock him up. Milky Way looking to slide his way in. Kyle going to be able to hop over the wall. As FPX have complete purchase of the river right now, and they will be able to secure the first dragon of the game fairly easily.
It's just another win for FPX. It's Kyle looking to try and make a play, although Shanks...
Oh, hang on. Yeah, Shanks is on his way. Milky Way going to turn on to Shanks here. Going to dodge out of the gravity well. Meanwhile, on the other side,
big knockup.
Kyle looking for the engage. Joue's in trouble. He goes down. His Care is in there, and he bursts a man out. Milky Way going in, trying to land the Cyclone on somebody, but can't quite do it. Care going to flash in, right into the knockup of the Scion. Kyle lives, and Care will die. So does Milky Way.
Huge play by Flandra to fly down from the top side on that Scion with the ultimate. Care flashes in right to his demise as he gets knocked up there. Sheer will get a plate for that, but that's it. That's a huge play made by Flandra, and this is why a champion like Scion works so well for anyone's legend, why they have so much success on champions like this, is you can allow Flandra to really affect the map in places that other champions would need more resources to do, and that was a big turning point. AL has gone from being in a pretty bad spot to a good one, and Joue's on the target now.
Yeah, Joue will be able to just walk away here. Nothing too crazy, but there we go. Finally, AL makes a play that goes positive for them. Let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah, they do still get the dragon, but this is a huge knockup coming in from Tarzan, and Jotchi actually doesn't cleanse the knockup. You would have hoped that he would have been able to do that, but he cleanses quite late, which means he's actually not in a position to kill Kyle, and because of that, Care flashes forward to secure it, doesn't even get it, and ends up dying there. Some small misplays coming in from FPX that really end up being costly. Shanks, you know, capitalizing on Milky Way on the backside of that as well, so... You know, overall, just a good play from AL, but that's what they do. They capitalize on mistakes, and luckily for them, FPX made them in that fight.
Yeah, in Game 1, there wasn't really too many mistakes to go around. Game 2, a couple more there, as FPX just overstaying their welcome just a little bit. The good news for them, though, is they are still incredibly strong. Take a look at the suite of items that their carries are decked out with. A couple of Trinity Forces, a Sundered Sky, as well for Sheer in the top lane. And there's still a lot of items that are yet to get online for AL. You think the Yuntal and Rod of Ages. You know, you're not really getting too much value out of them quite yet.
It's definitely scary to try and contest this Rift Herald. Tarzan posturing like he wants to anyways, but he's fully on vision. Shanks in the area. Teleport coming in.
All right. Flandra getting in there. FPX are a little split, but there'll be no engage or anything of the sort. And we'll burn the Scion teleport. He does have his ultimate, though, to still move around, as the Rift Herald has been started up and has been worked on for quite a little bit. Starzan doing what he can to just get his damage in, heal up. AL playing protection very well. We have a teleport coming in.
Watch the Aatrox.
From Care, big double knock up there from Flandre, and Kael's gonna follow it up, and they get so much damage down. Jotchi's still alive, but he's trying to escape. Sheer on the backside with a big play, and now he's gonna look for Tarzan. But Kael and Flandre trying to escape through the mid lane. Sheer and Milky Way trying to stop him. Flandre had gotten knocked up. The shield's not gonna be enough. He's gonna go down too, as FPX take the fight 2-for-1.
It's another example. One team gets the objective, the other gets the kills. This time it's FPX benefiting from the fight win. They're going to look to try to siege down mid, but with Tarzan and Kael here, it's going to be difficult for this to actually be successful. The Demolish proc ends up going off for the Aatrox, but a big fight win for FPX. Really well positioned by Sheer on the back end of that fight. Again, I hope we get a replay so I can showcase Sheer walking down. The setup on this is actually really solid. Look where Sheer is on your minimap, behind the entire enemy team. So when Kael ends up going in, yes, you land on some priority targets, and Jotchi in particular, you know, you probably wish he had cleanse in this instance, and he doesn't. Still able to get a lot of damage off because of the flashes necessary to kill him, but at this point, they've had to overextend so much to be able to win that part of the fight that when Sheer makes his way in and Milky Way still has his second proc of his ult available, they're able to clean up relatively easily. More than enough damage coming in. So really nice stuff from FPX to play patient in that fight, even if AL is able to get the Rift Herald.
And a bit of a miscue from Tarzan. He knocked Care out of the fight after Care had already gotten the damage in. So that's why he came back, and he was, you know, still relatively healthy. He had managed to get off scot-free with that. Now he's sitting at 4-1. We have 35 seconds until this next dragon. I'm very curious to see where AL puts this Rift Herald. They're going to try to leverage that into securing a Drake for themselves.
It's going to be necessary for them to start pushing. Unfortunately, Drake, not a very reliable win condition this game. We're getting second dragon spawning around 18 minutes into the game. It's going to take quite a while. Great. You know, for that to be an actual win condition for either team, especially if you're AL, who's already, you know, down one Drake. Like, this is, you know, going to be something that I don't think either team is going to be able to rely on consistently. The biggest concern for me is that number 4 sitting in the kill column for Care on this Aurora. You know, I talked in the draft about how strong this Aurora could be on 2 immobile carries. You can only spell shield one thing if you're Hope, and a lot of damage is going to be coming through, and Victor obviously cannot survive if fully dove on by, you know, Milky Way and Care and everything. So we'll need to see how they do it, but the Herald dropped mid. They're going to look to take this tower.
Yep, there's no wave left, so Shelly will charge in. We'll get immediately bursted down.
Ooh, watch
Care
Care.
lying in wait, going to try to get a little bit of damage in, not all too much. Meanwhile, Sheer just up on the top side, hanging out, having a good time, taking a turret for himself. AL do start up the dragon, but have nobody committed to it because Jue and Jotchi have the inside track on the mid lane here, and they're worried about that turret going down.
Yeah, you don't want to overextend here if you're FPX. I like the way they're playing this. We'll see if they go for it.
Oh, Milky Way! He gets blown up immediately! Now Jue is forced to flash over the wall. Sheer teleported in, but he doesn't even join that fight. Jue's going to die as he tries to crawl to the mid lane turret. A big miscue by the FPX jungler.
It's ginormous. It's a huge mistake from Milky Way. Absolutely no reason to go in there. One thing I was going to say during the setup, it was really well played at the beginning by FPX because they were generating pressure across the map. We just talked about how Dragon is a tough win condition for AL in this game. If you have to give over the Drake, it's okay, but Shanks, is he going to fall for this trap that's being set here?
Absolutely. Okay, he flashes away, but that is a tough summoner to lose, especially as the victor with Otacon coming up in 35 seconds.
Yeah, you don't want to lose Flash for Otacon if you're Victor. Like I said, immobile carries on the backline can get scary, but look at this replay. There's no reason to play this aggressive. Milky Way ends up going over the wall with this blast cone, and Tarzan's ready for it. He has full vision of Milky Way this entire time with wards, and so he just perfectly stuns him up into the wall, and this play is dead. It's over. Luckily enough for FPX, it's the only member of the team to end up falling outside of Jue in this exchange. You didn't lose Jotchi, I think is the main point to take away from that, but it was a terrible mistake. Quite frankly, no reason to ever go over the wall there if you are Wukong, and he was really punished for it.
Yeah, and FPX had a chance to really, you know, in the next fight, really take control of the game. But now, it's AL who are the ones that have some tentative control here. Now, if FPX were able to get Otacon, they're up big when it comes to the Rose Petals. So, that'll be a huge boon for them. We'll see if they will get the opportunity to do so. Of Corki is on that Manamune, so he is incredibly strong with the auto attacks. Sheer looking to clear out the minions on this turret, but he has realized really quick, I am in a 3v1. I'm against the wall, against the Poppy. He's going to flash away and stay alive. Turret's going to fall as Milky Way doesn't want more, but Zhuei teleported in. Zhuei is going to die here. He's going to get knocked up, and it's easy pickings, but look at the rest of the map.
Yeah, I mean, a lot picked up here by FPX. It's honestly not a bad play for FPX. I don't really like the teleport from Zhuei, obviously. If you would have just allowed the turret to go down, it would be even more of a plus, but that will be Otacon down on the bottom side. You're trading that for top lane tier 2. You're also trading it potentially for mid lane tier 2, but the teleport going to stop that coming in from Sion. So still a good play for AL, but look at the gold. It's basically even for both of these teams. As much as we're talking about pluses and minuses for each team, both have advantages. Care still has quite a bit of gold on this Aurora in the right scenario. You can say the same thing about Hope and Shanks on the other side. It's all really about execution now, as Jhachi could be in trouble.
Oh, Jhachi, oh no, he cleanses too. He's just gonna die. Oh, he greeds for the blue buff and he falls. AL punishing these mistakes.
And FPX are making them. You know, AL can't punish mistakes that aren't being made, but luckily for them, there's a lot happening on the Rift right now. They've been very fortunate for FPX to just kind of have a lot of these brain fart moments where they're just not in the right place at the right time. That's going to cost them top lane tier 1 here, and it could cost them even more with some pressure coming down into the mid lane. But Care looks like he might be able to equalize with a bot lane tier 1 turret. We will see how much AL can get out of this, but still a big mistake by FPX that loses them all their pressure.
Yeah, and it's really tough because they have a lot of front-loaded damage, but later on in the game, AL, we talked about their scaling, but also how tanky their top laner, their jungler, their support are going to get.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. It's 2 carries and 3 beefy boys, you know, in terms of what AL has going for them. And, you know, it's really working out in that direction right now, where if you can get into that late game, it's going to be really hard to break through that main line. Now, the response to that, the solution to that is getting onto the back line much easier, which is absolutely possible for FPX. You've got Aatrox, you've got Wukong, you've got Aurora, you've got plenty of ways to be able to avoid a front-to-back exchange, and if you can get on priority targets, you can win any fight in any scenario, but you do need to start playing towards that win condition even more. It's not one of those situations where you can play through the Corki as much as you thought you could.
And that's starting to really slip away, especially against the Sivir, who, you know, if you're fighting near a minion wave or with, you know, a couple members on the front line, you're going to get hit as that Corki. And also against the Victor. It's so difficult to play into a Victor because he's just outranges you by a country mile, K-Man. It is very, very tough. You need to really rely on Zhuei to hit hooks on some of these really squishy targets. It's just so hard. There's so much stuff for him to wade through. These big tanks make it really, really hard. 25 seconds until this next dragon. Sheer is going to be on split pushing duty. He does have that teleport up, hoping that this teleport will be quite a bit more effective than the last.
It's going to have to be. He's going to have to find one of those angles. He is pushing pretty deep onto the top side here. We'll see how much they want to commit to something like this. We do see some pings coming down. Sheer trying to play at least a little bit respectful, but the control is entirely in favor of AL. No vision available outside of the pit itself for FPX, and that dragon will be started up now. This is only second Drake, and so if FPX want to give this over, it's not the worst thing in the world. We'll see if they want to contest, though. Kyle potentially looking to capitalize.
Sheer has backed off, just going to let that wave die to the turret, and it looks like FPX are going to take it easy here and let that one go. K-Man, you just start to worry for FPX that they're allowing the scaling team too much time to scale.
Yeah, it's a really passive play here from FPX. I think you had to be greedy somewhere on the map. Unfortunately, they just choose to be safe everywhere. Sheer backs off. They back off of the fight around the dragon. No teleport ends up coming in. So they lose the dragon. They don't necessarily get too much on the top side, even if the tower is, you know, maybe takeable soon, depending on where the wave state is at. But it's not a terrible spot. It's still only a 1k gold deficit for FPX. This is still playable in the right scenario, but it's starting to get scarier and scarier with Sivir really starting to get online. You talked about Victor's range, but Sivir makes that even scarier because of the movement speed that she offers the entire team. If you're in a bad spot, you're gonna get caught out by anyone's legend, and as we've seen, FPX certainly cannot be trusted to play perfectly throughout this game.
No, not at all, K-Man. This Baron is up, AL drifting toward it, just mostly to get some wards down. We have seen AL start up some really questionable objectives so far in Split 3 to little to no success. I wonder if that'll be the case once more. Just taking stock of things here. Take a look. Tarzan with a little bit more of an aggressive build on this Poppy is still very vulnerable to Care. Flandre, even we saw him take a lot of damage from Care. If Care is able to really take over this game, I mean, that'll be a huge feather in his cap. We talked about it in game 1 that, he did so well on this Yone, and FPX really looking for this franchise player to really spread his wings and be the guy that FPX can rely on. And, the longest journey start with a single step. And if FPX can get the win here, improve to 2-5 with good performance out of Care after he gets a couple of kills, I'm sure the FPX fans would be quite happy about that.
Oh, certainly. I mean, like, this is the time for Care to step up, and he must. Love him or hate him, he's had some big moments in the past. When he tries, he can really make an impact, and this could be the time for him to lock in on that Aurora, get onto the backline and make something happen. Milky Way, once again, could be under fire, but at this point of the game, we've got everything really on the map. Baron has spawned. Dragon will be up in 2.5 minutes. That would be Soul Point for anyone's Legend, but outside of that, it's just posturing. Sheer, once again, split pushing on the bot side of the map. Flandre is going to have to go down there to try to contest him. Both of them have teleport available, but if a fight starts, it could potentially be dangerous without the raw frontliner of AL tanking up everything. But at least for now, it looks like everybody's just going to disengage. No full commits, at least happening at the moment.
Nope, not at all. I mean, we got to start seeing something happen here for FPX. We see Kyle getting really aggressive here, but he will burn that ghost, and everybody will back off on the side of FPX. So, again, we're just kind of hanging out, K-Man. There's been a whole lot of nothing in terms of action over the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, no, this has been certainly not as exciting as game number 1 in terms of the fast-paced action. I think we're in for a long one in this one, just in terms of how things are going, but we'll see where the next fight ends up taking place. I wouldn't be surprised if we just fight around Dragon, if that's kind of the next major objective, if Soul Point is not something that AL or FPX wants to give over for free. On the flip side, I could also see them being okay giving over Soul Point if it meant them getting a lot of priority on the top side of the map. We can see the gold graph here, the gold difference over time. Very much going in favor of anyone's Legend as of now, but as large as that looks in terms of a gold difference, the top has been 1,400, so still really not a gigantic difference between these two teams.
I have been up for 21 hours. I would like one of these teams to start taking some game actions, K-Man. As you take a look at the gold graph here, it's Hope on top by quite a bit, by 1.3k, as you can tell by the bottom middle portion of our screen, but still a lot of gold on a couple of key members here. It's the last kill 5 minutes ago. Man, that may as well be a lifetime. In League of Legends terms, it is a lifetime. Care is going to get engaged on here by Tarzan. Tarzan going to stop him from really getting anywhere. Double knockup is there too. There we go. Anyone's Legend. A snappy play. They pick off 2.
That is the biggest caster curse we could have looked at, and they're not done. Jway could be the target next.
He is. He's going to flash
Teleport.
away. Teleport's coming in. This is Flandre showing up to the party. Shears on a big flank here, but guess what? It's not going to work out very well. Jauchi gets slammed up against the wall. Jway's going to fall. Jauchi's dead. 4 for nothing. And when the dust settles, AL are on the Baron.
That was a huge fight for anyone's Legend. You know, it might not have felt like the game was on a knife's edge, but it really was. If FPX was able to get one fight off, if they were able to find one flank, things could have been very different. But it's Care, the player we asked to step up, who makes the critical error of being too far forward. Great job by Tarzan to be able to catch him out. Great follow through by the rest of the team. And that is Baron, now secured by AL. The game has been broken wide open. Dragon is up. That is Soul Point for AL if they want to transition right into taking that. But even more so, if they just want to start pressuring the base, it's going to be free for them as well. Let's get into this replay and kind of see what happens. But again, it's Care who makes the gigantic error. He's trying to get some free poking onto Tarzan, but this is a Poppy. You cannot escape if you end up getting caught. Milky Way tries his best to salvage the situation, but the combo of ultimates from Tarzan and Kyle end up locking down the 2 priority targets, and everything just falls apart for FPX. Dragon has been started, like I stated before. Huge, huge swing for AL.
It hasn't been pretty. But that right there was a glimpse of the AL Split 2. You were like, oh man, this is like totally a play that they would make real snappy decision making that everybody seems to be on the same page about, K-Man. It's refreshing after a long desert that had no kills for quite a long time.
Yes, everything is opened up for sure for anyone's Legend, and they showcase that by taking this bot lane tier 2. They're pressuring in now on the inhibitor. Watch Jhachi if he's going to be able to, free hit on the backline. Sheer's looking for a potential flank angle. Flandra, of course, split pushing in the mid lane. Going to try to cut off this attempt. Milky Way.
Yeah, he's going all the way in. Sheer looking to get around here. He's going to look for Shanks. Kyle, very low on HP, but Sheer has to flash away as AL is pulled all the way off, and FPX have not able to chase them. Carrot taking so much damage.
Oh, the Victor ult.
Ultimate goes and hits the wall. Shanks below half HP. And this turret is going to fall as Sheer has not had an opportunity to back. Teleports are coming in here as the inhibitor will go down. As anyone's Legend just, again, bullying their way through.
Milky Way, once again, not really able to find that engage.
What's a polar bear doing in Arlington, Texas, bro? It's Sheer versus Tarzan, the 1v1 of the century. Legends say that Sheer is still looking for that flank as he teleports home.
Yeah, honestly, I was shocked he didn't do that sooner. The fact that he was still there is astounding, and the fact that he got out is even more astounding, but unfortunately, the flank angle not found for Sheer. He was trying to get onto the backline, but AL do a really good job of spacing that out. It's really difficult to jump onto the backline if you just play a little bit slower, if you can separate FPX and kind of delay their engage angles. Milky Way just a little bit too fast. We talked about it in the pre-show. It's been his biggest problem, and it really cost them here. Will it cost them again? We'll have to see as they march down mid.
Well, I think it's all over but the crying here, K-Man, as AL firmly in the driver's seat, and I do not think they are letting go. Again, we've mentioned multiple times on the stream today throughout both of these series, no lead is safe in the LPL, but when anyone's Legend get ahead, it is very, very hard for them to relinquish these leads. Zhui just hanging out, trying to mess with AL, trying to maybe get them to engage. It's a large super minion wave coming in. Sheer looking once again for the flank of the century, but guess what? He's on a ward again. Zale is going to knock down this turret. Hook goes in. They're going to look for Kyle. He gets bursted out pretty hard, down to about half HP. Milky Way once more, but Flandra's shield is going to be real big. Sheer already down to half HP on the backside. There's the Sivir ultimate as AL are ready to rip the fight, ready to go. Zhui is going to get bursted out. Flandra is a zombie, and he's running at Jhachi like a horror movie. He's about to get bit. Somebody kill this guy so he doesn't infect the others. And AL says, we'll put you down our damn selves. They got a wave in 2. They're going to take Nexus Turret 1. They're going to take Nexus Turret 2. Sheer, once again, fighting Tarzan instead of everybody else. Down goes the Milkman as the milk has spoiled in anyone's Legend. It was not pretty. In fact, it was uglier than me. But they still win Game 2 and force Game 3.
Well, there you go. There's your game number 2. Not quite what we got in game number 1, but it is a win for anyone's Legend. And you know what? That's got to at least feel a little bit relieving for them in terms of what they are in right now, situation-wise, because boy, did they need to just pick up a win. This keeps them alive in the series. More importantly, it gives them the confidence that they can win a game. They can still capitalize on mistakes, but you're right. This was not the prettiest game in the world. Although, Yanni, I think you're a poor comparison with your model looks over there.
Oh, well, thank you. You know, it's the beard that really does it. It's a little scraggly right now. I didn't have time, guys. Listen, like I said in the cast earlier, I've been up for like 21 hours. It's been really rough, and that game did not help at all, man. We were in snooze fest for a long time. This was classic LCK. This was NA do nothing. This was 2025 LPL. What are we doing? Man, what a weird game this turned out to be. I mean, you know, the scaling ended up working for anyone's Legend, but FPX, they had some of this like executive dysfunction that we see a lot of the lower tier teams have, specifically in Group Nirvana, and you know, FPX, definitely one of these lower tier teams at 1 and 5. They just waited and waited and waited, looking for the perfect opportunity. Some say that, hold on one second. I see Sheer on the flank outside right now. Like, bro is still out there looking for it. And, like, listen, at one of these points, before you get to a point where it's impossible to win against the scaling team, you must fight. It just felt like after that one fight in the river where Milky Way took the blast plant over and got immediately fly swatted by Tarzan, he was like, we cannot fight anymore, guys. He got so scared after that. And you just can't do that. You're just going to bleed out and lose. That's exactly what happened to FPX.
Unfortunately, this is not all that out of character for FPX and
True.
for Milky Way, for even what he was
True.
at the beginning of the year for RNG. This is something where the programming goes off. I've called Milky Way a robot before. The programming gets thrown off, and it's like, well, you know, we shut down. We shut it all down. You know, what do we do? You know, there's just, it ends up kind of really ruining him
stopped
a bit.
responding.
Yes, and like, I'm not saying that Milky Way doesn't have a lot of great qualities, just that this is certainly one of his weaknesses as a player, and you know, unfortunately, that got exploited. And I think really the two moments, you pointed out one of them, obviously, Milky Way, you know, jumping in for that second dragon and immediately getting stunned up and dying when really there was no reason to fight over that objective. That was a major mistake. And I think the other part that really solidified everything was that third dragon where you have Sheer split pushing on the top side, pushing into inhibitor tower with nobody backing to stop him. And then you have, you know, the rest of FPX trying to contest and AL taking dragon. They neither commit to the inhibitor tower, nor do they commit to actually fighting around dragon, so they don't really get anything on the map. You just can't really be doing that. You have to do something, and they didn't.
33-33 game time. That's a bit of a weird time, but yeah, you gotta take a look at these damage charts. I mean, Carrot was doing so much, and then he just could not convert. I mean, eventually it got to the point where he wasn't really dealing damage anymore. These tanks got their MR items, got too healthy, and then he gets picked off in that one fight in the jungle, and it was over from there. And you know, K-Man, it's time to start talking about MVPs. I don't think you can go to anybody else other than Tarzan.
What a game from Tarzan. Not only did Tarzan out-damage his AD carry on Sivir in that game as Poppy, but he did, what, 4 times as much damage as Milky Way on the other side? Something around there, 3 to 4 times as much damage. This was a ridiculously good Poppy performance, and it came down to the ultimates. It came down to the team fighting. We were hyping up Poppy as a champion, you know, going into the game. We probably should have been hyping up Tarzan's Poppy in particular because he made it look like the strongest champ that you could play.
Hey, listen, we were talking about how it is probably the strongest champ that you could play. So, you know, Tarzan proving the casters right. Contrary to what some NA pros might say, sometimes the casters are right. And, yeah, overall, just, yeah, this is just great play from Tarzan. Big double knock up there. And, you know, this is a guy who really, like, obviously, you always want to win every game. But, like, when the chips were down, this is a guy that you can rely on. This is a must-win game for AL. Must-win series, but must-win game specifically being down 1-0. And there are only certain players in a must-win game that really show up, regardless of how good or bad the team's form is. And that's Tarzan. In this particular game, really showed that when the chips are down, you can rely on him to carry the load and carry AL's lifeless corpse across the finish line.
That is an apt way to describe, I think, the pacing of this game as well as the overall outlook of it. Tarzan was excellent, and, you know, there have been some conversations in the past about Tarzan. Is he or is he not a clutch performer? Is he somebody who chokes at Worlds and in big moments? And, you know, he finally wins his first domestic title this past split, and it feels like a lot of those allegations are starting to go away. I don't think those allegations were ever super valid to begin with. When it came to Tarzan, you can very rarely point to major moments being his fault, at the very least exclusively his fault, but we are seeing, once again, you need this team to pick up a win. It's Tarzan that makes it happen. We saw it with Weibo last year when he stepped in for them. We saw it at times on LNG. Here it is for anyone's legend. This is the player who's been playing like the best jungler in the world for a large majority of this year, finally showcasing that part of him in the third split here, where we haven't really seen it so far.
And when his team needed him most, he did not vanish. He is not the Avatar. He has mastered the element of Poppy. He needs to master something else in order for anyone's legend to take this series. I mean, if they play like they did in that game, I feel a little bit better about it, especially because they were very reserved. And it kind of worked for them. You know, like I said, it was very boring. It's not very LPL. But hey, listen, it got the job done. And if it gets the job done, doesn't matter what kind of region his comp feels like. As long as it feels like it's from the winning region, I'm sure that's all you really care about.
Yeah, I mean, the victory is all that matters at the end of the day. The AL win that pops up on the stage is what they're looking for, and it looks like we got this one correct. Yeah. Tarzan is going to take away the MVP. It couldn't have been anybody else.
It would have been an unethical MVP if it was anybody else came in. I mean, this guy just really showed up. The KP is not going to jump out at you. You know, the gold differential damage percentage is very, very high. 24% out of a Poppy jungle is very, very high. And, you know, if you watch the game from start to finish, you would know that Tarzan was the guy. Well-deserved MVP. K-Man, we're going to go to our last break of the day. When we return, the final game of the Friday slate of games. Anyone's Legend FPX. We do it one more time, 6-game day. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the final game. You fucking troll. I hate you. You're the worst. How dare you do this to me? We are? Because I can't see us. There we go. Thank you. This guy. Unbelievable what production just did to me. Like, oh my goodness, man. Making me look bad back here, Rare Adam. He griefs me in solo queue, and then he griefs me on production. But you know what else is being griefed? This series, man. Anyone's Legend, FPX, has gone the distance, just like the brothers in Group Nirvana, the bad teams in Group Ascend. Yes, the bad teams. AL is 2-4. They lost Game 1 to FPX, who's 1-5. Guess what? If you lose in Game 1 to FPX, you are now a bad team. It's just how it is.
Solid logic. Can't really argue it. Can't find any holes in the argument. I think I just have to subscribe. You know, hopefully anyone's Legend can figure things out. Game 2 was, I guess, better. It didn't feel better, but it certainly was better. Like, objectively, they were able to control the map, and, you know, they were a little bit in, you know, of a better spot, I would say, going into the late game. But that game was neutral for, like, the whole game. And this is still FPX. Like, I don't want to sit here and say, well, AL, you know, played nice and slow and calculated, and then they were able to turn it on when it mattered the most. Like, that would be good against other Group Ascend teams that are expected to do well. Not against Fun Plus Phoenix. This is the team that just won the league. I need to see more out of anyone's Legend, and that has to happen this game.
Yeah, man. It is weird, a weird Twilight Zone that we live in, to be quite honest with you, my friend, that we are here, right? That we've made it to the fact that FPX could take the series against AL. Like, that's crazy talk. If somebody told you this at MSI, that like week 7 or game 7 for AL, 2-4, going to game 3 against a 1-5 FPX, like what are we talking about? All right, so for AL, how do you be successful? Can you just run back the same comp just with different champions is the question.
I think it's going to be tougher without a lot of the specific picks they had. The Scion in particular, I think is going to be difficult to replicate now that things like Ornn are also off the board. And so this style where you're just playing around the hopeful carries in the late game with, you know, big tanks, you know, in the way, it's difficult to replicate that in the same kind of way without the two main champions for Flandre. Now, typically after he ends up picking his two primary tanks, things like Scion and Ornn on the top side, it's something like Yorick that ends up coming through. Even through this... It's Yorick time. It's Yorick time? Is that what we're calling out? This is a Yorick game in Game 3? I mean, I certainly would believe it.
If Flandre really sit there and just be like, that's a good Yorick angle. He could have B1. He'll be like, I like Yorick here, guys. Like, there's nothing... I like Yorick here. Now, the good news for Flandre is that he could have last pick. The bad news is... AL have not won many games on the red side.
I will give a little bit of credit to anyone's Legend. You are right. They have not won many games on the red side this split. They were very good on red side last split. And I think that is at least something.
Nope, it's in the past. This is a new world that we live in.
No,
this
it doesn't
is a different
count.
World than the world that we lived in a month and a half ago.
Yeah, you're honestly kind of right.
2 months? 2 months.
Yeah.
God, man, MSI is so far away now. So far back in the rearview mirror, man.
Yes, MSI feels like forever ago, and I think for AL it probably feels even longer than that. Longer than forever because of just how things have gone. It feels like an entirely different universe for them. But they have the chance to turn that fortune around. As much as we've critiqued them, they had this moment against WE as well, where it's like, oh, you didn't look good, you dropped a game, and honestly, I'm a bit concerned about this. They ended up winning that series. They were generally fine throughout the third and final game there that ended up really being the decider. And so maybe that ends up happening for FPX. And while I still don't think that would change my mind about everything, they need to do that. And if they come out here and dominate, you know, there is at least that to go off of. But quite a few big champions banned. I think we were talking about the top lane pool. It's worth noting Mbessa and Gwen, both off the board. Two of the more consistent top laners are not going to be available, but Pantheon is available. This is something we've seen banned out really consistently. However, received some nerfs and isn't quite considered to be the pick it was even just a patch ago. So we will see.
Yeah, and this is a champion that teams have struggled to really execute on, K-Man. We saw it earlier today, right? Like, we saw the worst Pantheon Talia combo I think that we have seen in the LPL. It was real bad. We'll see if FPX, the Group Ascend team known as FPX, have the ability to really turn it around, and if Milky Way on this Pantheon can macro his team to great side lane plays, Game 3 win.
Yeah, I think it's all going to be about what you supplement it with. No Talia available, but you do have a lot of the other big macro threats up. Things like Ryze and Galio are very much still available. I would expect that to be prioritized here, but it's the Rakan picked up for Kyle. A huge pick for him throughout his entire career, even going back to the LCK days, and it's Tarzan Xin Zhao. This is really what I was looking for in Game 3 from anyone's Legend. Just get back to basics. Start playing the stuff that you know you're good at. This is aggressive. This kind of holds the game in your hands, and I really like that from this team.
Gauntlet has been thrown. All right, you can get your jungler as long as I get mine. Let's see what FPX pair this Pantheon with. Looks like we're going to see, okay, we're going to see a Xayah and a Renata come through. I like the Renata here.
Yeah, Xayah, kind of the takeaway generally from the other side. You don't want to give over Xayah Rakan. That definitely is what Hope was angling for, I would imagine, with this comp, but Xayah Renata can still be scary, and you called it out correctly. Renata is a bit underplayed in terms of just the kind of effect she can have on the map as a whole. We've seen her kind of utilized as a pair. I think she can be very useful in her own right, but it's Flandra's Renekton that's actually going to be coming out here. You know, very interested to see that be kind of the gauntlet thrown down here, because while FPX supplement their skirmish-heavy, macro-oriented jungler with, late-game conditions with things like Xayah and, even Renata who can help out in team fights, it's AL who double down and say, well, we're drafting Renekton on the top side. We want to fight early, and we want to win.
Just need to see what we have in the second half of bans here. We have 3 melees on the side of anyone's Legend, so look for champions like Galio would be really good here.
Yeah.
Annie has not been fearless away in this series against these low-range champions. Will do really good things. We see the Ziggs getting banned out. I actually very much like that ban. We've started to see Knight play that. It's kind of caught on a little bit in popularity, or at least in the back of the minds of the coaches, knowing that this is an available pick that can still be flexed if you really want to.
A lot of things that you have to worry about here for both of these teams, because even in Fearless, like, the later you get, it almost becomes more scary what you let through in the second phase, because this is the time where it's like, well, the top picks are already gone. The stuff that the enemy team likes are gone, and so you're just hoping and praying that your dart that you throw lands on whatever the third or fourth choice is for the enemy team, and, that can be kind of interesting to talk about, but it is the Annie that's taken away. Pretty common combo option for the Xin Zhao. Again, there are a lot of team fight oriented champions that are available if you want to try and make sure that the Renekton doesn't fully commit you into that direction. If you wanted to fight more in the early game, plenty of options available for that as well if you wanted to be aggressive, but it's all really just what Shanks wants to lock in. It will be the Orianna, a big team fight problem, we'll just say, for FPX. Ways to kind of deal with the Orianna, I would say, on the other side. This isn't one of those, Omega picks that just instantly wins you the mid lane matchup, but certainly something that I like pairing with the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and, a Rakan is also a really good ball delivery system. Sometimes you can just find the ultimates on your own here, and especially with the way that FPX is going to be kind of split, right? Sometimes you'll have the opportunity to ball the back line or ball the front line, and given the fact that you've got triple melee balling the front line, sometimes it's just going to be the easiest thing, making life super easy on the side of FPX. We're going to see a Jax lock in here. I'm very curious, K-Man. It doesn't seem like it would be a good idea. But I do wonder if there's a world where this Jax goes into the jungle and we see Pantheon in the top lane. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think it's interesting to explore that as Silas is our final pick.
I honestly don't hate the idea. I think you put yourself in a pretty decent situation, like, from level 1. In the top lane where Pantheon is just really solid into Renekton. I worry a bit about the Jax being exploitable in the jungle if you want to play really aggro, but I doubt it's going to happen. It just doesn't really seem like this would be the direction that Sheer in particular would want to go in, but we'll be the Jhin as the final lock-in here for Hope, rounding out the comp for AL, I should say.
Trade!
I will say this about the AL draft, which, it's very standard. A lot of champions you've seen for many years in pro play, a very normal comp. While this is not a very strong comp in the late game, and I think I am concerned about what they're going to look like, there are a couple of lane matchups here that I think are terrifying, all things considered, for FPX. Like, you are scared of this Renekton, and honestly, you're scared of this Orianna being able to generate a lead, because that makes it very terrifying moving forward. I think this is going to be a big game for Care on the Silas, and if he's going to be able to actually step up, and especially if Jiaqi and Jue are going to be strong, down on the bot side, that's going to be the avenue for success, because I think eventually you hit a breakpoint where Jax and Xayah are hard to deal with.
Yeah, as long as Shanks does not misposition and get caught by an abscond abduct before he gets his first rank of his E, he should be in good shape. But if you get caught by that early and really even thereafter, Sylas does do a lot of damage. Orianna is really fragile. This is a lane matchup that if you're not careful and you get snuck up on, or you get engaged on, take a bad trade, it's going to be a bad trade. It's going to be a rough time. K-Man, you're getting ready to get into this game. If I am FPX, we're hitting level 6. We're fighting every single objective we can see. We got Renata. We're going to go steal this Rakan ultimate. We're going to go steal an Orianna ultimate. You know, we're going to flash in Sombrero. We're going to do Rakan things on Sylas. And we're going to get into this final game.
Yeah, we had some.
Why was Bro rubbing his thunderstick like that?
You know, you never know what happens at an LPL match. But as for the setups, I guess early in the game here, that's probably my job, is to talk about that. And in fact, I might not have time as Milky Way runs into Tarzan, but just going to be a bit of an exchange of damage. Milky Way going to walk up to place the ward. Pretty aggressive from him considering how that went down, but it'll just be a trade of wards. Neither of these teams really want to try and make too much happen.
You can't take the bad trade. You can't take the bad trade, Shanks. Okay, wait a minute. This is actually
I actually think this is a pretty good trade for Shanks.
Actually, it actually isn't, because once Kara hits level 2 and you get access to that Kingslayer, you are able to heal up, right? So you don't necessarily need to burn any potions. Any damage that you get down on Orianna early, as long as you're not really far behind in terms of health, is pretty good in this matchup.
I think that that's, for the most part, true. I think that there are plenty of ways for Shanks to be able to delay that and just be more useful throughout the mid-game as well. True. So we will see how it ends up going down. As an Orianna player myself, I actually quite like the Sylas matchup, but that might just be a personal thing, because Sylas players are not always the most patient in the world.
That's really funny, because I play a ton of Orianna too, and I absolutely detest it. Because
That's
I
fun.
always get caught with an abscond abduct at least once.
Yes, if you definitely, if you're getting destroyed by those abilities, it can be quite difficult. But Shanks should be able to at least trade out with the range advantage here. We'll see what Kyle actually wants to do early on, because I think there is the chance for him to be really aggressive with some of the plays that he wants to make around the map. If he just wants to isolate himself in the 2v2, I think that's also fine. There's not really a problem with Jhin getting priority in this lane, but you never can be too sure about what a Rakan might want to do. Looking at the jungle pathing, though, we do see Xin Zhao, of course, on the Raptors, and it will be matched by Milky Way on the bottom side here, at the very least for now. So, pretty standard starts for both teams.
Yeah, and depending on where this wave kind of stands, got a minion advantage on the side of Sheer, which means as long as Flandre can hold it here, Tarzan could make an early move up top. Now, Sheer did ward that Tri-Brush, so he's very well aware. I do wonder if there's a world where Milky Way is able to do something on the bottom side. We see a lot of help pings down there. We see a little bit of a trade up top. As Flandre getting the better of Sheer just a bit here.
Yeah, I mean, you can expect that in the Renekton matchup. Very difficult for Jax to be able to trade this effectively when his cooldowns are not quite there yet. Tarzan is actually going to be the one here on top side. They do spot this out on a ward, so Sheer will be safe, but you know, it's nice pressure coming in from Tarzan, and this makes life very difficult for the Jax, who is just going to be rather behind in terms of this lane. Pretty even in terms of CS, though, so well done by Sheer at the very least in the early stage. We'll see how that ends up changing. But, you know, standard stuff. Level 4s have been completed, and crabs are taken, and everybody is exactly where they should be.
Yeah, pretty much. And nice, slow game so far for FPX, given the fact that there's nothing too crazy that's happened. And yes, it's the first 4 minutes, but you know, Sheer was already down a flash by, you know, the first minute of the game, right? And anything that you can do to allow this FPX team to get to level 6 on their champions without any issues is going to be really, really good for them, right? We talked about these objective fights and how you can see some really big plays come out from Zhui and Care with the stolen ultimate.
The playmaking is definitely there. The potential for plays is absolutely available. It's really just about which ones they're going to pull the trigger on. Milky Way had the potential for plays last game, and he ended up blast coding in and killing himself at Dragon. So it's not really so much about the plays you can make, it's about the ones you do make. So we will see which ones they end up committing to, at the very least in this game. Definitely going to be keeping my eyes on Jiachi on this Xayah. He was super important in game 1, and he did get a lead in game 2, just wasn't really able to hang on to it as the Corki. That cleanse was not going to be useful enough in every single fight to avoid all the CC, so he's going to be able to, maybe position a tad bit better, have a little bit more going for him in the later part of the game here on the Xayah. We could potentially see that advantage that he's been generating pretty consistently actually come into play here.
Okay, Sheer goes back in for that. Wow. Oh, man, I admire the cojones on that guy. That is so close knife's edge type stuff right there. But Flandre will be able to get this full wave in. I mean, Sheer on the teleport back is going to lose a couple of minions here. Flandre also being level 6, carving out a very small CS advantage for himself.
No surprises just yet. I do want to give some credit to Shanks. Like I said, he should be able to generate some advantage for himself. It's about a 200 gold lead, but anticipated. Play bot lane.
Yep, double knockup is there. Hope's got a 4th shot in the back pocket. Gonna dump that onto Jiachi. So he's taking below half HP.
Yeah, the Joy Flash coming out there to potentially look for something very aggressive. Doesn't end up landing. It does burn Hope's Flash as well, though, so definitely a positive trade for FPX. You would much rather lose the Summoner Spellbook Flash on your support than the Flash on your immobile AD carry in Jhin. We'll see if that's going to be exploitable. Like we said, we saw Milky Way kind of on the bot side here. Dragon has spawned, and so that can definitely be the idea for FPX if they want to go for it, but Shockwave just used to push the wave and move around.
Really?
Yeah, this is actually a really shocking stat for me. I would not have expected this to be Milky Way's first ever Pantheon game, but I guess it wasn't as relevant last year. And he really was playing a majority of games, and it's been banned for most of this year as well.
Yeah,
so.
That's true. You know what? Yeah, I didn't really think about that game, man. That is very interesting, though. Thank you, Prod, for the worthwhile lower third. So far in his first Pantheon game, he has made no impact. He is also not level 6 yet, so that's okay.
Yeah, it's a free dragon, all for the most part, for FPX, and especially with that pressure generated on the bot side, you feel pretty good about that. We'll see if the dragon stacking actually comes to fruition in this game, because last game it was just a bait. The dragon really existed.
Hey, this time it started early.
Yes, this time it exists and is something that you can play for, as we see Kyle teleport into the mid lane here. Grubs are coming up soon, though, 45 seconds on that objective spawn. AL do have a gold lead here because of the advantages in the solo lanes from both Shanks and Flandre. That should give them a bit of an advantage if they do want to try and fight this. Pretty difficult for Sylas to be able to walk up for free in these exchanges. He does have the ultimate available, so we will have to see how this goes. But at least for now, that shove in the mid lane is in favor of the Orianna. And with Kyle here in particular, even with Jway trying to cover, should be relatively easy for AL to get that tempo going.
Yeah, and Kara just needs to make sure he doesn't take any really bad trades here, right? Because you're not really going to get too many opportunities to Kingslayer yourself up on HP, and you don't have a teleport. Sheer and Flandre are going to go after each other for a little bit as the Jhin trap. Probably surprising Sheer at least a little bit there. The Grubs have now spawned. Still have 2 members strong in the mid lane, mids and supports on both sides, just hanging out, helping the respective laners survive the current moment.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Sheer jumping in to go for a trade, but pretty standard stuff from the Jax Renekton matchup. Right now, all of the attention is going to be on which jungler wants to be more aggressive in this situation, because I think it's worth pointing out that there's not really a true frontliner on either side. We've seen Sion and Ornn and a lot of these big tanks throughout the series. Poppy, and you don't have one of those here, so we will see how easy it is for one team to be able to control area. Right now, looks like FPX is just pushed out of the pit. It looks like Milky Way happy to give this over, and it will be AL that is taking the Grubs. They already have a bit of a gold lead. That's just going to compound here. Nice roam up, like you called out, from Flandre. But Sheer will get some plates on the bottom side to at least equalize some of the gold.
Yeah, not bad. Flandre didn't have the teleport here, but, with the Grubs all going over to the side of AL, I mean, the good news is it's a really good takeaway. You give a little bit of power to Flandre. Orianna doesn't really utilize them the greatest. She's fine when it comes to a side lane, but, if you see somebody in the area, you generally want to run away. But the takeaway from these FPX solo laners is really the big thing when it comes to securing those grubs. So good on AL there. 2 minutes and 20 seconds until the next dragon, as we are still awaiting Milky Way to use his first Grand Skyfall, as he has been level 7 for a little bit. It would be his first career one. Thinking about it, K-Man.
Yes, no, it would be, it's a big deal. It's a big one to get out of the way, so we'll see which one he ends up burning it on. Right now, we do see a bit of tempo, at least on the crab, on the bot side river. Shanks and Care, once again, just going for a bit of a trade. Really difficult at this point for Silas to trade effectively because he's just going to lose so much health in a lot of these exchanges, and so he has to be so careful anytime he pushes up. Shanks is going to have full priority of this lane, basically for the rest of the game. So we will see how that ends up going. You know, Rakan's going to make his way mid lane. One thing I really want to point out, Yanni, look at your minimap, look at the ward coverage on the bottom side. That's a lot of vision for anyone's legend. That is a lot of priority. We'll see how they use it.
They can see why kids love the great taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Like, you know, they have that much vision right now, and you know, knowing every move that FPX are going to make it makes it a lot harder for Milky Way to actually even get the ultimate off, right? Because, you know, if you get an idea that, like, hey, they might have vision here, it's like, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't make a play down there. And, you know, we are still waiting. He is now level 8. You know, there hasn't really been too many opportunities on side lanes, given the fact that all of the turrets are still up right now. You would expect that to be a little bit more of a factor. It does surprise me that teams don't really index into focusing down a turret and forcing people in a side lane so Pantheon can ult.
Yeah, you know, I think that a lot of good teams would maybe prioritize getting this Pantheon active. I think teams maybe that aren't quite as familiar are a little bit more hesitant to try to make egregious plays like that, because I think that they can be very exploitable. The right
what makes you think that Milky Way's not familiar?
I wonder what would lead me to believe that. That Milky Way might not be as familiar with Pantheon, but could be a play bot lane here. We do see Milky Way hovering the area, but this is just an impossible play to make. Not only do they have full vision of him, but they're fully safe.
They're playing with mad packs on right now, K-Man. Like, it's ridiculous. And guess what? You put a pink down. Yeah, we got some of their vision. Oh, we got more of their vision. Like, bro, you didn't get any of their vision. This dragon is up. FPX are hovering around near where Otacon spawns, as Hope is going to go pick up this wave. Kyle is going to start up the dragon. See if Tarzan goes and follows on, and he is going to pull it out, and the dragon will lose its patience with him.
Once again, it is a stalemate. It is both teams staring off at each other, hoping the other makes some sort of error that they can capitalize on, neither wanting to be the one to pull the trigger here. Jway is stepping up to contest the ward at the very least, but Dragon being on the table is pretty important for FPX. That does seem like a pretty easy out for them going into the later part of the game with things like Jax and Xayah and even Silas, you know, having a ton of damage available. It could be a nice way to force some fights in close quarter areas where they can take advantage of some of their abilities. But right now, looks like it is just going to be given over to anyone's legend. The contest maybe not coming down. Pink's coming in, though. That Grand Starfall is available.
I would love for a fight to be forced, but unfortunately it will just be the dragon and split at 1 apiece right now.
Yes. Unfortunately,
no
fight.
All right, 2 minutes. 2 minutes and it's Rift Herald, all right? You know what? This is where the fight's going to be. I expected FPX to want to fight by this point, right? Again, we talk about Care going to steal some of these high-impact ultimates, right? And we have Shui with the hostile takeover. And yet, we just see FPX just really unwilling to even give that a shot.
I think, yeah,
dude,
you know, I
honestly,
think we're all feeling it a little bit right now.
Listen, I am God's eepiest kitten right now, man. I woke up for work at 1 p.m. Eastern time yesterday, so I'm getting dangerously close to the 24-hour mark.
I think, unfortunately for you, Yanni, the reason that these fights are not happening is the CS difference in the jungle right now in favor of Tarzan. This makes it quite difficult for the Pantheon to feel comfortable jumping into a scenario where he's just going to be down in resources. They both do have completed items available, so, you know, hopefully this ends up being, you know, something that they end up, you know, pulling the trigger on. But I would actually argue as well that AL really also need to pull the trigger. This is not just a team comp that perfectly scales into the late game. Yes, Orianna's scary, and you have the ball delivery system. This is Xin Zhao Renekton, and you're not fighting at all in the early game. This is something that I think also can be a bit scary and negative for anyone's legend the longer this goes in the same vein. So this neutral game state I don't know if it favors either of these two teams.
Well, you've got a Silas and you've got a Jax, and I think these are the strongest late game champions in this game. I think Jin's pretty up there for late game strength. You know, as an Orianna player yourself, you know that late game Orianna, while it does a lot of damage, it's so reliant on, like, if you're hitting a good ultimate, right? And if you're at that point in the game, there's a lot of pressure. So I'd say that FPX probably has the edge in scaling a little bit here. We have 10 seconds until this Rift Herald, right? So we'll probably have another 30 seconds before we actually fight for this. Hang on.
Sheer.
Wait a minute. We're seeing things happen. Sheer tries to hop away. He flashes, but Tarzan's in hot pursuit. They're going to knock him up. Sheer's going to go down. Here comes Milky Way, but he's a little too late, and he's going to get chased down now. Wind becomes late and tagged on him, but Jway will be there to back him up. It is a 15-minute first blood for AL.
We finally strike. We finally get first blood on the board. It is for Flandra on this Renekton, which could be very good for this team moving forward. Having the Crocodile get a little bit more gold into these exchanges could be useful for him surviving just a tad bit longer in the back end of these fights. But I expected a counterplay to happen somewhere on the map for FPX. Instead, Milky Way just wants to go ahead and go to try and turn the play. At this point, could be walking into a trap.
Oh, Milky Way tagged to half. That's an interesting interaction, and Milky Way's on the wrong side of things. He's going to have to flash away. Hostile takeover. Doesn't hit anybody. Here comes the curtain call. Shots are not landing on this one as Sheer will stand still and be able to block for Milky Way. But over on the side, we've got Care off in no man's land, and he gets shockwaved to death. And now Sheer gets caught up in the errors that are ongoing. See, it's tagged with a bailout. Won't go down. But AL pick up another kill, and they will retreat to the Herald.
Care? Hello? Knock knock, is anyone home? Like, I'm just so confused as to what the idea was there. I get that he's looking for a flank angle, but it was over. Like, this was not the situation to try to put your life on the line, and that is a very big mistake. Not only is it gold going into the pocket of AL, it's free Rift Herald going over to them as well, and with Dragon spawning in 1 minute, it puts them in a great spot to set up for that. In the same vein, we saw the gigantic CS lead Shanks already had been accumulating over Care in the mid lane. That is only going to get worse and a little bit stronger as Shanks is able to farm up down here on the bot lane. That could be a pretty massive mistake that opens up the game. 1.3k gold lead for Shanks.
Let's take a look at this replay here as Milky Way is going to go right on Kyle, and they're just going to swap places.
Yes, it's a very funny interaction.
Classic Urgot ultimate.
Yes, yes, the classic Urgot ult, indeed.
Hyperkinetic position reverser. What is going, bro? What happened?
He is actively walking into 4 members of the enemy team. I think Care's also
favorite part. You know what my favorite part about this is? We're like, all right, Milky Way ultimate, Care, gonna steal an ultimate. We're gonna see a hostile takeover, and this is how FPX is gonna win fight. Milky Way's first ultimate. Sheer dies before he even lands. Jway's first ultimate hits absolutely nobody. Care's first ultimate, he steals the Rakan 1v4. Like, it's so comical. That's like, these are the things that FPX needs to execute on. And it's just literally the absolute worst scenarios that I wouldn't even see in my Emerald games. Maybe the Pantheon one. But.
yeah, maybe the lack of a Pantheon ultimate. I think that actually is pretty accurate for the Elo. But maybe the kill drought has been broken. Sheer forced off the tower here, and we're going to see AL at the very least pressuring down on this bot lane tier 1. This will be taken with the grubs. Really no contest available. Mountain Dragon is available as well, so this is likely just a free transition up there. Care trying to at least do something to equalize this on the top side of the map. But once again, a very nice play made here by Anyone's Legend, being able to force Sheer away, using the numbers advantage on the strong side to be able to secure the objective and pushing the game forward. These aren't exactly the flashiest plays in the world, but these are the clinical ones. And quite frankly, these are the ones AL was making before whatever mental boom they had. So it is encouraging to see that.
Yeah, you know, is a lot of it impotence on the side of FPX? Yes. However, AL is playing the game in a very controlled manner, especially with that fits well with what their comp wants to do. You've got the aggressiveness in Flandra and Tarzan. Look at them. They've got a kill, 2 assists on the side of Tarzan, and the control aspect of your composition with Shanks, Hope, and Kyle doing their thing. So AL are happy to kind of steady the course here. They just need to make sure, again, that they begin to convert this lead, and they're doing so through the Dragon takes. You know, it'll be at least another almost 10 minutes, though, before AL can secure a soul, if they even get the next Dragon, right? And that does allow time for Care and Sheer to be very, very big.
It's actually a really good shout out. You know, as much as we like to talk about, you know, Dragons being really good to stack for AL, because they absolutely are, it does just buy a bit more time for FPX to get into those power spikes that you mentioned. But once again, we're going to be looking at Milky Way to see where the plays are going to be made on this Pantheon, if the plays are going to be made on this Pantheon. I think the next couple of minutes are going to determine a lot. Otacon spawning in 5, fruitful in multiple ways. That vision coverage they were able to establish really impacts their ability to fight over this second objective in the same vein. So, you know, it's a really nice setup overall. Tarzan going to be hovering around the area just to make sure that he's in as good of a spot as possible. And, you know, with Kyle being so slippery on this recon, forcing the flash out of Jway, it's even more difficult for FPX to walk up.
And you can see, like, Milky Way wants to do something. He walked up very quickly, looked like he was maybe going to go on Kyle, saw the Orianna was there, noped right the heck out. And we're at 20 minutes, and at 20 and a half minutes came in, and this Pantheon has not done anything. 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0. Like, this is not good, bro. This is not what you want. And Milky Way definitely looks like this is his first game on Pantheon.
Yeah, not looking too comfortable. I'm not going to lie. It doesn't really look like he understands the ins and outs of the champ, and I think that that really is coming into play. And for that to be the pick against AL, the defending champs in Game 3, you know, it even calls that into question at this point, despite how strong people think the Pantheon is. But at this point, Kara, no tower to protect him, is just going to be able to escape.
All right. Yeah.
Tarzan's going to prioritize the Otacon over potentially a Silas that might be worth less gold. So they're going to start it up. Jack's still split pushing top, but this has to be a contest here from FPX.
Well, Milky Way going to go in and clear out some of this vision, and they just have no idea that this is going on, man.
Uh-oh.
And if they do, they have just decided to abandon hope. Otacon secured, getting the robot Tarzan as he's going to go drop.
Oh!
Take this man's license away. Take it away right now. This man does not deserve to drive.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure I can call Tarzan the king of the jungle after that.
Honestly, bro, that's going to be me in a couple hours when I got to take my dad to the airport because I didn't get enough sleep.
Well, you know, thankfully it was a large rock wall, I guess.
Oh, thankfully. Yeah, if my Toyota Camry goes into that, we're going to have problems.
Well, 07. You know, wish you the best.
07.
I think, you know, hopefully Tarzan's not the Uber that is coming back after, but you know, I think you're making the one-way trip to the airport. I'm not sure the round trip is going to be completed. So,
well, I am going to
Uber
Philadelphia,
on the way
so
back.
you know, it might be an accident or it might not be. I don't know.
Okay, you know, transitioning to the game, I guess.
Well, what? There's nothing happening, K-Man. What are we transitioning to?
Are you
We're
kidding
waiting
me?
for a minute until this dragon is up.
Flandra is queuing the wave. He's shoving it into Care.
My bad,
and there's
my bad.
a degree of separation between these teams that is so small that you can't really see it in the major plays. These minor moments are actually what determines everything here.
Flandra has picked up the bot wave. Will it make the difference?
I hope we're tweeting that out right now. That's definitely a socials play right there. But
shout out Liga Ace. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. But
25
oh,
you know, I hate
man,
this.
I
really hate this. I really hate this because, like, I do not like bullying players. Pro players are very good at this game. Milky Way is a good player. I just don't know what's going on. Is he a good player in relation to, like, what's been going on lately? No. Has he been playing well? No. Is he objectively, like, a good League of Legends player? Like, very talented? Like, yes.
Absolutely.
But I just don't know what's happening here. All I know is that FPX have finally decided to make a snap decision. They have started up this dragon. Anyone's Legend looking to make their way in. Ball is only on the Orianna right now, looking to scout out Sheer. Down to 3,000 HP is this dragon. It's going to look for a little bit of a fight, and it's secured by Tarzan. And they're going to turn all the way onto Care. Care stuck in the back of the pit, and Flandra is a really big croc. He's going to go real evil for a second, but he's still back there, still doing his thing. Shockwave lands onto 2. Milky Way going to be the target, but Sheer with a big counter-strike on the back line. Now the question is, can he get his team back into the fight? The handshake is there, but Sheer will fall regardless. Jotzi stuck in the back of the pit. He's dead too. And Milky Way's second career ultimate will get him the heck out of Dodge.
just barely.
Oh yeah, Jue's dead, by the
it's not
way.
even over. Jue is dead here.
Yeah.
It's gonna catch
dead.
him.
We don't need to talk about that. He's dead.
He will be taken down here by
He
the
even
Jhin.
knows.
The FPX, the old FPX logo flashed by Jue for wasting as much time as he can. Kind of an interesting fight to break down. I really do hope we get a replay. I imagine we will. Not a lot to replay over throughout this game so far, so excited to kind of break that down. But overall, a really slow, methodical fight that ends up just being really in favor of AL because of the lack of damage coming out from FPX. You can't get any of the critical threats into good spots, and now Care could be in a bit of danger. Does get stunned up over and over again under tower, but will eventually get out of that. Shank's taking top tower as well.
Yeah, now things are starting to really fall apart here for FPX as AL have realized that they can win the game by simply just waiting for FPX to make mistakes and doing nothing. Take a look at this replay. His Care immediately missed. God, that's so tough, bro.
Flashes in to try and get on top of Tarzan. Immediately ults Tarzan into the middle of the rest of his team, where he then does a bunch of damage. Dashes back over the wall. Not really an ideal set of circumstances, but everything else happening in this fight is actually rather interesting. You do see a lot of nice play coming in from Shanks on the Orianna in terms of just how much damage he's doing. Sheer tries to go for the hero play, but at this point there's no follow-up. Milky Way is out of health. Jhachi can't really play on the Xayah because he's already burned the ultimate, and so any aggression is just going to be countered. Just doesn't really end up happening. Unfortunately, maybe Care hitting a skill shot in that fight could have changed some things, but even then, I think the setup itself was rather poor, and AL once again coming out on top after what is completely a 50-50 for that Dragon.
Yep, Tarzan securing it, and I think that's the nail in the coffin for FPX, especially the night went. Jhachi on 3 items now, was able to pick up the Mortal Reminder for a little bit of heal cut on that Renekton, and sort of try to nullify that Sundered Sky over on the side of Tarzan. I mean, this gold lead isn't insurmountable, K-Man. The problem is you just, like, this Pantheon has no use in this game right now except for being a stun bot. Care isn't playing particularly well and isn't where he needs to be. Sheer at least had a nice play in that fight. It's just a shame that nobody could follow up. Maybe he can get really, really strong, but even he's only on 2 items right now.
It's tough. I mean, the Jax is in a good spot. I do think that there is an avenue for him to either continue to pressure side lanes and delay the game enough to be able to get everyone else online, or alternatively find a nice, jump into the backline. We saw it in that fight. It just came way too late in terms of how things happen. Sheer is going to be able to take down this bot tier 1. No pressure coming from elsewhere, but Baron is the dance at this moment. Care going to try to get as much vision as he can because he thinks he's the safest of the entire team, but at this point, I'm kind of convinced that Milky Way is going for the 0-0 and 0 Pantheon game. We will see how that ends up working out. We need to see him get involved. If he's got to go in and die,
baby.
he's got to figure it out.
We call him the Tony Snell. If you know, you know. It looks like K-Man knows, and you know what? AL knows. They knows we got to do the Baron, and FPX also knows because Shanks was standing on a ward. FPX makes their way over as they will. AL will pull off the Baron. Kyle gonna burn this Ghost, looking to get on top of Care. Got the exhaust too. He's rooted up. He's shockwaved. He's standing still because he can't move anywhere. And Hope will get the kill, his 3rd of the game. Should be all clear for AL to do their thing.
It's gonna look pretty bad for Care in terms of just the overall picture, but I do understand, like, someone has to check this Baron. Someone has to make sure that it's not being taken, and it's not gonna be Jue, it's not gonna be Jhachi, and Milky Way's not stepping up, so fortunately, it falls on Care, and he ends up getting taken down. But FPX now feel the pressure.
Let's do it. Baron is up. See, Jhachi just gets jumped on, and he's going to bleed out in the river. Shuei's going to be the next target. Hostile takeover. It only hit Flandra, and it's just over, man. It's just game over, man. Game over. Sheer is just desperately trying to run away, but even he has run out of bandwidth, run out of space, and run out of health. The soul up in 2 seconds. K-Man, it doesn't matter what AL does from here. There is no bad decision.
Yeah, I don't think there's any part of this that is not in favor of anyone's legend at this point. We questioned them after game number 1. We questioned them at the beginning of game number 2, but they end up closing out that second game by staying patient. Oh, Milky Way. Oh, no way. He's going to go for it.
You gotta do it.
No way he's going to go for it. He's going for it.
You got to do it.
He's too late.
Oh, all right. Listen, he tried. He tried.
He did try, and unfortunately, That will be his first career kill, death, or assist on Pantheon.
He ruined his perfect KDA.
His perfect Pantheon KDA is gone. And unfortunately, that I think kind of seals the nail in the coffin. We do see the teleport, you know, coming in on this play. But I think for the most part, it's just Jotchi being sandwiched in between Tarzan and Flandra. And this fight is over. At this point, there is no way to play.
That's the most AD carry thing in the world, bro. You just sit here like, all right. You kind of just like take your hands off the keyboard and you're just like, oh, I'm going to go sip my water now or whatever drink of choice I brought to the game because there's nothing better that I could do. Oh, call out summoners? Hell no. Why would I call out summoners, bro? It just don't matter at that point. 30 minutes into the game. Soul secured for AL. 10 kills to nothing. Looking for a complete game shutout, at least in score. Couple of turrets went the way of FPX, but that's all right.
Yeah, not quite the perfect game, but the no-hitter I think will suffice if they can land it. We will see.
No, this isn't a no-hitter. They've 3 hits for those turrets.
Yeah, it's
tough. It's really bad.
So we can look and see what the plan is going to be here for AL. They're just getting the mid inhibitor here by pushing in both of these lanes. This is what you can do when you have so much lane clear prio, but Hare at this point has to make a decision. Right. He goes in.
All right, they go after Tarzan, but Kara gets knocked back in. He's got to go golden. Here's the hostile takeover. Hits multiple members here. They're trying to make a play, but Flandra is just way too big. Kara is so low. He's trying to get away from Flandra, and he goes back in. And just immediately gets called. Here's the last shot. Lands perfectly. It's a triple kill from Flandra. Mercifully, AL will finally end the game. It took 31.5 minutes. 15 kills to nothing. AL, they're not back. I am not calling them back, bro. I can't do it.
I don't know, man. They just shut out. They just shut out FPX. Just what we wanted to see, right? Look at the scoreboard.
Actually, yeah, that's the worst part. We wanted to see them play a clean game. And it's just like, they did play very clean this game. But like...
I'm with you, Yanni. Honestly, you're speechless. You're exasperated. There's no words to describe the emotions.
Even if I wasn't as tired as I am right now, like I still would not have like proper words for this, bro. Like this was.
It was something. That I can definitely agree with you.
This was one of the games of all time. Occasionally in the LPL, we get games like this, where it's just one of the games of all time.
Yes.
You know, congratulations to AL. They won a game on red side.
And they needed it, man. They really needed it. Instead of 2 and 4, or 2 and 5, we're sitting at 3 and 4. Certainly a bit of a different conversation surrounding that.
Yeah, a little better.
You know, technically, like top 4, it's really not out of the realm of possibility. Oh, God, we know that Invictus and Weibo Gaming. They should not
be thinking about top 4 right now, bro.
Hey, they're sitting in 5th place. That's the only way to go up from here.
I think I'm going to be ill.
You just gotta learn to love it here in the LPL.
I feel so bad saying that too. Like AL, it's like this is. I don't know what happened to them. Maybe, who knows? Maybe they'll wake up tomorrow and be like, "Guys, we're back. We're ready to go." I don't know. I don't see it. They need to really fix whatever the heck they have going on there. They did not win this game. FPX lost this game.
I think that is definitely true. I think, honestly, I'll give them a bit more credit. I think both can be true here. I think FPX was slow and indecisive. They never utilized any of their big cooldowns to be able to capitalize on what is essentially a comp that needs to have some sort of pressure in the early game, even if they are going to be losing in their solo lanes. But at the same time, credit to anyone's legend for capitalizing when they did see some mistakes. They didn't want to overforce in situations against a Jax or against, you know, a potential Silas that could really turn things in a bad situation. They wanted to make sure that whatever they went for was confirmed, and they did so. It was not aesthetically pleasing League of Legends, but it certainly was effective, and they end up taking the series because of it.
Okay, man. I'm scrolling through, I'm just, you know, looking at Twitch chat, and Witch Hunter 1 brought up a good point. I'm very interested to see if you agree. This version of AL will lose to EDG. Your thoughts? That's a big
Xiaohao revenge game.
Shout out Witch Hunter 1. Because
you're really tugging at my heartstrings.
K-Man loves EDG. And loves Xiaohao specifically.
Oh, you're really tugging at the heartstrings.
That team is real good.
They are. I mean, I don't know. I can't.
I don't know if he can out jungle Tarzan. I don't know if he can out jungle Tarzan.
Well, we saw last year who we'd rather have between Xiaohao and Tarzan, and Weibo Gaming made that choice very clear with Tarzan coming into the summer split and them going to the World semifinals. So, I'm pretty sure Tarzan ends up, being pretty good in that instance. But, you're pitting like two of my favorite players against me. That seems almost unfair.
It just feels like it's like Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby, to be honest with you. But no offense to Xiaohao, but like compared to Tarzan, he is Coughing Baby.
Yes.
Even Summer Xiaohao is Coughing Baby. All right, K-Man, who do we give an MVP to this game, bro?
Oh, boy.
Can we give the MVP to FPX? I
think the MVP was Care, if we're being direct on that. But, if I've got to pick someone else, if I've got to go in a different direction, I think Tarzan was really good throughout this entire series. I think that there were a lot of zones of control where he played really effectively in this game. But the damage coming out from Shanks, I thought, was really relevant. That was probably the most influential, bit of the team throughout this. I think the Orianna shockwaves were huge. And, outside of that, Fondra was really solid on the Renekton, was able to generate a big lead early in his lane as well. So
he's the first one I
think
think
in a lot of
of.
different directions.
Flandra's the first one I think of, and maybe it was just because he got the triple kill at the end of the game, and like it's easy to just have that fresh in your mind. I mean, second most damage. He was a part of that early kill that kicked off the slowest, honestly paced game ever. I don't really know who to give it to, man. I mean, Shanks didn't really have any of those like wow shockwaves. Does Tarzan get it? I don't know.
It's tough.
Honestly,
I think
bro,
this was a team win if you want to categorize it like that
honestly,
for anyone's
bro,
legend.
Honestly, bro, whatever they vote for, I'll deem it ethical. I can't.
All five are ethical, as it would seem.
All five are ethical in this game.
Excellent.
I don't really think there's a way out of it.
I mean, one of the big highlights here is this interaction between Pantheon and Rakan, where they got ult each other.
That was fun. That was very fun.
Yes, very, very fun. I think in general there were some fights that were pretty intriguing to watch throughout this. But
this was not one of them.
There is no way to explain to me what happened there with Care just walking into four members and instantly dying. That was certainly a play, and I don't mean to rag on the guy, but another unfortunate example of most skill shots going wide in this team fight as well, where the damage isn't there for FPX. They're not able to break through the front line and the core pieces of what AL had set up, and that's the biggest problem. When fights are allowed to go this long for a team like AL that have Rakan with multiple knockups, Orianna shields, even Jhin, if he's allowed to, just sit in the backline and pump out damage, let the curtain call, go, like they're eventually going to be able to win these. And I think, credit to AL for their setups and their positioning to make that work. Here is the 80 carries worst nightmare.
Bro,
getting sandwiched between a Zinzhao and a Crocodile.
I'm physically ill from that as an 80 carry player. It's just like, oh man, like you just know you're dead to rights. The bailout. When the bailout's not even enough to save you, it's the worst feeling in the world. Because you just slowly see your health go down. They're at like 75% HP. There's no way they.
Oh no, they didn't zoom into that. Oh
no. They did, bro.
Oh no, this is absolutely disrespectful.
Hey, he hit one. Oh wait, no. Oh no.
No, he's about to hit another one.
Oh
Watch.
No, look at how much HP Hope lived on. Hope lived on 100 HP. It would have been FPX's only kill.
Yeah, the scoreless game stays intact from Hope's 100 HP survival at the end of the game. Truly tragic. But you know what? It gives us a storyline. It probably feels bad for FPX fans, but I'm sure AL are going to be happy to walk away with it.
Yeah, it gives us, listen, it was entertaining in its own way. I just can't believe that the AL FPX series was objectively worse than the Ultra Prime LNG series. That series was really, really awesome. Before we get to our MVP, we're going to go take a look at our standings real quick because we do have them updated. And with these changes, this means that Ultra Prime now sitting in 4th place as they have the same game differential, but they have one more individual win than Thunder Talk. And Tarzan was our MVP. Congratulations, Tarzan. Again, ethical. Not really much to say. Let's go back to the standings. Thank you very much.
We're back to
We're going back to us instead of standings. Let's do standings, please. I just want to go look at the standings, bro. Because you got me talking about the standings, and now we got to do the standings. So anyway, Ultra Prime has one more individual game win, even though they've got the same differential. That puts them in 4th place, and with AL's win, that puts them to 3 and 4, puts them just ahead of JDG and just below Weibo Gaming. So still in striking distance despite the rough start, and this does mean that with this win, AL does still have time to figure this out.
Yeah, some time for AL to at least, breathe at the very least. I think one little conversation from today is that a team that won a best of 5 against the undefeated Billy Gaming in Group Ascend is now on pace to miss plans in terms of how things are going with Thunder Talk.
Weird.
Down at the bottom of the bracket. It's just been a crazy year in the LPL. You've got our defending champs sitting below 500. You've got a team that was in playoffs and was borderline top, 8 in the Winter Split and Split 1, not even in the top 12 in the LPL. So much is happening. It's been a chaotic year, and I, for one, am all for it.
Yeah, especially getting down to the wire. We're getting around Worlds time. It's always exciting to see how these things shake out. And, we got some more games tomorrow on the docket for people. WE and BLG will be the first one. It's a triple game Saturday. I will be on the cast with Bloxer. And then after that, we got Weibo and Top Esports. That'll be Alk and Rafa. And then they will also be doing JDG and IG. So we'll see if JDG can find a return to some sort of form or just look much better than they were. We'll see if Weibo Gaming can maybe sneak a game off the Top Esports. And we'll see if Team WE can ruin BLG's perfect honeymoon. K-Man, you got any interesting thoughts about this slate of games tomorrow?
Always excited to see some teams that are maybe considered inconsistent or flippy generally by the community go toe-to-toe. So Weibo and Top Esports are always, a joy to watch because one of them is going to play great and one of them will not. And you just never know which one it's going to be. Excited to see WE-BLG because we've got that one back-to-back, 2 days in a row. We're getting round 1 of it tomorrow. And then obviously round 2 of it will be on Sunday. So excited to see how that ends up breaking down in part 1. Yes, I do have that second one. So excited to see how that breaks down.
Yeah, that should be a really fun one. And before we go, we would like to give a big shout out and a big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Forest Without, and owners of Silmaril. Their pledged financial contributions help us level up the broadcast and give back to the casting crew. Strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. And we do mean every single day because tomorrow, starting at 3 a.m. Eastern, and whatever time zone you're in, you can figure it out. Team WE, BLG to kick off the day, as we just said. We will see you there. Have a great day, everybody.